I am bloodlusted right now.
Insane manipulation grind.
I am bloodlusted right now.
The song just ends like that. What? I don't know about that version of Emiya right there. That's not the best one. Huh. Oh, these. No one asked about these images here in the back. I kind of got mad that the Fate community really has no good wallpaper images that aren't just Fate Stay Night, Saber, Archer stuff. So I just made my own. I'll just take all my favorite servants and put them where, I don't know, like Walmart. I had, last thumbnail Inuyasha was at the Salem witch trials. Top 10 despairs. That time that Cleopatra got kidnapped by Rome. Woohoo. I try to make one of those one a day. It's just my dumb little hobby. Make a fucking YouTube thumbnail that's also a computer background that makes no sense. But who knows? Maybe I'll make that top 10 despairs video one day. Then I got the thumbnail. Whatever. This is morning grind. That means there's my. What is this? What are you doing? Okay. Where you see, I wish I could play my video game, but apparently it doesn't want to be played. That's weird. Hold on, just one fucking second. I don't understand. I don't understand OBS. Why doesn't it work? Why won't it work? Why won't it work? Why can't OBS just fucking work? The Streamlabs is better. I'm gonna just say it. The Streamlabs lets you do everything right from there and you have the chat. But it's the only one that can use a Stream Deck. I don't know. I don't understand OBS. I had this all set up. Then I go to the other thing to do starting soon. And then it just erases my game capture screen. Why? Is there a reason it would do that? Oh, okay, it's my fault. It was because it was too tiny on my real screen. Why do you care, OBS? Mind your own business. What my fucking thing is. Okay, we're set to go. Never mind. It did it again! It did it again! I don't want full screen. Do y'all ever feel like sometimes you don't want full screen, but you don't want small screen either? You want Goldilocks, just in the middle, right? But the computer can't ever possibly lock that for you. Or, okay, I'm done. I'm done with tech rant. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about all that. I'm here to play my video game. Just do some more grinding, some more embers, because we're gonna do the Fate. I guess the game just froze. It's just like a real Android phone. I love BlueStacks. All I'm trying to do, play fucking Fate Grand Order, and then I'm gonna watch the fun videos, and then I'm gonna laugh at them. Yeah, what if Aniplex just pulled the plug? What if it was over? What if they say, sorry, everyone who bought Saint Courts, we just decided today we don't want to fund this game no more. Now it doesn't work. Why isn't it working? Does it usually take this long? I'll just restart BlueStacks. He says probably it's a cell phone Android emulator, isn't it? So said it's an Android emulator. It probably doesn't work three out of 4 times. Tree Savior Neo. I asked if anybody had any hot gotcha suggestions. And Mercury had one, but whatever game he suggested isn't playable on BlueStacks. Okay. It said unless Fate Grand Order is just broken today. Most time controls doesn't work on BlueStacks in games. I could hook up a controller if I wanted to, but that seems very extra. It's their touchscreen games. Come on now. Alright, so anyway, this is Morning Grind. Here's my intro. I do the things I gotta do on these games in the background. I'm just doing some Ember gathering and material grabbing for fucking Fate Grand Order, whatever. Might play some Grocery Store Simulator when I've used my IP on this. I'm here to watch the videos on my watch later list I need to get caught up on. What video do I not need to get told to watch is anything with fucking Frogan's face looking like this. MorePegasus has been doing the work along with fucking Nuxtaku of just documenting every stupid thing Kassan and his group of stupid people do. And I love it. This has been my favorite drama. This is like the ultimate internet drama. I don't think there's ever been bigger than what happened that day that iDubbbz released a video on Ethan Klein. Well, God, and what's funny is, if anybody hasn't heard the news, apparently the original content nuke that Ethan Klein made was to capture the stupid people into doing a copyright violation, so he had the right to sue them. And that's just 3D chess right there. That's just impressive. But so iDubbbz coming into the situation and blowing up everyone's internet career, that wasn't part of it. That's wild. Anyway, time to dunk on some losers and play some games.
Welcome back to the series so legendary, even Fortnite turned it in.
This is MorePegasus. He's the cool Zoomer commentary community person who has all the SpongeBob memes. That's MorePegasus.
Into a weapon. In today's video, Hassan continues denying the real oppression of women in Iran. He gets absolutely humiliated with the facts as always. Denims is now claiming that she's only being sued because she's a woman.
I will say though, both Nux and MorePegasus and everybody's doing this. Why are we acting like Asmongold is a fucking news source? Like he's CNN or something just because he's a centrist and has some base takes once in a while? He's not the news. He fucking doesn't do his dishes. He can't even clean his house. He fell through his ceiling. It's pretty sad that we're all taking life advice from him. We shouldn't be, but he's not supporting terrorists or acting a fool, so that just makes him infinitely better than most people.
Frogan desperately continues to beg for money to fund her lawsuit, and everybody is laughing. Hassan's favorite journalist, Taylor, has just been completely exposed. Subscribe or you
Oh, fuck yes, let's get some Taylor the Ren's news. She's the one that said that everybody has 9/11 parties and whatnot, so it's not a big deal to make fun of 9/11. I think anybody can make fun of anything they want, but like, if y'all, who's been throwing 9/11 parties? I haven't gotten invited to any.
You have to listen to the new Hassan podcast, Terrorist Talks Only. And let's begin with Hassan once again mocking a woman for talking about oppression in Iran.
No, it's not. The year 2025.
Ooh, we might just, the game server just might be sad today. Okay.
Of the United States is nothing like if I step foot wearing this outfit into Iran. Killed for
I'm sorry.
What, they wear like
listen,
no, I can't have my hair showing. I can't wear a skirt. I can't have my arms out.
I'm telling you, as
I literally.
Yeah, I can't wear my skirt in Tehran. I can't eat Kubi Day.
Oh, I haven't seen this clip yet, and I'm already infuriated. I don't get this. I used to be a Tumblr SJW back in the day. I used to be a part of the cult where, well, until they kicked me out for listening to Eminem, because that made no sense. That's just racist to say Eminem can't rap because he's white. I don't care. Whatever. But I got kicked out. But when I was part of this, because these people made such compelling posts that always ended with, if you don't believe in this, then you're a piece of shit and deserve to die. The so tolerant, loving, happy people there on Tumblr would say this shit. But there were rules. Like, if you do anything misogynistic, you're out. If you, like, make rape jokes, you're out. If you fucking... But then we got the current left that, like, has horseshoed so far into whatever's going on that, like, oppressive Muslim Islamic countries where you're not allowed to have whatever religion you want, where you're forced to do, you know, very non-freedom country, kind of what Handmaid's Tale is based off of, if we want to talk about women's rights. And then to go, yeah, well, it's just their culture, it's okay, they do it in their, at least it's not America, am I right? Like, all these talking points would get you banned from the liberal communities back in the day. I don't understand. That's why this shit's fascinating to me.
Whoopi, don't you understand? I can't wear bikini to the beach. So obviously, they all need to die. We need to kill them. I can't wear my skirt to beach and eat Kubi Day.
Wow, very progressive, Hassan, making fun of actual women's oppression. First off, nobody is saying kill them. You literally just made that up. We're talking about how the leader and the government oppresses the people. Why would anybody want to kill the people being oppressed, you absolute moron? We're just pointing out that oppression does in fact exist in Iran, and you conveniently ignore that and manipulate your audience for the sake of your politics. Here's some quick context.
I think this is why MorePegasus is the GOAT of these videos right now. It's just fucking... I know he's not even from America, and I don't think he gives a shit about any of the politics involved with this. He could just see right past it and being like, all these people are being hypocrites and saying stupid shit. Gotta appreciate that.
If you missed last video,
Iranian women can't post TikTok dances? That's a joke, right? You're saying that as a joke, right? I don't think that's a metric for women's liberty. They absolutely...
They execute you for dancing on TikTok and showing your hair and shit. Oh, but that shouldn't be a gauge for women's... This is seeming very misogynistic, and I'm just like, as a fucking woman, just the fact that he could just be like, oh, well, you doing the thing that everybody should have a right to do, play around on their phone, you know, one of them rights we take for granted in the first world. You don't need that to fucking be a free woman. That's not like... I'm pretty sure these crazy people in his fucking chat are all like women that are obsessed with him and want to fuck him or some shit anyway, because I don't understand how you can listen to this guy say this shit.
fucking lootly can.
Can women in Iran post dance videos to TikTok? Public dancing by women is illegal under Article 637 of the Islamic Penal Code, which criminalizes acts against public modesty.
Iranian woman arrested for dancing. Iran arrests 2 young women for dancing in cemetery. Hard to say why. Was it because it's a cemetery?
Right, so once again, if you look at the facts, women are extremely oppressed there, and Hassan will purposely ignore this because, well, it all boils down to his central philosophy, which is that he absolutely hates America with a burning passion and will support any and all of America's enemies, even if it means supporting literal terrorist organizations. Here's a quick explanation why he supports Iran. Number 1, it's against Israel and America, and he obviously hates both. And number 2, Iran supports and funds the terrorist organizations that he loves so much, including Hamas, the Houthis, and Hezbollah. Here's what people are saying. This is peak Hassan journalism. Probably stayed up all night trying to think of that. It's okay though, because Hassan...
Like, I'm not ignorant, so like most commentary videos, even though I do believe the commentary videos I watch, they don't... It's like a crab bucket. They'll destroy each other if they do anything fucking unright, and they'll call each other out. I don't think there's many out of context clips, but I'm like, they just show a bit of Hassan. Like, it can't be this bad all the time. He's the #1 political streamer on Twitch. But I do watch him, you know, unclipped, and he really is. So they talking about this in the news today? Oh, I'll just load up CNN. And he just like makes up a story without even looking at the article yet. He just assumes something that matches his bias. And then he'll just talk about shit That isn't even happening in the news clip he's watching. The news clip will sometimes debunk whatever he is saying, and he will just continue. It's insane. And he thinks he's a journalist. Well, Taylor Lorenz also thinks she's a journalist, so I guess fucking birds of a feather, I don't know.
Believes they can dance. That's all that matters. Anyways, let's just check out what video he was actually reacting to, because turns out these people might just be as crazy as him. Basically, they legitimately tried to argue that Americans are more oppressed than women and gay people in Iran, which is just delusional.
And it's slow.
But let's just remember, too, the Iranians literally throw gay people off of buildings. They don't adhere to
That's
basic
not
human
good.
rights.
Listen, here's the thing. Let's not do
Okay, though, I will say, I think this is just Whoopi Goldberg's career, because she did all this stuff during the Bush era as well, where just, like, everybody in the Middle East is a poor victim. Us Americans, we're just all warmongers over there. There could never be any other reason for anything over there other than American greed. Forget, you know, all the threatening, horrible things they could be doing on their goddamn Twitter. Whatever. And, like, that's the wildest thing to me. I legit mean Twitter. Terrorist groups have fucking Twitters. What a world this is. Because, like, Whoopi's been doing this for years. Like, she exists almost to be a conservative talking point. I almost think this is her grift. Because I don't know why we act like the left media ain't a whole bunch of grifters, too, and they've been on one lately, because they fucking are.
that, because if we start with that it is the same.
She thinks that her in Iran is, oh my God.
It's very different to live in the United States in 2025 than it is to live in Iran.
Not if you're black.
Not if you're black. Gentlemen, oh my God. That is insane. I wonder what Iranian women think of herself.
I don't think, okay, so, you know how, like, the cops will sometimes fucking shoot people and they shouldn't be doing that. I think every single issue there is a fucking thing worth talking about. Probably racial biased on most of it, though, I will admit. But I haven't heard about any cops beheading people lately. I mean, I know this is some propaganda right here, but I don't think they've been beheading anybody as of late, so... Middle East, you're gonna have to take the L on that one.
Saying that whenever they see some multi-millionaire who has their own TV show talking about her skin color being the same as the...
I also don't mean to go to, like, politics too much on this channel. I really don't. It's just, this is just obvious shit. Everybody, like, I think would know this shit. Maybe because I'm a millennial and I grew up in 9/11 times, and you did have to learn about the culture and why we got attacked and all that stuff. And they aren't the most liberal sympathizing people, these Islamic extremists. And I'm not saying Muslim people, because it's not Muslim people. It's fucking Islamic extremist fucking terrorists, and they're not cool. And that's half the drama. That's half the drama is we got actual, like, influencers fucking supporting these awful people. I don't get it.
Systematic oppression of your gender.
Hello, it's me, Hamas Diddy Piker. I actually agree with this nutjob. Very intelligent if you ask me. Iranian women are not oppressed, actually. I have personally seen their TikTok dances. Nothing is real, actually. The narrative is formed based on which side I agree with. You see, because I, Hamas Diddy Osama bin Laden Adolf Epstein Piker, hate America, I automatically just love Iran and agree with everything they do. It's simple Hassanetics, you know, the new version of mathematics.
Not if you're black.
Guys, nobody wants to diminish the very real problems we have in this country.
No, I do. I do. They're not even remotely comparable. Anybody who's trying to bring up any U.S. problem and contextualize it around something that's happening to the Iranian people is a completely privileged, delusional.
It is. It's fucking apple and oranges. And like I said, this is shit that you would get called out for on Tumblr back in the day. Because how could you? They called it white privilege. Whoopi Goldberg isn't white, but she sure as fuck is rich, so she goes in the goddamn privilege category. Like, apples and fucking oranges. You are comparing a completely different culture. I don't get why Americans even act and moralize and wag their finger about any Middle Eastern issues, because not goddamn one of you, not one of you regular civilians who go to Starbucks every fucking day would survive like a minute there. There's a whole show called 40 Day Fiancé, The Other Way, that's all about Americans going to other countries to be with their supposed love or whatever. That's a great look at what fucking... There was a guy who refused to go outside with his girlfriend because she refused to, like, cover her tits, and he is like, we are gonna get stoned and murdered. We just won't go. We just won't go. I wanted to show you my homeland, but whatever. I guess we just won't leave the hotel.
It's hard.
Not everybody feels that way. Listen, I'm sorry. You know, when you think about the fact that we got the vote in 1965.
And when did Iranian women get the vote?
They don't have free and fair elections in Iran. It's not even the same universe.
We are worried. Do we have to be worried about our kids? Are there kids going to get shot because they're running through somebody's neighborhood? These are... They are not big deals, and I don't...
Whoopi, what are you doing? This has nothing to do with Middle Eastern policy. This is a domestic issue, apples and oranges. What?
mean to say they're not big deals to you, because that's
we're all
not
women,
what I meant.
and they are not doing well there either. They are not doing well in Iran. They can't go out of their house. The women...
She's realizing, bro, this is bad. Bro, even on The View, you've got to remember, like, this show is delusional to the extreme. Even over here, they're like, bro, this is too much.
You know what? There's no way I can make you understand.
Yeah, the reason why is because it's bullshit.
No, you can't just expose me. I'm actually as oppressed as gay people and women in Iran. Doesn't matter if I'm a multi-millionaire privileged piece of shit trying to invalidate actual real oppression. Dude, what a piece of work. Like, I don't know what the hell they're teaching in American school.
Sorry about that. My computer just likes doing things. Yeah, what are we teaching in American school? I'm a liberal, so I'm not for all these rumors I keep hearing that we're getting rid of the Department of Education, but I also ask, what has the Department of Education been doing the last fucking 30 years? Because, well, I don't know. It's just Hassan's got a way of getting some interesting people in that chat, because they'll make like clips and whatnot and post them on the internet that's like, Ethan Klein got destroyed by this point Hassan made, and like the video makes no sense. It's something that's completely out of context, and whatever point they're trying to make, it's like not there. Like Hassan's just word salading saying things like, I don't think those people know what context clues and research and facts are. I think Hassan's audience are really special people.
Schools for people to be this stupid. Unless it's not the school and she just turns on Hassan's Twitch stream every night. Smartest Hassan fan here. It is just absolutely tragic how many people are this dumb. I want you guys to wake up grateful every day for two things. Number one, you were not born stupid. And number two, you were lucky enough to find the Pegasus channel. Oh, baby. But yeah, dude, honestly, this reminds me of a saying, you know, being so open-minded that your brain literally falls out. Like the fact that they can sit there as all multi-millionaires, right, including Hassan, and just pretend that women are so free in Iran and Americans have it so much worse. I mean, that is just peak delusion. It is just utter propaganda.
Maybe that's what it is. Maybe this isn't left or right. Maybe this is just fucking rich people who aren't grounded and don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They just read news articles all day, and because they're rich and don't have no goddamn problems and they need to make their own, so they dive into politics. Like Hassan was saying, you know, because some cars were getting blown up during the riots, and he was saying, whatever, if my car gets blown up, oh, what, you mean my lease with its insurance, it'll cover it? Yeah, I don't know if he knows this, like most people have limited liability insurance. Most people, if their car's getting blown up, ain't getting a replacement because they can't afford fucking $900 a month insurance, Hassan. Like, what a wild thing to say. Like, he basically gave permission for people to, like, blow up his car. Don't do that. That's bad, but... that's kind of how it came off to me. He's saying rich people cars, you're allowed to blow those up because they're all leased and all have insurance. I'm sure the insurance companies will really appreciate that too.
And honestly, if you're defending it so much, please, for the love of God, go.
Yeah, what if like the shadow government, the Twitter mob, no one actually has that much power over people advocating for violence as much as the insurance companies are like, damn. If violent outbreaks just start happening all the damn time, we'll have to pay out more. Sure, we can charge more, but then no one will afford insurance. What do? We throw out a whole bunch of emu commercials. That'll get them to not be violent. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I just love the idea that car insurance companies are behind all the evil things in the government. Or maybe some of the good things in the government. I think Geico is the shadow government.
to Iran. Nobody likes you in America, bro. Leave. Let's just see how much they actually love you there. In fact, do us all a favor and take Denims, Caseytron, and Frogan. Take all of them. Take all of them.
Take them! Deport them! Let's go!
And go to Iran. They love it too. I'm sorry, your black woman victim card has been declined. Dude, women get deleted for not covering their hair. Whoopi's on a whole different planet of existence. Their audience will clap for anything. It might actually legitimately be Hassan fans in that audience. If they're called to view, then why is every host blind? Nice one. Yes, Iranian women and whatever. But what about me? It's all about me, guys. Come on. She has a net worth of 30 million US dollars and calls herself a victim. Only in America, fellas. Only in America. Anyways.
What a waste that Rosie O'Donnell threw her career on the way on The View bitching about some Bush policy shit. I don't think she had any idea what was a-coming. I'd love to see modern day Rosie O'Donnell on The View. I think they should bring her back. I think she'd actually say less ignorant things than Whoopi Goldberg, to be quite honest.
It turns out that Hassan might actually be in trouble. So Ethan posts, why is Hassan getting notes during our debate from someone named Chris CPS? And then we have this picture of like Chris CPS shared this folder. This was during their whole debate. I will subpoena Hassan if I have to.
This is the whole thing. Why do I even have to talk about politics? Why does anybody even need to think politics? The Hassan's fans were making sure to call CPS on Ethan Klein, the only person in this drama who actually has children, because everybody else are childrenless fucking losers that like to call other people incels. I mean, call Ethan an incel, that makes no sense. Whatever. But like, so was calling CPS on Ethan Klein's children, was that gonna save Palestine? I am just so confused. That's where all this drama's from. This drama has really nothing to do with politics. It has to do with unhinged fucking people doing unhinged shit. But they won't let you talk about the unhinged shit they're doing, because, don't you know, politics.
Hassan, do not erase evidence. Ay. Is he gonna follow suit with Frogans and Denims who are just trying to delete all evidence? Remember, this same loser was literally crying because he thought Ethan was going to get help from Destiny during their debate. Oh my god, he wouldn't stop. He's like, oh my god, they're gonna bring down Destiny. He's not gonna have a fair debate. I'm gonna get banned. Like, the amount of crying he did was insane. Alrighty, let's...
I heard Pierce Morgan offered these people like 20 grand to come on stream and just finish this fight, finish this blood feud, and Hassan turned it down. That's how afraid of Destiny he is. He's not a grifter enough to go for like a free 20k.
Move on to Denims. She is now playing victim, claiming that she is only being sued because she's a woman. Denims thinks Ethan is only suing women so he can farm hate from reactionary fans.
So if you would like an easy block list, this tweet, I left replies open, 1.5k replies. Easy block list. The number of replies in here that say skank, whore, OnlyFans, etc. I think we all know, Ethan, the audience that you are trying to obtain. Okay? I think we know. To pretend like the people that you're suing just happen to.
So I'm gonna be honest, the reason why I'm still following the Ethan Klein Hassan drama never ends is because like of the orbiters here. I fucking hate Denims. Denims makes me hate my own gender. There's, like, obviously, you know, this is an OnlyFans whore. Here's my boobies. Watch me contribute nothing to the world. Because, like, she's dumb. Like, she's just naturally fucking dumb. You can tell by looking at her. This all sounds so mean. But there's no out of context with these clips. She'll just say some ignorant shit that's not true. And then, but say it with, like, complete authority like it is. And when she's called on it, she, like, stares into space for 20 seconds because her brain is working as she tries to figure out, I said this thing. I'm all for Ethan suing all these fucking people. It's worth whatever fucking precedent it sets because they're a whole bunch of Karen spoiled brats that have never faced pushback in their life. Who cares what side you're on politically? Who the fuck doesn't want to see rich spoiled brats get theirs?
To be women, and that there isn't a very obvious desire to obtain viewers that are the most sexist people.
John d'Arc fucking fought for justice by going out there with a flag saying she talked to God and getting burnt to death. This chick just fucking has her tits out on stream.
People possible. Just be real for 2 seconds, okay? Just be real.
Just be real, Ethan. Isn't Ethan's audience like majority women and he hires like a shit ton of women to his companies as well? This is such a pathetic, desperate attempt by Denims to smear Ethan to make him look like a sexist. Ethan explicitly said in his video the only reason he's suing Frogan, you, and Caseytron is because you three specifically violated the copyright most brazenly and openly declared malicious extent. He held the most highest standards possible for this lawsuit and you somehow met them. I'm sure if a guy did the same, he would be getting sued as well. It just so happens that it was you three. Also, obviously, he wouldn't actually have a case if this whole thing was based on you being a woman. That obviously doesn't work in court. Oh, I'm suing this person because
Yeah, it's because they have no fucking argument to make except sexism. This is kind of like when they had the video come out against Keffels. That was just damned rights. Keffel defrauded a GoFundMe, lied, scammed. Here's all the evidence, and they're like, that thumbnail's transphobic, so just no one watched it. Like, this is all they have, is Ethan Klein is just targeting women. Because they all confessed that they were maliciously stealing views. They all confessed their wrongdoings. They're gonna lose this court case. That's why Hassan's not gonna help them out. Hassan probably would to look like a hero, but Hassan knows they ain't gonna fucking win. That money's all gonna go to Ethan. Like, and then they're deleting their VODs like that's gonna work. They don't know how the court system works, but they're so confident. Oh god. And then Denim's over here, this dumb bitch. She already tried to sue Ethan, and then she canceled the GoFundMe and said, I just realized that this will take a lot of money and time, so I'm not gonna sue him now, and I swear, next time, if I am gonna sue him, it'll be my own money. I'm not gonna ask my audience for the money. She put up another GoFundMe asking her audience for the money, because this time it's a real lawsuit, so go figure.
they're a woman. Like, how is that ever going to work? This whole thing is about fair use and copyright. But of course, this absolute idiot is trying to come up with any excuse, playing the classic victim card because you've so utterly lost this battle. And you know, in general, I don't support people calling her, you know, whatever names they might be, but when you act this vile online—
Oh damn, MorePegasus not be a fan of the awful shit. I think every woman should have a right to talk shit about denims. That's all. They say we should all be uplifting each other. But clearly, as we're seeing from these people won't uplift you, so don't worry. So, you know, talk all the shit you want. They say some awful things.
Online, it's pretty much expected.
You're on X, what do you expect? I don't want to defend Ethan, but he isn't even on there. He's not on there because he can't handle criticism, which he's admitted. There's a clip of it. There's a clip of him saying he can't handle the criticism, which is why he doesn't use Twitter anymore. But it's also in my YouTube comments, in his YouTube comments, in my Twitch chat, and in my Instagram comments. Literally, probably thousands at this point of comments that are anywhere from horror to probably the worst would be like,
Pretty sure I said I don't have evidence for this one, so no one take me at the words for this one. I think this came from Nux fucking Taku, so I don't know. Someone check facts on this one. But she started her online career making lolicon, I guess. Making lolicon and then watching fucking Avatar with her tits out. I can keep dogging on her for this because it's true. The only time you'll ever see denims without a low-cut top is in someone else's video when she's collaborating, like in the iDubbbz video. No low-cut top because there's no super chat. She's not making money off that video, so she don't care. Like, at least the other hot tub streamers and shit, they ain't lying about the fan service or what they're doing. I can't imagine being an OnlyFans chick and being like, yo, politics, that's where I need to be.
like a rape threat. I know, chatter. I know thinking is so hard. Listening is so difficult.
Adams, are you serious? You serious? Thinking so hard.
Now that's a funny name.
I hate her.
Oh, I know. So you can't sue because you're a woman? What logic is that? Listen. Oh, the BoJack Horseman. That's very fitting.
I mean, the chatter had a point. According to Denim's logic, you're basically not allowed to hold women accountable or you're gonna be called sexist. Apparently, women like Denim should be given a free pass to be as scummy as possible, and if you ever criticize them, then they can just play out some victim card and it's invalidated. I mean, aren't you the same person that was gonna sue Ethan before this?
Hey, no big deal that Jolter's dead. Techtones is a gotcha streamer and he's been screaming about these people for months because he's on Twitch and they get away with fucking evil on Twitch. I I'm just amazed Amazon hasn't fucking stepped in and cleared out house on whoever the fuck they have running, because it's just so obvious all the rules for thee and not for me. It's always been that way though. Women get away with more on Twitch than men do. Women and Hassan. So it's very weird that they're all being very sexist. Because then again, this is very Tumblr activity here too.
So what? Are you only suing?
I'm just, like I said, this is just very... None of this shit, everything these shit people are saying would be considered so problematic back in the day. It's nuts to me.
Him because he's a man? You literally started up a GoFundMe, which was, in my opinion, a bit of a scam because you wanted to pocket the money and then you were forced to refund it after your audience turned on you. And now you're begging for money online again after you specifically said you wouldn't. You just can't cry harassment when you were literally platforming the lies about Ethan's kids into...
Like this guy, Bad Empanada. We've seen this fucking clip. He's literally saying Ethan's fucking kids are living in filth and we need to call CPS and he's awful, and she's reacting to it and everyone calls CPS on him. Like, why is this guy not being deplatformed? He's doxed people, he's doxing people, he's fucking advocating to do harassment, and Twitch isn't banning him. Suspicious.
Directly leading to the CPS call on his kids, and also said that even if the CPS call happened, it doesn't matter because kids can't form memories that young.
You're not forming memories at 3 years old, and it's very rare that you're forming memories at 5 years old.
You are just an all-around disgusting individual, and you are just being held accountable by this lawsuit. Karma is finally coming around, and you can't take it. Anyways, let's...
Okay, though, real talk, if Denims ever have a kid, I think people should, like, do welfare checks and CPS fucking calls, because she seems like the type of woman where they gotta explain to her when she takes the baby out of the hospital, like, you can't feed it solid food yet, you gotta feed it milk, don't feed it eggs or do nothing ignorant like that, please. And, like, you just need to check up on that baby, make sure she don't stick it in a fucking microwave or the dryer or nothing stupid. I wouldn't trust Denims around a child. And I love how her chat took it upon herself to call fucking CPS. She's the one that needs watched.
Let's move on to Frogan. Watch out, gravity has been distorted. Every time we talk about Frogan, it's like entering the reverse world in Pokemon, like you're about to meet Giratina. Anyway, so Ethan has reacted to her GoFundMe efforts.
Frogan is always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Last to the game. It just means she's last to the game. She's always last. So she's actually doing better than Casey. So Casey's taking the fattest L. Although I laughed, her goal is 200,000. So
yeah, there was a race between all these people to get their GoFundMes up first because all three of them are getting sued and they can only get so much money out of Hassan's audience, right? So, like... Oh, dude. I can't decide who I hate more, Frogan or Denims. Frogan or Denims. I feel like Frogan's gonna grow out of whatever she's got going on. She is still very young. She can grow out of it. As I said, I was a Tumblr SJW. We go through fucking phases and shit. Frogan actually still has fucking time. Denims... But I have to give Frogan the W just on comparing the two.
she's 3% there.
200K.
She's not being modest. The other ones asked for 100K.
Right. I was going to compliment her strategy here. She has a very sad looking picture of her to garner sympathy, which I think was a smart move.
Smart.
Who fucking who?
This fundraiser is to cover any and all legal fees associated with this complaint and any counterclaims I may have against him. Ooh. I'm sure you've consulted and thoroughly thought that out with an attorney. Any bills or personal expenses I have from lost wages and damages arising from this litigation. Lost wages? You mean the money you're going to pay me?
Bro, I love how Ethan is just not in the slightest bit worried about this at all. And she is so desperate, she's pulling out all the stops. The sad face picture, the first time she's not actually looking smug. Crying about harassment in the text. Looks like the chickens finally came home to roost. Actually, I mean, none of the chickens made it out, let's be honest.
They all need to chill with their anti-Semitism, because, like, if you're gonna be anti-Semitic, then don't you believe in all the stereotypes? They all know lawyers and they're... like, I just can't wait for them. They're gonna accidentally say something racist and it's gonna get clipped everywhere. I know it, because, I mean, just Ethan's brought out the lawyers. I honestly think Nux Taku should sue Hassan as well, because he's legit doing slander against him. like actual defaming fucking slander. He got slanderized in front of an actual journalist. Like, I think if anybody should be suing, it's him. And he's the one who made a comment like, oh, and I have a cousin who's a lawyer, and it's like, of course you do. Why? I said this comment to someone in my Kanye West video too, who was all like, they all control the world, everyone knows this, and I'm like, then why do you keep talking shit? If you all honestly believe that, then, I don't know, you wouldn't keep your money in the bank, but yet you do. They didn't take all your money away, so it must not be true. You can't fucking, that's my problem. I keep trying to find logic behind crazy. Sometimes there is just no logic, and that's what makes me fearful.
But yeah, now we can use all of her clips. Boo fucking do.
I hope you get PTSD.
Based. Then Ethan talks about her deleting all her VODs.
She erased all of her content after she learned she was being sued. Yeah, deleting evidence after you learned that the lawsuit's happening is a big no. Not that I need any help eating you guys.
Here, there's just a paid comment.
yeah.
I know for a fact Frogan's videos were up. I checked after watching Ethan's video yesterday because I checked her streaming schedule.
Got it. There you go.
That's interesting.
It's not good. Deleting evidence. We don't delete the evidence.
going on?
Come on.
You know it's bad when Ethan is pulling out the Donald Trump impression. But yeah, if anybody didn't know why deleting the VODs is bad, it's because she did it directly after learning that she was about to get sued. So it's considered trying to hide or delete evidence, so the court can automatically assume the worst of it.
There's a specific word, spoliation.
Spoliation. It's when you're accused of committing a fraud or civil offense, and then you erase the evidence.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, by doing that, if we want to bring up the deleted, we can presume the worst from what she deleted.
Mm-hmm.
We can presume, oh, you erased all these.
Do they, like, not know that, like, your YouTube channel isn't sacred? Said Ethan's probably got all these clips that he gave to his lawyer. That's what discovery fucking is, where the prosecution and the defense get all the relevant information and then share it with each other. Like, Frogan's lawyers, like, don't worry, Frogan, your lawyers will get the fucking videos too. This shit, like, you guys are, these people are gonna lose their whole fucking lives to Ethan Klein because they're fucking stupid. Because school, honestly, school should be teaching us this shit. You can't just go and tell fucking falsities and build all your money on fucking falsities. Start shit. Like, you fucking... the old rule on the internet used to be fucking talk shit, get hit. So, like, I can't feel bad for any of these people, but it is sad how fucking ignorant they are. How they really believe deleting VODs will make it just go away. Make what they did go away. They're cutting clips that make Ethan look bad, and they're like, oh, wait till the court sees this. Like, it's out of context and clips. What? No. This doesn't work in the real life, guys.
After you learned you were being sued, therefore you were clearly hiding something and you were committing copyright fraud. We can presume that, and it counts, right?
Right.
It's not good.
I mean, not surprised she would delete the evidence. Frogan is used to deleting absolutely everything. On her plate, of course. But honestly, I gotta congratulate her. For the first time ever in a race, she is not in last place. She is currently beating out Casey Tron in the GoFundMe. Congratulations.
He's not gonna show it because he already did, but Casey Tron's response was just her high as fuck with a Taco Bell bag crying about how she doesn't know what's going on around here. Pretty great. The greatest I'm getting sued video ever, quite honestly.
Congratulations on your first silver medal in how screwed you are. The amount as I'm recording this video is about 20 to 30K or something, not even a fraction of what will be needed for a lawsuit like this. Hassan obviously still not using any of his socialist money for his friends. Apparently even Anissa is not donating.
Oh, Anissa also retweeted but didn't donate.
What the f?
Broke ass bitches. They had to have gotten some Creator Clash money on the way out when they got bought out, though. I bet Aaron Hansen probably gave them fucking $7 million to get the fuck out of his doorstep and never look his way again. So fucking... they have money. They're just bad friends. Well, obviously they're bad friends. They started all this.
These people.
Like Anissa and...
with friends like this.
And Hassan.
Well, no, that's not true. I already said that at the beginning. Like, this shit was already a trap set out. iDubbbz had nothing to do with this. There was no reason for him to come on in on this drama. But he did, and now his career's over. He fucked up Creator Clash, and for what? So he could not support Casey Tron's fucking legal defense? That's what it was for? People need to watch some My Little Pony. There's some bad friends here. But technically, the start of all this drama was Ethan unfollowing Frogan on Twitter. That was what started all this.
Are the ones who should be rushing to defend them.
Imagine having 1.2K viewers and getting yourself into a situation where you will be dead broke after. Well, joke's on you, motherfucker. I'm already broke, dumbass.
Well, you're
Oh, debtor's prison, Casey. Be careful. There's no weed in debtor's prison.
smoking a joint. You know, you got money from the bank for that. How much, dude, you got to be spending a shitload of money if you're hitting 42 volcano bags.
Well, there we have it, folks. People were asking if Casey Tron was somehow actually rich.
Why is FGO on the bottom? Because I gotta collect some members, and I'm gonna do that while I watch my videos. Multitasking. It's wonderful.
Because she's a content creator. I mean, if you can call that content. But no.
And it gives me an excuse to be really bad at it without anybody calling me out and hurting my fragile feelings. No, it's a live service game. The grind never ends. When you're not playing the live service gotcha game, you need to feel bad about not playing it because your AP's just sitting there. That's how they get you.
She's completely broke. She admitted it, just like Frogan. And this
I don't know shit about Casey Tron. I'm kind of rooting for her out of these three because she's done nothing but bring a smile to my face while all these other bitches have given me nothing but misery and making me hate my gender. Casey Tron, though, she's just mood. I'm sorry that in her high state, she fucking aligned with Jabba the Hutt over here.
This is honestly a dream come true for Frogan, at least. She can finally work at McDonald's. A match made in heaven. I would just advise the managers to keep an eye on the stock, so to speak. You know, I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying, you know, keep those cameras ready. Keep a tally of all the nuggets, the burgers, the fries. I suspect some of them may mysteriously disappear. Now they talk about some Casey Tron.
I don't even think Frogan's that fat. I think she makes herself look more unflattering with, you know, the hijab that she's wearing for no reason because she doesn't really practice any other Islamic things. And, like, the whole point of the hijab is to cover your hair and be modest. She's got, you haven't seen them, but she's got, like, the black girl fingernails that are, like, super hard to maintain and shit. That's not very modest of her. But I don't even think she's that fat. I just can't believe that with everybody calling her fat all the time, that she sits there and eats the amount of stuff she does on stream, just on camera like that. Like, I don't know. I'd be self-conscious about that thing. That thing being the food and the people that are gonna, you know, like, if people are calling you fat, why do you give them fuel? I don't understand.
Clips of her saying that she's not gonna get sued, and then she also calls, like, Ela ugly.
Whatever.
Like,
and it's like, is that even gonna happen? I doubt it.
It's happening.
Like,
this is crazy too, but since I love YouTube drama, you know what's crazy about Ethan Klein's lawsuit here? Women really, other than like Anissa Johab forcing herself into shit and people making false allegations, you actually don't see women influencers get that far in the drama. It's funny because it's mostly men. It's mostly men throwing away everything for their pride and ego. An Illuminati or a Creepshow art's only going to show up like once every 3 years, and they've done all the evil to, you know, make up for like 30 people. But here, Casey Tron's just a fucking stoner that wasn't ready to wake up to this today. Fuck the rest of the bitches. Team Casey Tron. This isn't fair. This is not fair. I would hate it. I have empathy for someone who's just enjoying life, getting high, eating Taco Bell every day, and then adulting comes your way. That's fucking horrible.
Like, why are they doing this to me?
I explained it in detail.
It just doesn't make sense.
No, it makes sense.
An attack on me is an attack on everyone.
That was fun.
Blast you, Ethan Klein.
She is fucking funny, but this is a serious situation. She's gonna get sued and lose everything, and she's too high to fucking... Maybe she's got rich parents that'll just give her a lawyer to handle this for her. This ain't great. I know, though. This is why I love drama. It makes my brain work a lot. Because I mean, these are the average Joe. This is the shit the average Joe's watching. The average Joe's reacting to, and it tells you a lot about where internet sociology is. As I said, a lot of the shit that they're saying here, all these leftist political streamers wouldn't have flied in 2010. Wouldn't have flied in the SJW communities at all. So it's very odd.
Blast you to fucking hell. No, like, what the fuck? Oh, this no good motherfucker and his ugly ass wife. God.
Here she calls you ugly, which I thought was
Damn, Casey Tron, now I'm not rooting for you now. That's some mean girl shit right there. Why are you... dude, if a man did that, brought a woman's appearance in all of a sudden to something like this, it'd be over. They would be hunted down in the streets, but because Casey Tron's high as fucking a woman, it's okay.
Yeah, she got
His wife.
This kind of set me off because I was like, oh, hell no. This. You know what she's like when the camera turns off? Donkey!
Nah, bro, you can't do Shrek like that. That's an absolute violation, bro. I will not tolerate the slander.
There was a time where, like, I could have helped him. But now
There's
he
never
does
been a
this
time
to
in
me?
any lifetime, any multiverse where Casey.
Hey, I think when it comes to the guys talking about guys, that's your culture. Women do need to be chilling out here though, with like fucking receding hairline, fucking widow's peak. I didn't even know the short guy thing was like real. I thought people were making that up when they're like, I swipe right because the person's not tall enough. Like, what the fuck is this? We crying about objectification for all this time. Do we gonna turn around and objectify other people? And maybe I think it's rude to attack a man for their hair because we got different hairs than them. That some of them are just predestined for failure. Some of them are predestined for wonderment. We don't have their problems. It's not right. Fellow women, we need to stop making fun of men's hair. It's not right. This will be my virtue signal.
Drunk could help anyone. The person who needs your help the most urgently is you.
That there's some jealousy involved. But what I was saying was, it
She
seems
can't
like
even
he's
breathe.
got debt.
She's out of breath. Her lungs are about to collapse.
I love that her green screen background is, you know, the outside, a place where she never's at.
What the fuck?
This is what happens when you actually breathe more smoke than air. She can barely flip and function. I feel like Ethan is doing these people a favor. Maybe they'll actually get their asses in gear now that their life is falling apart and they're about to hit rock bottom. Then they read some GoFundMe donations. This one is from Denims.
$5 from Alex. Hating Jews is bad. Ethan, don't settle. Bleed her bank account bone dry. That's not my intention. My intention is just to obviously stand up for what's right.
This isn't even a morning grind anymore. We're at 2 p.m., but that's because I spent my morning making an Amazon wish list of all the bird feeders I want and all the glow-in-the-dark rocks and solar lights for my garden. I'm going to make a glow-in-the-dark, beautiful fairy garden. It might take me a few years. It might take me a few attempts, but I'm going to do it. I think if anyone wants to touch grass, they should they should feed the birds. Someone's gotta. That's my hot tip.
Right. How can you crowdsource a legal defense fund when there's a genocide happening? Kind of true. It is kind of true. There seems to be better ways.
Motherfucker tree company, I needed 3 small skinny trees removed from my property because it hasn't been maintained, so they grew in. They were gonna charge $1,200 to remove 3 skinny trees. That would have took them like 5 minutes. I bought me a chainsaw and I'm getting it done. No one accused me of touching grass. I cut down 2 trees the other day.
Ways that people, I think, could donate their money to. Now it can finally donate ethically to the Kleins.
Oh my God, you guys.
It's 100% of the.
Was organically going to donate this to the Children's Cancer Research Fund, but this seems like a better cause.
Oh God.
I'm still stuck on the Haywood.
I love that they're all donating money to a GoFundMe just so they can dunk on him. Because Ethan said, "Oh, I can't wait for you guys to do GoFundMe so I get all that money. Because when you sue for legal fees and whatnot. Like, I wouldn't waste my hard-earned labor wages memeing on GoFundMes. But shout out to all these jokes.
Did you blow me? That one.
Yeah,
that was very good.
That was really good.
Very good.
I think Tom Ward would appreciate that one.
yeah.
I was going to donate to Gaza,
HRS.
but I think you need it more. That's, in my opinion, the best comment.
Dude, these are honestly so funny, but why are people actually donating, bro? You got
For real, I don't understand this. If you were going to destroy friendships, make big gestures and, you know, throw down and do some illegal terrorist sympathizing things for this cause you believe in, how are you going to turn around and ask for GoFundMe money for a lawsuit? Like, shouldn't your audience be giving every dollar to Palestine? Like, how are you going to make this your whole life, your whole identity, your whole cause, and then turn around and be like, but I, who live in California and stream 10 hours a day, need the money more, though? You know, that they all hate America till they all become America first, till all my fellow Americans help a streamer girl out.
You gotta have some better uses for that shit. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I appreciate the content. I just wonder how much the donation amount would actually be if people weren't literally just troll donating. Because we've actually seen so many of these.
Said I'd rather go donate plasma and use it on Fate Grand Order than fucking troll donate, but like I said, Rusty Shackelford out here had to... Ethan Klein's done more to improve Twitch than the owners of Twitch, owners and management of Twitch. It's true.
These messages, and anytime I check, it's always a troll donation. So I imagine it's like half, right? And I'm not sure how GoFundMe works, like if you can refund your donation or something like that, because people who are donating a troll might actually do that or whatever. But I'm not sure if you can. Anyways, now Ethan points out that Hassan is retweeting tweets that are completely false.
So Hassan retweeted this. I'm not a legal expert. Okay, but let me give you my expert opinion.
Got it.
But posting a video.
That is basically every Hassan Piker stream. I don't understand why he's the most popular political streamer. It's, I heard this thing, I don't know nothing about it, but here's my take. Like, that's just basically his format.
Admitting you intentionally targeted specific creators and that you laid all of this out as a trap seems like it will lead to an automatic loss, right? Laugh my ass off. Okay, you want to name the legal precedent for that? Also, that's not what happened.
Yeah, Mr. I don't know legal. It's a fucking, that's a entrapments for criminal cases. This is you pissed off a person, fuck around and find out. There's nothing here for you. They don't give entrapment technicalities to people who are dumb and brag about their crimes on live stream. Come on.
I mean, I didn't force anyone to react to my video, dumbass. And Hassan retweeted that. He thought that was a really good, thing.
Bro, Hassan literally lives in fantasy land. There is no person who should ever take this guy's opinion seriously anymore. Like that one person said, he literally lives in augmented reality. He constructs reality as he sees fit in order for it to fit his political.
Dude, maybe Alex Jones tried this, but could you get away with just like being a horrible political streamer like Hassan Piker is, and then if any repercussions ever come to you, be like, that was just a character I was playing. I said to myself, I'm gonna be such a great improv artist who'd be a great character. Well, I like that Stephen Colbert, so I'm just gonna be a crazy, obnoxious political streamer. Guys, it was all just a character. I don't know if that'd work, but I might have to create a political channel just to see how far I can get with that. Maybe I'll make one for both sides. I'll just argue a different fucking point for both of them and get the views from whatever echo chamber. I'll get 2 echo chambers, but never can the 2 echo chambers ever meet.
Worldview. That is why women in Iran are not oppressed. That is why America is like the worst place in the world, yet he won't leave it. Then he talks about Hassan refusing to donate.
And show support to Denims, Frogan, and Casey Tron.
I won't, by the way. He goes, I need you guys to go show support. I won't.
Obviously, he
knows he'd be throwing away money. They ain't gonna win. Oh, get out of here, comma. Level 120 overtracked. What you doing? Why comma? Is it because she's got purple hair? I understand. I like Tiamat. She should come with us. That's all.
a ton of money, and he's going to use the ton of money that he has.
Does anyone else in that room have a ton of money? The most basic, easy test to land, right? This is a socialist, communist. These are his people. This is his.
God, Ethan looked terrible whenever the fuck this was, though. He looks so much better now. Fuck.
chance to put his money where his mouth is. And he can't even donate to their GoFundMe.
Yo, so is my Castoria. I finally decided she deserves all the grails. What's everyone else been doing for me fucking lately? Nothing.
Sorry, Ethan, but think of the Gucci bags. He can't support his friends because then how's he gonna afford another Gucci bag? It's simple Hassonetics. Like Newton, discovered gravity. Einstein came up with a theory of relativity. Pegasus came up with Hassonetics. I will actually go down in history for encapsulating all of his stupidity. This is a topic more complex than the physics of this universe. Anyways, now we gotta move on to Hassan's favorite journalist, Taylor Lorenz. If you remember last
God, Pegasus, it really is Hate on Women Day, but I think it is so goddamn cruel that everybody on Twitter lets this girl think she's a journalist and likes her tweets and lets her, like, isn't, like, at some point, like, what was done to Christian wasn't right. Why is this okay? This is wrong. I wish all the real journalists who allowed this to happen would, like, pay consequences for being a bunch of fucking trolls. This is awful.
episode, she was complaining about protests in literal Roblox and cops shooting people in Roblox, a kid's game. She literally...
There was a fucking Roblox protest? That should have made international news, quite honestly.
She just got baited by a troll and ran a whole story about it. And now she's beefing with Ethan. Apparently a very embarrassing clip about her has been leaked. Ethan hits back at Taylor Lorenz after she claims she's not a Hassan simp. So it starts with this tweet. Hassan and Taylor are friends. I've never seen Taylor thirst after Hassan once. And everyone does.
I don't even follow Taylor Lorenz, and I do know she's thirsted after Hassan. She literally did during the protest. He was like saying whatever bullshit he says, and then she just showed up like, "Hi Hassan, what's up? Oh, it's so hard depressing out here, am I right?" And then off she went. I don't even know where the hell they were protesting. Doesn't even seem like nothing crazy must have been happening, because he went home to his $3 million mansion every night quite fine. So I don't know anymore.
It very openly. I doubt she would hide it. Why does Ethan make everything about sex? Taylor responds, a girl can't even say she hopes to witness the death of Western imperialism anymore without being accused of doing it for a man. Shake my head.
Oh, I hope there's something about this. Like, could you in Call of Duty, when you get shot and like a quote from like some famous fucking general or something comes up? I just want this to come up in some game. I will make a video game just so this can be a fail state. A girl can't even say she hopes to witness death of Western imperialism without being accused of doing it for a man. SMH. You don't have to follow politics. Just know that people are stupid saying stupid shit. Whatever team you're on doesn't protect you against the person you are. Every side is these people.
Unfortunately, people found the clip.
The other thing with Hassan, he's unreasonably good looking and like cool and dresses cool.
Tell me about it.
But do you know what I mean? Like Hassan would be an influencer no matter what he was saying, because he is
hot,
very attractive and very cool and genuinely a good person too. I will say, like, Hassan is actually a cool, fun, good.
Now, could you imagine whatever country you're in just turning on the news and the person who calls himself a journalist being like, that streamer? He's quite cute and handsome. People should listen to him. I don't know. Like, I guess that one who was drunk on Fox News all the time, maybe. But, like, she thinks she's a journalist. It's so sad. She said because people were like telling 9/11 jokes or something on Twitter and pearl clutching began, but she said, it's no big deal, guys. 9/11's just a joke now, don't you know? Everyone has 9/11 parties every year. What fucking 9/11 parties are you going to, Taylor Lorenz? 9/11 themed parties, like paper plates. I guess your cake is 2 towers. I don't fucking know.
Good person.
Oh no. Oy, 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 oy. The absolute embarrassment. This is the journalist, by the way, the fair and unbiased journalist. Guys, I wonder why she always supports Hassan and she tries to meet him in public as well. Very interesting.
Hi, white woman here. I don't think he's that hot. Just saying.
Actually, dude, this is the greatest report of all time. I love how she admitted Hassan would basically have an audience no matter what he was saying. So you basically admit he's a fucking idiot who has no idea what he's talking about. And people like you only watch him because you're literally a thirsty gooner. She's the male version of Dan Clancy, bro. Ain't no way. Also, come on, unreasonably good looking. Come on. Just admit you have a crush on him, bro. You can't pretend to be a valid journalist and then goon every night to your subject. That's just not how it works. Wait, what's that? Mr. MVP, sip! So Ethan responds to the clip saying, Taylor Lorenz lies.
This is why I gotta watch these videos. I don't find Ethan Klein funny. I don't like the H3 podcast. He's got his soundboard and he's always playing sound clips. It's very Morning Zoo. If I want Morning Zoo, I'll listen to the fucking radio, Ethan. But Instagram is where he fucking shines, where he's direct people. This drama has been the funniest Ethan's been in fucking years. I haven't even read this shit, but I love it every time the fucking Instagram messages come out.
As easily as she breathes, it's no wonder that she is blacklisted from every reputable news organization. What kind of journalist drools over a subject like this? Beyond being unprofessional, it's downright pathetic. Oh, Taylor, unfortunately for you, Hassan is not actually interested. The only people he's declared his love for is Hezbollah. And you know, Hassan is a busy man. He has to visit brothels in Germany that were rated for human trafficking and had underage people in it. He's too busy letting his star girlfriends sleep with other men like the absolute he is. He simply just doesn't have time for a journalist such as yourself. Now, maybe if you start an OnlyFans or live a degenerate lifestyle, Hassan might actually be interested. Or heaven forbid you go to a Diddy party, then Hassan will be signing right up. 40-year-old woman thinks she's 20. Hassan is a 40-year-old man who thinks he's 20. Match made in hell. Anyway,
I don't know. The thing with most of these, like, streamers is I just cannot believe anybody would ever have the confidence to be like, I'm a political news streamer. I don't know shit and I haven't researched nothing and I don't have a press pass and I've never even taken journalist class or gone to college for it. But I'm gonna speak with 1,000% authority on everything. Like it's some con artist shit. It's some grifter shit. There'd be a lot of people making money off politics on the internet. But it's just like, I would never have the ego. I would never have the ego to have people trust what I fucking say about the world. What the hell do I know? I don't even leave my house unless it's to work on a fairy garden.
Tweeted this article, Ethan Klein is a raging misogynist who hates women. Excellent piece by Cat and Barge. Ethan responds, majority female audience by the way, she's mad I'm more for the girlies than she'll ever be. Many snark subreddits are majority women, but they're some of the most vile and misogynistic spaces online. Women also perpetuate misogyny. There are women who vote for Trump. If Ethan stopped, harassing young girls online, what? Enough to read a book, he might know that. What is this? This is not okay. You can't say this. Okay, even the dumbest haters don't accuse me of essay harassing women. What the F are you on about, freak? Journalist, by the way. Taylor, I think that's straight up slander. Oh my god, the Ethan Klein lawsuits are gonna start flying out at everybody right now, bro. And I have a feeling that despite your hots for Hassan, he's not gonna chip into the GoFundMe. I mean, this kind of makes sense. She's a devout follower of Hassan, so obviously she engages in the same slanderous tactics as Hassan, calling everyone PDF files or, you know, some sort of label to...
I also don't get how people are just making accusations up about people on Twitter and just getting away with it with no fucking pushback. This wouldn't have flown like 5 years ago. People got canceled for this, for making up fake allegations. Where are the rules gone? This is why paying attention to a drama once in a while is important. What are the rules on the internet? I mean, I know that's the Wild West, they're always unwritten, but it feels like we keep changing them. I never know what's okay to say and not say anymore.
Discredit everything they're saying. Also, I love how she says that if you're a woman and you disagree with her take, you're perpetuating misogyny. Yeah, apparently women are not allowed to think for themselves, according to Taylor here. The worst enemy to victims of crimes are dumb bees like Taylor Lorenz, who will use the same language for Ethan that would be used for someone who's been actually assaulted. Can he include Taylor in the lawsuit? Or just make a new one? She's awful and deserves to be penniless. Ugly just isn't enough. Now, apparently Taylor leaked a conversation with Ethan, so Ethan Ethan ended up leaking the whole conversation himself. Taylor posted a clip of her convo on Twitter, so I'm posting the whole thing. Gotta keep everyone entertained while I'm gone. If you ever meet someone like this in real life, run. She's scary good at gaslighting and crazy making. So Ethan is talking to her. She says, I'm not watching all of this. Again, genuinely hope you get help. I mean, nobody ever writes such disgusting, soulless, heinous things about your children.
I just think what they've done to Ethan Klein is so disgusting, and I'm glad for every fucking thing he does against them, because this whole, you need to get help, you're unhinged, it's so sad watching the mental break. He's the only one in this who makes sense that isn't saying ignorant shit. How do you all not see that? I know it's just a small, this group and their weird followers, but damn, like, said you could take all the politics out of this drama. They're just an awful group of people harassing a guy for not going along with whatever. Like, they don't even disagree on politics. They just disagree on whether Israel exists or not. That is it. That is the whole drama here. And for that, he deserves to have CPS called on his kids and harassed and get told that he's sick and mentally ill. It's just unhinged, this drama.
And she was basically supporting the whole story on Ethan's kids. Did I beg you for help? Did me or Ela?
Yeah, no one should be an Ethan Klein fan. He fucking sucks and isn't that funny until someone lesser. It's always worser people coming after him, and then he gets to roast them, and it revives his career. And he didn't even ask for it. It's not like that's his strategy. That's his grind. We're about to have 2 more minutes of this video, then it's time for the real video about some base stuff.
Ever beg you for help? I don't know where this hatred is coming from, really. I should care a lot about that since CPS visited. I'll always defend people's rights to free speech. NYT won that baseless defamation lawsuit, which was funded by extreme right-wing donors and part of a coordinated smear campaign. She's trying to play defense for herself. How come you don't work there anymore? I left to become a columnist. Sure you did.
I don't know much about Taylor Lorenz. I need to get educated. But what's crazy to me is she doesn't really do anything because no publication will hire her because she's ruined her credibility. So she just has a blog and gets donations, but she lives in fucking New York City or LA. It's like goddamn Sex in the City. Everyone was like, how the hell does the girl who writes the sex article afford a New York apartment that size and can buy Louis Vuitton shoes all the time? That makes no sense. I feel like Taylor Lorenz just thinks that's what she's entitled to. That's why you become a journalist, so you can get the apartment in the Louis.
You're doing fanfic right now. Well, I guess I'm cringe, Ethan. Do you think you're a young girl? That's an insane frame.
No, it's not fun. His kids are fine. He's fucking rich and he's got nannies and they gotta get traumatized by agents coming in and shit and asking them questions. No one deserves that, and CPS, quite frankly, has better things to do. Actual people that need help, and they're getting their time fucking wasted because people want to fight about desert politics that don't affect them on the internet. It's ridiculous. And then Denim said it doesn't matter though because kids don't get memories till like age 6 or whatever anyway. The woman who doesn't have kids.
Don't you think? Wait, was she referring to herself when Ethan made fun of her? She's like, you're making fun of young girls and sexual comments to young girls. She was referring to herself. No way. You realize that sounds like calling him a PDF file, right? Like I said, you are harassing myself and other young women by speculating about our lives, yet you are unable to provide a single example. This is what we call defamation. Crybully making stuff up. Shocker. Savage Ethan arc. They really should stop trying to mess with Ethan all they take our L's. Bro, Ethan is like 1v9ing at this point. It's crazy. Now she responded to the Roblox protesting. Basically, Ethan called her really dumb.
Okay, though, in MorePegasus mentioned it last video. He's got reason. There's this whole subreddit where there's all this harassing's taking place. And he's got the legal right now to figure out the identity of the Reddit moderators, and the Reddit moderators are getting sued. That's the real lawsuit to watch. That's where the real fun's gonna be, because we're gonna see what a Reddit moderator looks like in real life and see how they justify their actions and the things they've done in a fucking court of law. That sounds amazing. They need to live stream that trial. Everybody has a right to know what the Reddit monitors are doing in the legal system.
for texting like a Roblox kid or some shit. Ethan, I'm a journalist covering online culture. One of the kids I interviewed reached out. Believe it or not, there are other time zones. Shocking. Yeah, but why are you messaging Roblox kids? Then she defends Frogan as someone who deeply cares about free speech. What Ethan is doing is appalling, and this like the Frogan lawsuit. Free speech. They didn't even say anything. There is no space to solve. That's such a good one. Oh my god. Now click this video to automatically have 3 wishes be granted. Yes, I'm a genie.
That was MorePegasus. He gives the updates on this drama if anyone's interested. There's a lot of videos here, but there's more interesting drama. Who cares? Who cares about all these rich political streamers? What's Jay Kizer up to?
Jay Kizer.
Oh no!
What a wonderful thing.
Now this video I'm curious about because it's from Timothy is Here. It's only got 10,000 views. Timothy is Here and Jay Kizer were in beef. They were in drama, so this video might be biased. If anyone doesn't know who Jay Kizer is, Timothy is Here will let us know. He's way more funnier than Ethan Klein. Great. I have to make sure no one scream rapes us though.
But anyways, who is Jay Kizer? Jay Kizer is known by...
That sound came from this fella, this Powerpuff Boy that you sometimes see in the Fate streams, because he's 5-star all day.
By many people in the YouTube community for his amazing content, which consists of rants, salutes, commentaries, and these other clips. I don't even know. But yeah, in this little mini documentary, we're going to be looking at Jay Kizer and some stuff about Jay Kizer that not a lot of people know of, but is actually very serious. So let's just start with, you know, the tip of the iceberg.
Oh, this is a character. I love Jay Kizer though. He does no wrong. I did a whole stream on him. He does no wrong. He hasn't done nothing bad. Don't you go out here, and he is the king of Go anime. This isn't a lie. He's like, I'm sure Timothy is Here will do his due diligence and get into it.
The first thing that you can see on Jay Kizer's channel is his content, which his content mainly consists about, like I said, rants, salutes, and commentaries. Now, when you look into it, the most popular thing that Jay Kizer is known for is his commentary videos. Basically, he has a lot of commentary videos that are highly controversial for things.
Timothy is Here. What is this? This is not, you're not putting together a good video yourself, but they're all from a community. What he means by salutes is it's a video where you'll be like, I like Sesame Street because Wikipedia says it's been on for a long time. And then you go, you know who else likes Sesame Street? And then you list off your YouTube friends. That's the type of videos this community makes. They consider that commentary.
Things that he said in the past, like him being racist to Chinese people.
Dude! It was only Chinese people who I was racist to. And also, I am not a Trump supporter. And also, that was from the past.
This is an actual clip from Jay's channel. See, you know how, like, I'll mess with the PNG, like, woot, 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 whatever, I don't know what the screen looks like right now. Jay just goes to Google Images and points his camera at reaction photos. It's such a different version to doing something.
Past. And you should learn that by now. And yet you are racist to China yourself by making a rant on that country, but privated it. You hypocrite.
No, I'm just gonna bring this up now because this will be important for like the next chapter of this. But basically, when someone brings up something that he did in the past, like scratch his mother or like something like that, he'll basically say that it's in the past. However, I found some stuff that he's done.
Jay Kizer has coined the term past shaming. You are not allowed, and I kind of agree with this. If someone's already had their drama, already had their exposed videos, what's the point in bringing it up again? Like, so he says you can't pass shame. Like, we already did this drama, so you're not allowed to bring it up anymore. It's not that different from the other streamers, really.
Done, or some, like, stuff as well, that he will probably say it's in the past, but it's not gonna work in a situation like this. And I'll bring it up in, like, the next chapter. Now, a lot of his rants nowadays are basically on trolls such as Meatwa Studios and Screwball. Meatwa Studios is an obvious troll. Like, I do not get how people like fall for this. It's a complete obvious troll. A lot of the people that Jay Kizer only commentates on, and a lot of people he like gets into beef with, are just like completely obvious trolls. And it's just funny like to see this. But a lot of the times, Jay Kizer also makes different opinions, but the way that he does it is just a bit odd. Basically, he'll talk about how he likes something, or he's going to hate something, or he's going to be neutral. I don't even know, and I don't really care. But do you know what he does for this?
I'm a subscriber to Jay Kizer because I'm a fan. My favorite community post from him was him saying, and this was like back in February, this was like Valentine's Day, he puts out a post and he goes, March 2nd, I will no longer defend Caillou. I've liked it long enough and I don't like it anymore. On March 2nd, it's okay to hate Caillou again. Like, his internet opinions on TV shows are so important, he has to register them with the court of public opinion. That's what I find fascinating. It's like evidence that he's alive.
He basically goes ahead and say, I will like this in a certain date or whatever. It's like, huh? Like, what? Like, I don't understand this. Why give a date to something that you...
Timothy, I gotta say, you're doing some commentary here, but you really could just let Jay's clips, if you have the good clips, let them speak for themselves. I'm doing a lot of explaining here. To do your explaining.
Don't like what? Like, I don't think this is actually like uncommon for the Go Anime community to do this, because I've seen like more than one person before I knew who Jay Kizer was do this as well. It's a bit odd. I don't really get it. Like, it's not like full-on odd, but like it just doesn't make sense. Like, why are you giving a date to something like it's like some like important event or something? I will stop liking this at like, I don't know, like, huh? Another thing as well is that like he doesn't edit his videos. Like, it's kind of like normal for like most Go Anime users to not edit their videos. But I mean, like, it's like whenever you look at one of his commentary videos, he goes ahead and like plays these like clips of him being like, stop right there. This is someone speaking to you. But like, do you know what he does? He doesn't even like bother like, you know, trying to even at least like trim it out or something like that. At least
I'm gonna see what his most popular video is, because his videos are only like 2 minutes long. Gotta get a refresher on he's a good positive boy, Timothy. Stop fucking slandering him like this. My god. Here's a salute to Caillou before he changed his mind.
Wow, this show rocks. This show is about a 4-year-old boy named Caillou who has friends.
He does TTS sometimes, but I forgive it, because even when he talks in his real voice, it kind of sounds like this. Not that deep, but like robot and soulless.
And they like to go on great adventures. Caillou is a cool guy. However, it can be annoying whenever he has the Ivy voice. If you gave him this voice, I respect your opinion. Leo is Caillou's best friend. Rosie is Caillou's sister, and she is the cutest character. Sarah is great, and Clementine is excellent. And Boris...
This is his main content he does when he's not fighting with people. But then when he is fighting with people...
Hey guys, Jay here. And I have returned with a fresh new start. And also, this is my new look for 2022. What do you think of it? Anyways, I just want to say that I am so sorry for making a community post saying that I now hate my mom. It's just that I was angry at her for deleting some of my YouTube videos. And I am also sorry for wishing Joe Biden to catch COVID. It's just that I was just angry at Loki Animator and other Donald Trump haters for taking Donald Trump way too seriously, even though I'm a Donald Trump hater nowadays. And I'm also sorry for spreading the hashtag kill Chinese people.
He's got 5,000 subscribers, by the way. If anybody wants to be like a YouTuber, just do what Jay does. It's been working for him. This great fucking format.
People. It's just that I was angry about my prom.
Apparently this is what happens when you grow up on a Chromebook, though. You just find other ways to make videos, because why would Google, the company that owns YouTube, have video editing software? There probably is video editing software, though. He's just lazy.
Being canceled because of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. And I'm also sorry for scratching my mom. It's just that I was angry at her for checking my acne. And I'm also sorry that I stole my mom's camera. It's just that you guys wouldn't stop asking me why I haven't uploaded in the past. And I'm so sorry for bashing Dom's Classical Corner's opinion on panty and stocking. It's just that I was angry with him about me saying that I
My problem with him now is kind of like Timothy's here saying he's a celebrity TTS voice now when he gets into his fights. Why his drama needs to end.
Hi everyone, it's Jay here once again, and I just want to let you know that I'm officially back from my hiatus. And as you can see, I am dressed up as Joe from Blue's Clues. Yeah, I tried my best, so what do you guys think about my costume? Let me know in the comments below. Anyways, so back on June 30th, 2023, I got a hate base for something that I did back on October 17th, 2021.
Now, I believe a hate base is when you've got a whole group of people that say you suck. Why did you do this thing? I believe that's what that means.
And yeah, guys, I seriously regretted threatening to chop off Caillou's private part, because some people claim it's pedophilia.
See, now, you got people out here going into war over their politics, and then you got Jay Kizer's politics, which is I might have done a Go Animate video where we cut Caillou's penis off, and now they all hate me.
Listen, just because I threatened to chop off Caillou's private part, that does not make me a pedophile. And besides, even if I were to make a scene where I actually chopped off Caillou's private part, I would have censored it out. And according to African Vulture, if you censor out the child's private part, then it would not be CP. And plus, I actually got that from Paper Luigi 99. He actually made in his Caillou's Ultimate Punishment Day video, he actually said that Caillou sounds like a girl when he talks. So what did he do about it? Well, he actually took a 1000-degree knife, pulled down his shorts, and chopped off his private part.
This is something that took place in Go Animate videos. Like, this is high drama to these people.
And not to mention that there are even worse actions out there.
But yeah, 5,000 subscribers, and that's where this comes from. That's what Jay will say. He'll be like, Sesame Street, that's a great show. Wow, it's been on the air for 10 years. That's his great fucking commentary. I love him. Like I said, he does no wrong in my book. He's just a lazy internet user making the best out of his situation, really. And he entertained me. But then he kind of sold out with the celebrity TTS. I don't like this season of Jay Kizer. Anyway, let's see what... Because Timothy is here had drama with Jay Kizer, so I'm gonna see if that gets brought up.
At least even make an attempt to edit his videos. We just see him, like, you know, browsing through YouTube and then getting the clip of it.
Reminder, I'm going for Embers because I've got 3 Elizabeth Bathory's to care for. We're taking them all to America. As you can see, Elizabeth Bathory here has been ascended into her wonderful pink Uncle Sam aesthetic dress that glitters. Well, no, this is a real pro-America team right here. We got fucking Lady Liberty, white and blue. We got the Uncle Sam hat, and then we got an OnlyFans chick. It's perfect. We're ready for America next time we come back with a Fate stream.
Yeah, see what I mean? You know, at least, like, he could have, like, you know, tried, like, you know, to trim his videos, like, you know, like, at least, like, you know, do a bit of something, you know. But this guy does not, like, edit at all. Like, when you look at other, like, commentary YouTubers, like, Go Anime commentary YouTubers, like, I'll give an example, Screwball. What Screwball does is, like, he actually, like, you know, takes a bit of time to actually edit his video.
Well, I gotta be honest, Timothy is here. You're repeating yourself a lot and you don't got much editing going on yourself. FPS gameplay footage? What are you? Wings of Redemption invented this format 15 years ago, sir.
To make his videos look a bit more, like, well-made. But Jay Kizer, he just basically records his computer and basically just, like, shows the audience, like, what is going on. But, like, half of it is just, like, it's not easy to make out. Wait, I'm getting confused. What I'm trying to say is that, like, when Jay Kizer, like, basically records, like, whatever he's doing, sometimes it's not easy to understand, like, what's going on in the video. If you guys get me, like, that's the best I can explain to my ability. But yeah, my brilliant ability. I'm a great user on the user spectrum. But anyways, I wasn't just gonna make a video just to talk about.
I downloaded a Hatsune Miku game, Hatsune Miku, but then I found out it's a rhythm game. I can't play that. I'm not good at those. But then I found a dress-up game. Might have to play that later. And it's based off a gacha, except for this time, instead of getting the waifus, you get all the waifus, but the gacha is the clothing accessories. That sounds right up my fucking alley.
Like his content, but what I was here to talk about more specifically was the controversies that he has gotten himself into that not a lot of people know about, but some people like Screwball and even Meatwa like talk about this, and I'm gonna talk about it here because like there is some information that is actually very hidden that I found out about, and honestly it needs to be discussed into the tip.
Well, why did you wait 5 minutes to drop some bombs on us, Timothy? You could have done some editing, dude. I'm just saying.
But anyways, let's get into the second chapter. Jeepers, I'm having stuttering problems. Jay Kizer has gotten himself into controversy many times. However, there is also some accusations against him. When you look at some people that respond to Jay Kizer, they bring up actions that he's done in the past. Now, usually this is normal, because in every single Jay Kizer response, at least 2 things from Jay Kizer's past is brought up. However, some of these actions are actually questionable things that can't be shrugged off just like that. I
actually don't think there's anything to look at with Jay Kizer. I think he just lives life in his house. He's obviously, at some point, isn't someone kind of so low functioning that they're not a threat to anybody? Like, This is what he does. He makes fucking videos with his phone and posts them to YouTube, and he thinks he's doing important journalism work, just like Hassan Piker, by reporting who likes what TV show today. Like, I don't think he's worth all this drama and trolling, y'all.
I'm going to start with this one first. So basically, I once made a video on Jay Kizer, and the thumbnail, oh my days, what is that thumbnail? But anyway, I made a video on Jay Kizer, and he surprisingly responded to it. But when he responded to it, Screwball also responded to it. But what Screwball said, he said something like Jay Kizer groomed minors or something like that. But then Jay Kizer decided to pause the clip and basically say that he's a past shamer.
I couldn't care less if you got in prison because you groomed.
Stop right here, you past bring-upper. This is me.
This is what I mean. Stop right here. I don't know who the hell Young Money is. This is what the Zoomers are into, or Gen Alpha, whatever the new My Chemical Romance here is. But fucking, he just brings him in. Stop right there. I'm Young Money. You have to listen to me. Stop bullying Jay Kizer. Don't bring up his past, but like, he does this all the time now. It's kind of boring, so I don't watch Jay no more, but just the fact anybody even wastes their time trolling him, I don't know how to feel about Screwball and all these fucking people.
Youngblood speaking to you. Are you about to bring up Jay Kizer's past actions from the early 2020s?
But the thing about this is that after I heard this, I decided to try look into stuff and try, like, you know, find out if this was actually...
Hassan Piker needs to try this shit, though. Like, when the guy on the ADL brings him up on the news, just be like, stop right there. Are you really gonna bring up the drama I had a month ago when I lied about Homeland Security and said they kept me at the airport for 4 hours? You can't bring up my past. Like, I think people can learn from Jay, quite honestly.
True. Now, there was absolutely, like, nothing at all. There's no concrete evidence as of right now that I know of that claims that Jay Kizer's a groomer or had any history. So I don't really think that Jay Kizer actually did this. He probably doesn't even know what he's on about. Now, this leads us to, like, the next thing. Basically, there has been a lot of accusations going around saying that Jay Kizer wanted to see kids' censored faces.
This isn't evidence for anything, though, Timothy. Nothing Jay Kizer would ever say, even if Jay Kizer witnessed a fucking murder outside his door. The second anyone found his YouTube channel, prosecution or defense would be like, anything Jay Kizer says doesn't count. Doesn't have the mental awareness to do so. So, like, I don't know why everybody thinks this dumb shit he says. Like I said, I don't think Jay is a fucking predator or a threat to no one. There's been the Nick Bates of the world to prove people wrong on that, but I mean, Jay Kizer can't even fucking make a video. At some point, someone's too lazy to be a predator.
Now, basically, about this situation, one time ago, Jay Kizer uploaded a video where it was like an OPS member. Basically, an OPS member is basically one of Jay Kizer's OC, like one of the imaginary characters that he makes up. So basically, in this video, the imaginary character got so offended because a kid was not allowed to show his face or something like that, and the kid didn't show his face in a commercial or something, and that apparently offended every single OPS member.
He went across a Carfax commercial which featured a family hiding in trees, while the adult show...
Oh, finally, Timothy, I'm glad this is the clip you're gonna bring up. This is when Jay got offended at a fucking car insurance commercial, because he doesn't like it when trees come to life.
Owed their faces, their children not. Well, yes, I know that children need permission from their parents before they can show their faces, but that really offended Xander. And it made him hit his parents. So Xander's gonna think of something happy.
Okay, I really don't understand.
Okay, I'm being serious for a minute though. This is easy to make fun of, but like it's OPS coping is what he calls it. I think this is like some kind of thing he's learned from like therapy. He's using it in the wrong way. I think he's using his OPS members, his OCs to justify when he does something that's not in his own moral code. You're supposed to tolerate everyone's opinions. That's a hard thing to put on an autistic person. You tell them they gotta tolerate everyone's opinions, but then everyone else is allowed to get mad about politics and virtue signaling and, you know, the usual shit everyone's bitching and complaining about. But they need to learn to tolerate people's opinions. So I think what happens is, since you can't possibly live in that moral code, you just kind of create characters and say, Xander didn't like that you said that, because Jay Kizer can't say that, because that's not tolerating opinion. I think that's what's going on. I think I've cracked the code.
Understand this, okay? So, it's a
See ya, Mercury. Sorry you had to walk in on me trying to figure out internet drama once again, but it's secondary to Fate. I love Fate and internet drama. It's my thing. I'm gonna watch a video on a JRPG later, though. A bad fan game.
Apparently offensive to have your kids not show their faces to that point where, you know, you got this guy and his parents.
Timothy, though, I know you're like, you've just come in on this Jay Kizer video and just play your games and whatnot, but this kind of isn't the best commentary, I'm gonna be honest.
What? So then Jay decides, you know what, instead of punishing you, we're gonna have to, you know, yeah, watch something cool to make you feel happy, but he hit his parents over something stupid. What the... I don't understand this at all. Now, you...
Because what I mean is, like, Timothy, you know that Jay is super autistic, right? Like, low functioning. He's never gonna work a job and drive a car. Like, that's the level we're dealing with. That's lower than Chris Chan. Chris Chan can get a driver's license. Chris Chan probably could have worked a job part-time. Not Jay Kizer, so I just, like... I don't understand when you get commentary video with this. Like, I think there's very interesting things to talk about with this individual. These people just kind of laugh at him. And, like, you're like, that makes no sense. Actually does make sense if you actually, you know, try to think about things from another person's point of view. Said Jay Kizer's funny. You can make fun of him. Just don't fucking moralize against a goddamn Powerpuff PNG, please.
You could be thinking to yourselves, well, what's the harm in this? I mean, like, Jay Kizer isn't the one saying it. Unfortunately, he ends up agreeing with this as he's made a rant on this. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna do a live reaction to this. Like, I just couldn't care, like, just editing it. So here we go.
Things ever. I will tell you...
Timothy is here. You're the questionable one. Jay Kizer's the worst because he doesn't even edit any videos. Here's this. Here's my reaction. I couldn't even be bothered to edit it. Is it gonna be a fire reaction through and through, Timothy? You gonna bring us the commentary?
Reasons why I hate
Maybe this is my thing. Maybe other white women be out here being Sandra Bullock of The Blind Side, collecting all their allies for every minority and person with a mental issue, but I be out here like, everybody leave Jay Kizer the fuck alone. I don't know why this is my hill I want to die on. It's just... I don't know. Any of us could be Jay Kizer. We've all got a Jay Kizer inside of us, guys.
Them so much. One, they are really offensive towards my OPS members, as that can make them hit their parents. Two,
See, that's what I mean. He's fucking funny. He hated my... So just like if you translate it, what he just said there is, he hated on my OC, which made my OC hate his parents. Like, this is some DeviantArt shit right here.
these faces appear a lot in channels such as Investigation Discovery, Oxygen, and HLN, I believe.
That's probably all the channels his mom's watching. She's watching Lifetime and HLN, which is, if you don't know HLN is like the news, but it's like the murder news. Like what woman got murdered today and what man did it. It's basically like live action Lifetime movie. Fucking... maybe I should watch some HLN one day. I got some opinions, but not today. The Jay Kizer time.
Yeah, there's a reason for this. It's because, you know, kids have the right to their privacy. That's why.
3, they make me want to break a TV. 4,
they make me want to break a TV.
They make me want to scream. And 5.
Listen, I think that's what the OPS members thing is. I think his mother / caretaker, like, actually enforces the rules in this fucking household. Someone needs to make that fucking room of his get clean. But other than that, it seems like she keeps him off. She won't let him get Discord. She keeps him the fuck away from that. And I think she, she tells him he can't be saying this crazy shit or breaking things or acting a spoiled brat fool. So what he does is he goes online and says, Xander, my OPS member, wants to break the computer and hit the wall, but we can't. It's coping strategy. It's funny online. It makes no fucking sense to us normal people, but I think it does work for him.
These faces can lead to a big fight between OPS members and their parents.
Well, tough luck that kids have the right to their own privacy, you know? Like, I don't want my face out there to the big bad world for everyone to see, you know? Kids have the right to their own privacy, And if you got a problem with that, I don't know what to say to you.
I hope people will stop censoring out their kids' faces soon.
Okay, that is weird. I know that sounds bad that he's saying that. He sounds like a creep, but this is actually his trigger. He doesn't like hidden kids. Like, if a kid's hidden in a bush in a commercial, he doesn't like that. Like, this is a weird thing with him. Everybody's got that one weird thing, but there's something about censoring or kids being hidden on fucking the media that's like uncanny valley in his head. Like I said, I know it sounds creepy, but I think that's what's going on, because it's not always been the censoring, it's just being hidden in general.
I don't know what to say about this, honestly. Like, it's just...
Timothy, you got in a fight with him over the fucking Bush People commercial. I don't think there's anything creepy here at all. I just think this is his weird pet peeve.
He's 25 and he's making a rant about this. Like, well, I don't understand this. If he's like actually like screaming over like this and he's 25, then I'm sorry to say this, but this rings a lot of bells. Now, he still has this opinion, as a few months ago, one of Jay Kizer's biggest rivalries, Screwball, decided to go ahead and bring this up, and Jay Kizer got like so mad over it. Like, I don't know why I'm laughing. I don't know why.
It offended all my OPS members as well.
What is he? Some underage groomer.
Hey, he is not a groomer, you liar. And where's your proof?
I'm not gonna lie, Jay Jujutsu Kaisen. Oh no, my bad. Jay Jujutsu Kaisen. But I have a feeling Xander might turn out to be a pedo one day, so I might watch out for that.
All right, kids. Coast is clear. Wait for me.
Yeah, here it is. Jay didn't like this.
See, right there. That's the part that offended all my OPS members. I mean, we never saw the kids' faces. How can kids watching the commercial not be bothered by that?
Bro, who's gonna care about that? Like, seriously, how can a 25-year-old like JJ's Bizarre Adventure over?
Why did Chris Chan care about fucking Sonic's arms? You know, like I said, this is just his weird fucking thing. At least I really hope so. But all this, it's just, he says dumb shit, and these people all make things up without evidence. They just assume shit and act like it's facts. So, like, Jay Kizer's just once again doing the best he can.
Or here care about a commercial with no kids' faces, bro. Like, what? No, it doesn't end there. There's like another scary one as well. There's actually like a scary one as well, and that is the fact that Jay Kizer once threatened to chop off Caillou's no. I'm not joking. This is real.
I see.
Timothy, this drama's old. This is like 3 years ago. You really are past shaming. I'm just saying.
Seriously regretted threatening to chop off Caillou's private part because some people claim it's pedophilia. Listen, just because I threatened to chop off Caillou's private part, that does not make me a pedophile. And besides, even if I were to make a scene where I actually chopped off Caillou's private part, I would have censored it out.
Okay, I don't even know what to think about this, honestly. The fact that he basically, apologizes for it, and then he tries, to downplay it by saying, oh, if I were to make a scene of it, I would have censored it out. Like, I get it. It wouldn't have made it CP, but it still would have made it very strange, especially knowing the fact that you are in your 20s. Like, what? Anyway, the next thing that
I said, I don't know if maybe it's because Timothy here is younger, but he is just holding Jay up to a normal people's standard when Jay is, I don't believe neurotypical exists, but just isn't it, my dude. You're holding him up to an impossible standard. Just so you know, when you criticize in the future, some people might start bringing out the ableist word on you if you ever become a big number commentary channel.
that I want to cover, well, the last thing is something that not a lot of people talk about, but it's just worth mentioning. Jay Kizer, well, I don't know if he's friends with, but he likes a certain user who is called VinnyCross2005. He basically talks about him a lot, and he basically supports him. So I'm gonna assume that they're friends, but all I know is that Jay Kizer.
Okay, I already know this person's probably done something problematic, but assuming we're friends, you have to know, Timothy is here, that what friendship means in that community is they asked me to put them in this spot. That's it. It's not like they're hanging out and playing golf every weekend.
Likes them. Now, the thing about Vinny is the fact that Vinny is a guy that leaked the nudes of a minor. And to think about it, Jay Kizer, who is 25, if he's actually associating and supporting a guy that is known to do something like this, then that just rings a lot of bells. Now, I'm not here to say that Jay Kizer is a groomer and that he's a pedophile or any of that, because there is no proof of that. But the problem...
Okay, I'm just glad. I'm glad that he's aware. I just don't want this guy that got mixed up in this user stuff that's, making a few videos to get 10k views winds up talking too much out of pocket, because I don't know, I'm looking too much into it, but there really is no proof on nothing with Jay. Jay just says stupid shit and you laugh at it.
Is that he is associating with someone and he supports someone that does this stuff.
And you still support pedophiles like Vinny, for example.
Vinny's not a pedophile, you liar. And do you even have proof?
No, I'm going to admit, I do not know the entire situation of the whole Vinny Cross situation. But what I've shown there is actually proof of him doing it. But there is apparently other things as well, which are multiple videos on Vinny Cross if you want to watch. But the fact that Jay Kizer is associated with someone that basically does this, honestly, it just does not feel right at all. I just don't understand this at all. Now, anyways, my friend Murazaki too wants to be in this video, so I'm gonna let her on and she'll just say her own part.
Oh yeah. Oh, a new person, a new voice to the drama. This is actually exciting. Who are you? Gotta give a boost. Aw, dude, 59 subscriber YouTuber who's got a small voice is finally ready to take on that big Jay Kizer channel with Timothy is here to platformer. I'm hype.
Who wants to be in this video, so I'm gonna let her on and she'll just say her own part.
Oh yeah, I'm here also. Hi. Jay Kizer is pretty interesting from what I've seen. Basically, he just gets mad at trolls and also apparently wanted to cut off Kai's dingling. I don't get why gotards are like this.
Timothy is here. This is some bad journalism. You can't bring she's not even from the lore. She ain't involved in this. She's just an outsider. She just saw some things and it came on here to judge. Timothy is here. I don't think boo. I don't even know why I'm doing this whole bit. I just naturally just want to be against everybody who's anti-Jay Kizer. I don't know what it is. Like I said, it must just be my own white women disease with this one. Because he's just gonna do his thing. If no one was trolling him, he'd just be making salute videos. That is it. Like, they're creating Jay's content. I think they're all the reason Jay has 5,000 subscribers, as little as that number be.
Anyways, moving on from that, another thing he really likes to do is being really fucking loud for no reason. Like, bruh, please calm down. Stop screaming. Everything's going to be okay, my brother in Christ.
What hot takes?
And he also really hates when people don't accept his apologies. Like, people cannot think for themselves, or he's just gonna start, like, throwing shit. For no reason. Why? Basically, Jay Kizer is an immature bitch. Wow! That's so new. I totally haven't seen this, like, 10 billion times. Anyways, I'm done here.
Timothy! You literally brought a 60 subscriber YouTuber on to say, I watched some videos of him, he's a weirdo and he's loud. Goodbye. Conclusion. Woo. Be real, this is like, it's not as bad as the little Karibo commentary video, but it's not that good, Timothy. Improve. Get good. You got the voice for it.
Now, what can we say about Jay Kinder Egg? Oh my days. But anyway, the whole situation it's just confusing. I'm not here to say that Jay Kizer's a threat to children or anything like that, or like that he's a groomer.
You made a whole video about it. Timothy is here. Like I said, I don't know why I'm so mad. Why I'm holding up everybody to this fucking journalism standard. Here's my stupid fucking anime gameplay footage over me talking about an autistic on the internet. I don't know why I keep acting like there should be standards. I'm sorry.
Or whatever. But the fact that Jay Kizer would actually go ahead and support someone who would leak the nudes of a child, then honestly, it just raises a lot of red flags. And honestly, like, it's just concerning, especially knowing the...
So literally in conclusion, Timothy, I'm not saying he's a predator or nothing. Just here's all this sus stuff. And by the way, he is a friend that did CP stuff. And as I said, what friendship means in that community is... Fucking Jay will end the video with, my rants that I have coming up next, social distancing, standing in lines, rubber bands. And someone in the comments will be like, I hate rubber bands. And Jay will go, can I put you in the hate spot? Like, that's what friendship means in this community.
The fact that Jay Kizer is 25 right now. Also, in addition to every other stuff like him threatening to chop off a 4-year-old children's character's dingling off, and a whole variety of other things. In general, I'm not here to say, once again, I'm not here to say that he's a pedo, but in general, like, the whole situation is just concerning, and honestly, I have no idea what to say about this situation. Honestly, if I have anything to say about Jay Kizer, honestly, I just think the way that he is, like, you know, with all of this stuff, it's taken a bit of a concerning turn. And honestly, I'm not sure, like, what else to say. Because, you know, the whole, like, the thing about him admitting to like grooming, the problem with that is that there is no like actual like situation that is revealed yet. There's no like, I tried finding like a story about that, but there's nothing. So I can't, despite him basically saying, oh, it's in the past or whatever, I can't actually confirm. I don't really think Jay Kizer actually did groom someone.
What is up with this lolcow cringe community where everybody's fucking pedo hunting 24/7? I'm sorry, but it's like, I want to watch a Deadwing Dork stream. Oh, but just because this person said this thing about this character, we gotta bring out the fucking cult of, that's an underage character, Deadwing, don't you know? And it's like, then we gotta put a label on this person. It's like, cool, they're predators, and shit's awful, and people be getting groomed on Discord all the time. But I'm just here to laugh at a weird person on the internet saying weird things. Why do we always gotta get on our... I'm not the police. It's not my job fucking for people to get deplatformed and raise fucking awareness. I don't know why Timothy is taking it upon himself for some internet spurg with a fucking Powerpuff PNG. Probably just did it to get 10k views on this video. This video, I hate to say, has less reason to exist than a Jay Kizer video. Jay Kizer's registering his fucking TV show opinion with the Court of Public Opinion. You're just out here saying shit that's already been said before and being like, here's all this evidence to prove he's weird. He might be weird. He might be a predator. I have no evidence. But he has this one friend. Like, that is all you've accomplished in this conclusion. That is your whole video. Timothy is here. I kind of like you. I don't know why. I think you can make this work. You just gotta do a little bit better. Watch some other commentary videos. Watch some Nick Diorio or something. I don't know. Gotta work on this a bit. This video had no reason to exist.
I just don't think he knows what he's on about. But to everything else, it is concerning. I mean, him, you know, being mad over, you know, kids, like, not showing their faces. But it could be something else. Like, it could be a bit of autism. But it's still concerning, the way that he is. And especially the fact that...
A little bit of autism, Timothy. Timothy, you know better. You know that no one just suffers... You know, it's a beautiful spectrum, but you know Jay Kizer just doesn't have a touch of the autism. You know this. Unfair journalism. I should be the fucking judge of journalistic integrity. I'll make a law citation book. You violated 6 citations today, Timothy.
You know, he would like to support people like Vinnie Cross. Like, I'm not even gonna, like, repeat myself anymore. But, in general... If I have any advice for Jay Kizer, honestly, I just recommend, you know, cutting ties with Vinnie Cross, because Vinnie Cross is clearly not a good person at all. Vinnie Cross literally leaked the nudes of a child and apparently has done way worse things as well. So honestly, Jay Kizer, if I have any advice for you, I
don't know if that happened or not, but also you gotta know, Timothy, rule number 1, if that is true, you need to flash a screen cap or some kind of evidence for your point on the screen. When people say this shit, unless you give me, at least Hassan, he can put up something that like disproves his own point, but at least he puts something on the screen. I am not listening to no facts or allegations anymore unless I see some goddamn evidence on the screen. Y'all be making shit up here in internet land lately.
recommend, you know, cutting ties with Vinnie Cross. I'm sorry if people think it's opinion bashing, but sometimes I'm gonna have to bash your opinion, you know, like, because honestly, Vinnie Cross is a...
The fuck? This is the most offensive thing in this whole fucking video. There's only 40 seconds left, and you decided to opinion bash? Let this one go.
A terrible person. No, I'm just gonna end it off here. The last words that I gotta say is that I honestly need Jay Kizer to do a rant on Luke Sade. On how it's a bad drink. Man, I drank too much Luke.
Timothy, if you ever see this, can you get that Go Animate community, and I think Meatwad Studios is gone, can someone tell Screwball to, like, stop fucking around for a few months? Like, every time, it's kind of Yandere Dev-like activity. He's always got getting these rants and commentary videos. If he'd be left alone for a month, we'd finally get these rants. I've been waiting for the social distancing rant, because, you know, something that's completely not relevant in 2025. That's how backed up he is. He's still got COVID fucking bridges to burn. We need him to get all these rants out of the way so we can get the new hot shit. Get the new season of Jay Kizer. These troll videos are fucking ruining progress. Anyway, fuck Jay Kizer. Taking up all that time, making me look a fool defending him again because there's just something about, at least he does something with his day. Probably not, but I want to watch not Solomon Chow today. I'm still trying to figure that one out. I want to watch this.
Black Souls. Right, before we go any further, warrant you.
I like people who make their own weird fucking fan games to get like a culture and a rep of their own. All I saw was a thumbnail. Most disgusting JRPG, most filthy JRPG of all time, and I said I'm interested. So that's what I'm checking out now.
Black Souls. Right, before we go any further, I'm gonna get it out of the way immediately. This game has some extreme sexual topics, and when I say extreme, I mean extreme. Within it includes rape as well.
Oh man, the word's right here, not blurred out. Oh no.
I cannot show any of this on YouTube at all. None of the sexual stuff I can show. For obvious reasons, I do want to keep my channel. But I will discuss key scenes and talk about the rape itself and if it actually adds anything to the game's story or world or anything like that, or if it doesn't. And I'll critique that. I think it's more interesting to look at these things in more of a critical sense than to just sort of point at them, say they're disgusting or good or whatever you look at them as, and move on from it.
Once again, hour 20 video, and he's already making sure you know up front he's gonna make it interesting because he's not just gonna say the obvious thing. So you can learn something from video essays like this. Timothy is here.
So please, viewer discretion is advised, so just watch yourself. Black Souls, the first game in the Black Souls series, a series of dark fantasy Souls-like JRPGs made in the RPG Maker game engine, developed by Sushi Yusha Toro, or as he's known online, Eeny Meeny Miny Mo. And yes, just by the name itself, it's painfully obvious that this game is more than a little bit inspired by arguably the most influential game of all time. I said arguably, don't bite my fucking head off. Not only does it pull from Dark Souls in many different aspects, it also pulls many influences for its world from many of the great European writers of classic fairy tales. Writers like Charles Perrault, Hans Christian.
Alright, so is it gonna be like a hot sex version of each of those story tales? I mean, fairy tales? It's just a minute and it's just supposed to be a video essay, but it does kind of sound kind of like you're clutching your pearls over the fucking public domain fairy tales written thousands of years ago, like that's cultural appropriation. Fuck England. Steal their shit. They stole all the land. Or do we hate them for being colonizers, or now are they victims when their fairy tales get stolen? That's probably not what he means, but that's just the vibe I get from his voice. Like that's one of this game's sins, is it ripped off the fucking fairy tales or perverted them. Like that's the point of public domain stuff, fan fiction. Everybody's too afraid to be fucking creative. Fuck everyone.
Anderson, Lewis Carroll, and of course, the Brothers Grimm. Despite all this inspiration from many different sources, what good is inspiration if it can't hold its own in its own world and own narrative that can blaze its own?
Okay, this is not Jay Kizer. I'm talking to me. I don't got to. I'm sure this is going to be a badly written game, though. I have an opinion. I have a feeling. When you hear sex themed and RPG Maker together in the same sentence, it's usually never a blockbuster. I don't know why that is.
Own path. So without further ado, let's dive into Black Souls proper, into one of the most disturbing JRPGs that has ever been made. So Alice here allows us to create our character, which of course includes us inputting our name as whatever you want it to be, but also a starting background, with 3 being available, basically our starting classes: Knight, Thief, and Sorcerer. And these 3 can make quite a big difference early on, but late game, they don't really matter, and they don't have any sort of long-term repercussions for picking whatever one you pick. But let's go through each one, just so if you play this game, you know what one each one is. The knight has a higher starting defense and attack than the other two, and also gets a skill straight away which allows the player to drop the enemy's attack and defense within battle. Honestly, is a strong starting setup and class, and is actually very beginner friendly, as the setup here with high defense and attack makes the game slightly easier and not as punishing, especially early on. Next is the thief, and I thought this would allow you to get a skill like lockpicking, but no, you actually just get a higher speed stat and an ability which allows you to insta-kill enemies under the right circumstances, but also you get a bonus of 1,000 souls as well. Honestly,
see, it looks like the qualities, because it's no easy feat. I have RPG Maker. It's no easy feat, or maybe since I'm just not a D&D player, I'm not that good at like level scaling and doing all that. I'm really struggling with getting the numbers right and getting the attacks to hit where I want in the game, whatever. I don't see how you can take the time to competently do that unless you're already a programmer or some, competently have the battle system be good, but then the story be real awful. Maybe that's why you need multiple people on a team.
at first, the thief looks like the worst one, but
because it seems playable. This doesn't seem unplayable. This doesn't seem throw it in the trash. This is some meme shitpost.
certain stat, speed, is the king in this game, and it means that Thief is actually the best starting class to basically level up as fast as possible and get the best stats at early game. And Sorcerer, which gives a higher magic, and Sorcerer, which gives a higher magic stat and also a higher resistances stat, with the ability Soul Arrow being available at the very beginning, an ability which is a basic magic attack basically. And as I stated, which one is the best? It's Thief. Speed is the king stat in this game, the one that this game completely relies on, and what will pretty much determine your success in this game is your speed stat. But honestly, as I stated, it isn't the end of the world depending on which one you pick, so just choose whichever one you want to use, honestly. And to be honest, it doesn't really matter, so pick away. With us selecting our background, we can also pick a starting gift from a master key, a life ring, a piece of candy, or a divine blessing. Honestly, again, it doesn't really matter. It's very much like Dark Souls 1 with the starting gifts. These are very much used for sort of routes that you're going to take within the game for your playthrough. For example, in Dark Souls, the one that most people always recommend you take is the key, which allows you to unlock a certain door very early on that will allow you to get a better weapon. It's very much used for people that are more experienced in the game, but honestly, again, it doesn't really matter. These aren't big enough changes, and you can get all these items in the game later on as well. So just pick whichever one you think would be advantageous to you. It doesn't really matter, but some of these items, or one of these items, is used within a specific quest in this game, which I'll get into in a minute, so keep that in mind. However, the very next question that Alice asks us is if we're in...
Oh, here we go. Are you interested in carnal acts? So far, that was all, like I said, looks like... I mean, because I'm trying to wonder the intent, if this is some sex game, because, like I said, why would you put all the effort into the battle system and making sure that go? Because no easy feat. You got all this shit in RPG Maker. True, you're not writing a straight code. You're clicking... But it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work just for, here's the horny game, so there's got to be something to it. Just because something has topics that you don't like, you know, and things that can be really offensive to people or really triggering for them, that doesn't mean the art doesn't have, you know, the right to exist. It's just some people can't be exposed to it, and you shouldn't play. I don't know. Like I said, it's very nuanced it's a very nuanced subject here that I've tried to enter when I am this high, but it's like, art is art, and shit that's not real is shit that's not real. Don't force it upon people if it offends them. Don't shout it from the rooftops. But, you know, if you'd want to just, like, be like, hey, what does this say? What are they going for? That's okay. It's okay to have these topics. And like I said, it's got to be obviously more than just a shitpost game. If they put all that work in the fucking battle system, it means they care.
Interested in carnal acts. A fun word, and for those who don't know what that word actually means, because I know not everyone knows words like this, it just means sexual stuff. The game allows you to completely turn off all the hentai scenes, which is good, honestly. It is good that it allows people to turn it off, but I didn't turn them off, because I wanted to play this game in its original state, as the creator intended, and also because I wanted to torture myself. But again, I can't show any of that, but no, I did suffer through all of it. With all our questions answered, we can now begin the game proper, with Alice telling us that we will meet her again at some point, and then she decides like she don't know nobody. Well, that ain't too good. And now we enter a dungeon. It's exactly like the start of Dark Souls, with us being stuck in a prison cell. We have no escape possible at the moment, but after waiting a couple of seconds, a young female soldier appears, killing both the guards rather effortlessly. Now this is Holy Knight Jean, and I'll be honest, I'm not going to voice any of the female characters, it does my voice in like hell. But she is the first of the 10 female companions that we will meet within this game, and yes, there's 10 of them, and no, I'm not going to voice any of them because, again, I don't want to do my voicing again. But she fills a similar role to Oscar of Astora from Dark Souls. She helps to break us out of our jail cell, unintentionally compared to what Oscar did in Dark Souls, but she does help us break out, and following her path.
So is this just like a sex fanfic of Dark Souls? I don't know anything about Dark Souls. I've played some Bloodborne. Played a few minutes of that. I don't know shit about Souls.
We can meet up with her, but along that path, we also enter our first bit of combat.
I play good games like Grocery Store Simulator, you see.
So let's talk the gameplay of Black Souls. Now, Black Souls, honestly, at first, its combat is quite confusing because it doesn't really explain anything, which I do like. I like when games don't explain shit to you and you just gotta work it out. But of course, it's fairly basic turn-based combat. You attack, your enemy attacks, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. You take one action per turn, it's simple as that. But the thing that caught my eye was this meter, the AP meter, which needs to charge up in order for you to attack. So this game is all about speed. So if an enemy is faster than you, they will most likely attack first in combat, or at worst, they might attack multiple times before your AP meter can completely charge up. But this fact itself also applies to you. In Black Souls, your success in combat relies heavily on your stats and setup, as worse stats can be offset by some very powerful support buffs from summons, but if you never get the chance to actually use them buffs, you're basically done for. However, this does mean, like something like Dark Souls or any other Soulsborne game, early game, it's pretty tough. But late game, you get so over leveled that you can just wipe the floor with everything in the game. At the end of the game, I started one-shotting everything, and if it didn't, I would get 3 or 4 attacks before the enemy could even hit me. The game gets very, very easy, and a lot of people said this game was as hard as Fear and Hunger. It's not. This is a pretty simple RPG in my eyes, and I never really struggled with it, but it's still good fun though, I will say that. I do like the combat system, I just wish there was a bit more challenge, and there is a challenge mode in this game, which I might come back to and play, but at the moment, not right.
Most disgusting JRPG, but you're not more, like I said, he probably agrees, probably just like, let's just discuss the plot or something here, I don't know, because it sounds like the battle system's good. I'm not gonna play it. I said, because I don't know shit about Souls. Maybe if there was another game like this. It is very interesting, because usually, like, if it were like a horny post, none of this effort would be put in. They'd just be stealing hot anime waifus from fucking AI and making it work. But something's going on here. I'm very curious.
Right now, beating enemies, just like Dark Souls, you may receive a fun...
But all I've gotten is, it's 7 minutes in. Hopefully you're just getting it all out of the way. We've only gotten the battle system. Haven't heard about the crazy fucking gameplay.
Variety of different items, which can be absolutely anything in the game. And of course, you always get souls. And like Dark Souls as well, I'm going to keep fucking saying it, souls can be used to purchase items, skills from many vendors, and of course, to level up. By defeating our first enemy, we can finally regroup with Jean, and she fully introduces herself as Jean d'Arc, hailing from Orleans, obviously a Joan of Arc character.
Did this mother heckin' game, this game that's already a Souls property, are they copy infringing our girl Joan d'Arc? Now, if we know there's an evil version of her that's mad that she got burnt, they're ripping off the greatest franchise since the Bible, which is Fate Stay Night. Fucking appalling. I'll get this game canceled today.
Or the fairy tale retelling of her story, but she explains to us that the world is in ruins with demon beasts and a mysterious fog plaguing the...
I might have to for a Fate stream. Might actually have to learn about the real Joan d'Arc. He was kind of spectacle there. The fairy tale version of the story. I wonder if the fairy tale version of the story is the one I know. Is fucking John d'Arc a fairy tale? Have I been lied to? Is this bitch not real? Why'd he say that? And he has kind of an accent that's different than mine, so that must mean he's smarter. I don't trust any of them commentary news channels, but I'll trust this man. John d'Arc's fake. Confirmed.
The land, with the fog turning humans into these beasts. I wonder where they got the fog from. Fucking demon souls, obviously. She says that she will help escort us out of Fort Ivan to safety, so she joins us while we make our way out of the fort. Of course, there are monsters along the way you can engage in combat, but you can also explore the area, grabbing a variety of items that we can utilize within our journey later on. But as we are approaching the end of the fort, for Jean, just like Oscar, she asks us to lend our strength to her in her quest to fix the world. Unlike Oscar though, he did it in a place of pleading, with him dying there, and Jean's doing it more like, hey, you want to join me and we can go change the world? So yeah, she's not gonna die. But she states that even an undead can become a hero, which is what we are. We're an undead, kind of like Dark Souls. Again, I'm going to keep.
Is this like Dark Souls? Because it's it's Fate Stay Night. I mean, I'm not gonna act like a total Fate Stay Night simp. There's a lot of tropes and whatnot. All the animes do the same shit, but just very weird that it's John. And he said fairy tales. He was saying like fucking all the public domain classics. I think this is history. I think this happened. I don't know. I'm gonna have to ask AI if this bitch was real.
Keep saying it, but we can either just completely stay silent or we can promise her to help her. Doesn't matter what you pick, because 5 seconds later a funny little dragon pops up and burns Jean to death as well. That is a horrible way to die, with Jean dying there. Now of course we don't die to the dragon, but we now get into our first boss fight, akin to, again, the first boss fight in Dark Souls, which you're
Is that from Dark Souls? Because that looks like the generic RPG Maker monsters that it comes with. I don't know.
meant to lose. This is the Hell Kizer. Now, as I stated, you are meant to lose this boss fight. You're not meant to be familiar enough with the combat system at all, but if you do beat the boss, you get access to a very powerful weapon, the Drake Sword. So honestly, it is very much worth beating this boss if you can, as this weapon will carry you to the very late game and can even beat the game for you. Yes, it's a bit boring because you don't really engage with any of the other weapons, but honestly, the weapons aren't different enough to really warrant you picking and choosing. The weapons are very similar to a game where you just upgrade it over time, as each weapon is sort of just in a hierarchy. So honestly, getting a great weapon early on, it just makes the game a bit easier and something less to worry about. But losing or winning to the boss, we are transported to the Holy Forest, and this is our Firelink Shrine, in which we can light our very first bonfire, which are our respawn points and allow us to refill our health and flasks when we get them, but we can also fast travel from them. So they're pretty much your central place that you'll go to restore health, items, refill them, and also get around the map, especially late game when you need to teleport all over the shop. But we can also meet the Prayer Master.
Hey, you came here too? I guess I was carried here is a better way to put it. No worries, this ain't the Netherworld. This is just a place for those who became wanderers to make the first step, the center of the board. I see. Seems like there's something you want to do, right? Maybe you're hoping to save the world, or maybe rule all of mankind?
YouTube review show comes only once a year in my YouTuber's life, but it's just someone who, you know, I've got like, what, 100 views on a video. I appreciate him, but it's like, it's nothing, right? Like, I'm not gonna be like, oh man, I'm gonna go make it. I need to go move to LA and live in a clout house. I got 100 views on a fucking video, right? But it's like, very interesting. What gets your video push? Because I can't believe he didn't put what is filthy and raunchy in, like, he put the trigger warnings in the beginning. Yes, this is true. But he hasn't shown any examples about it being like a filthy sex game. Like, you'd think he'd put a hook like that in the beginning. Because this has all just been the fucking gameplay. This sounds like any other RPG in the fucking world. I just don't know what we're gonna get into. Because there's been no indication of nothing yet.
Doesn't matter to me either way. But if you've got souls to trade, I'll help you. Spend time in this forest as you like. That's fine too. Though I gotta warn you that there are demon beasts lurking just outside of here. So try not to die. But since you're undead, that's not something you need to worry about. Oh, And do find Leaf before leaving. She's not like the other fairies. I'm sure she'll be of use to you.
The Prayer Master acts as our level up guy, and also our main vendor for consumable items. We will use him very commonly for all of our needs, specifically for leveling up our character specifically. But also down some stairs we can meet our blacksmith.
You, who? Want weapon strong? Then keep all I make strong.
Just like the many smiths of the Dark Souls and whatever other universes we can think of, he is a friendly face that allows us to power up our weapons to make them even stronger later in the game. But of course, we need to find items to do that, so we can't utilize him quite just yet.
But we can also meet the crestfallen hero, someone that seems to be a hero from before our time.
See, I don't know. Most filthiest game ever. If someone charged me with, you know, the fucking task of make a sexy JRPG, I would have made a blacksmith who makes you weapons that are more powerful based on how many times you've gotten laid in the story. Like, you collect, like, elements or attacks for it, and, like, depending on, because it's just game progression, right? How many cutscenes, how many whores you've hit up, the more powerful your weapon is. It feeds off, like, the sex energy, man. How am I to believe this is the most filthiest sex game ever if the blacksmith just is a regular fucking trope blacksmith? Where's the sex store? Where's the sex sword, sir? Dare I say, you're not... He's an alligator. Could this be? Dare I say a Doug Walker joke? This whole game better not be a fucking big-lipped alligator moment. Just better not be a trick. Fucking fedora wearing, monocle wearing, goddamn alligator. Head can't tell me about the fucking this. I'm sorry, I'm fucking high. I don't know what I'm on. I'm trying to give commentary here, but it's been a lot of here's the game mechanics, which are interesting. This is true, but where are the fucking sex swords?
Now, Black Souls is a true man's RPG, and I mean, it is very open-ended. Like Dark Souls 1, we are given an objective to kill the 4 demonic princesses from this guy here, who is very friendly, who are in differing locations. Again, this is pretty much the same thing as Dark Souls. We can tackle these objectives in whatever order you want and in any way you want. But there are also many side quests scattered about the lands and characters to meet along the way, so we do have a main final objective to chase, but we also can engage with some smaller side objectives to keep us going, because we won't really be engaging with them princesses till much later in the game. Now, for this video, I followed a guide which ensured that I hit every single side objective and main objective within the game completely, as I didn't want to miss a thing. So it ensured that I got all the side quests done, I did all the companions and got them all recruited, and also ensured I got all endings, which is very good and it was very nice to have. But with enough rambling, let's get rambling. We begin our journey in the Forest of Abandoned, a simple area which allows you to figure out the combat and exploration part of the game. First up in the Forest of Abandoned,
These really do look like some fucking... I might have to check. I might have to load up RPG Maker, but I'm pretty sure those are all the default enemies that come with the game.
we can meet our first companion that we can...
I don't think anything's wrong with, honestly, just making an RPG out of the default RPG Maker things. Like, are people afraid to have imagination anymore? This is just a video game complaint, but, like, everybody immersion all the time. It's like, I can look at this, right? It's like, there's the trees, there's the path, there's the fucking fairy sprite where the plot's gonna happen. Go to fairy sprite. I can make up in my head how beautiful and mystical the forest looks. I don't actually need it. Like, the idea is there. If this is just the default shit, I don't know. It looks like they got a pack here. But I can tell the scene they want to create. Like, you know, color, place, and oh my god, it's the first part of the game. Can you believe it's a fucking forest? This has nothing to do with this video or nothing. I just think the kids nowadays don't got no imagination no more with the video games. They need the 4K graphics, and this is why the Switch 2 cost $8 billion and they'll have to sell their home. I don't fucking know.
Recruit Leaf. Leaf will be basically essential for your early game in Black Souls due to how strong her abilities are, especially early on. And here we can find a very important item for the game, the anti-fairy.
Oh, you came just at the right time. These days really go too far with their bothersome blanks. Just today, they've torn off 16 leaves of mine. Well, you'll see a bit more mobile than I am. Why don't you punish those noisy flies for me? Give me that remote, all you'll need is story.
This is why I just Valley Girl or fucking skip scenes during Fate Grand Order, y'all. You're a real hero if you're a voice actor. I just can't. It just feels cringe. Like, I feel like everyone's gonna make fun of me and write bad things about me on a bathroom stall if I ever dare to fucking voice act. Like, it truly is an art. You truly gotta learn how to be cringe and not actually be cringe and be good. Like, I think Lucy Pyers talked about this shit because she wants to be a voice actress. And, like, I watched those videos because I was doing the VTuber thing. And at first I was like, this girl's a meth addict. Whatever, but she does talk about a lot of interesting things. I am a happy subscriber to that channel because just shit she talks about that I don't ever bring anybody else up. Yeah, you gotta have like a level of cringe to you to be a voice actor. If you can't get past that wall, you ain't gonna make it. It's why I'm too afraid to even try. Like, that's how fucking scary it is. Like, this ain't his stuff here isn't even bad. I don't even think it's bad what he's doing here. I just can't imagine being in the apartment and saying these things to the microphone. Just, I'm a little scaredy cat.
The anti-fairy, which we will not use quite just yet, and also a character who will be part of a much wider quest.
Oh, dude, no, Demon Cringe is the best thing ever, you see. This is a cheat code. This is a fucking cheat code. Because one day I'm going to put up a bad video with a bad take, and everyone's going to be like, Demon Cringe, you're the worst ever, and I'm going to be like, guys, do you see my username? I post cringe. Haha, I fooled you all along. It's fucking, I watch too much drama videos and I'm always thinking, how would I have gotten out of this situation? How would I have handled this? And like what I said with Hassan, just be like, I was playing a character all along, guys. I didn't actually say that thing. It's the ultimate fucking strategy. Everyone, someone hire me as a YouTube agent if you're gonna make it in this world, or a PR. I got your back. I know every move you can make.
Tortoise Knight Adamant. Oh, an adventure. Can't breathe well.
I got Grocery Store Simulator going. I don't know if y'all seen it. That flower paid for this store. This is a real store now. I'm proud of it.
This trash-filled forest. Oh, forgive my rudeness. I'm called Adamant of Andor. Please accept this as a token of our meeting. Oh, and allow me to warn you. Among other things, you may find a talking flower somewhere in this forest. The mucus of it, I heard, can melt even the sturdiest armor. Be cautious, I say. The Lost Empire. I heard of it, of course. In the past, it was brimming with energy, but ever since the Queen went mad, it's filled with demon beasts. Sadly, I have a different destination now. A joyous happening it would be to cooperate with another adventurer in bringing down such foes. Oh, and be wary of the white fog. Such fog heralds danger. A formidable foe may await you beyond it. With Adamant giving us some good world building and a clear objective of what to do, we continue forward to the witch's house, ensuring we don't pick up any items along the way, because inside we can meet Hansel and Gretel, and if we pick up any of the items, they turn into demon beasts. And no, I can't.
Has anyone fucked yet? This is supposed to be the sex filth game. 2026, y'all. Get ready for my Fate Grand Order porn. I have RPG Maker. We can make video game, guys. We might have to cheat and use AI because I can't draw or make graphics, or sometimes we got to go to spriteresource.com. It's okay, everyone. We can steal from Nintendo. Fuck them. They're rich. But, like, I got this. This isn't a sex game. Said I would have made a fucking sex sword by this point. This is just some Dark Souls stuff. That's one of them fancy English speaking games. I don't know.
Can't do young children voices. I lost that ability many years ago when my voice decided to go very deep. So I can't do their voices either, and I'm not going to voice them because it will destroy my voice and I'll be out of commission for a few days. But giving them the piece of candy that you can pick up from the start, you can make the boy very happy, but we can head upstairs and we can meet Dorothy, yes, of Wizard of Oz fame, with her being rather aggressive and, what's that option right there? What does that say? I guess we should talk about it.
I had the rape mod in Sims 2. Because I had this weird thing going on with Sims 2 and Sims 3. You can't do this in the first Sims, and Sims 4 looks stupid. But, like, I just had an obsession with letting the Sims live their lives. Like, the family I'm controlling, no free will for them. I'm God, I need to control everything that happens in the house. But for all the Sims outside in the neighborhood, I wanted them to, like, live their lives. There was mods for this. Like, they could all, like, I'd create, like, a whole bunch of fucking OCs. And, like, Titus from Final Fantasy X was there. And, like, next thing you know, you'd get alerts like, Titus has hooked up with Kagome Higurashi, like, shit like that. Like, it was just fun to do. And I downloaded the fucking rape mod, because I'm like, well, it happens in real life. I can't just let my characters, my Sims, live a fucking fantasy world where nothing bad happens. It was... I don't think this game is gonna get raunchier than that mod, is all I'm gonna say.
Now, Alright, I'm gonna keep this very brief because I honestly think this is something that I don't
And I was 16, so no past shaming.
need to just ramble on about. So in Black Souls, you can rape any of the female characters and a couple of the male ones that you meet along your
Okay, so it is like the Sims 2 mod.
journey. Now, do I think this feature is necessary? Kind of. I think the feature, well, yes, shocking, and it's meant to be shocking. It does tie into the game's themes and also does tie into the usage of the many older fairy tales with...
Okay, that's what I'm saying. If it fits into the theme, like I said, like, some people shouldn't play it. Some people shouldn't get exposed to it, and you'd be a fucking weirdo if you're like, this is my favorite video game. But like I said, it's still a work of art, fucking work of media. It is what it is. And if it's part of the plot, it's when it's gratuitously brought up and has nothing to serve anything. That's when it's fucking gross and with
the game's world and story. The old fairy tales, they weren't exactly...
Yeah, dude, didn't like, Dude, because I know Little Mermaid is the worst. I actually did read the original Little Mermaid. That's just awful. It's amazing how they just got, you know, fucking... Well, I mean, I argue the Disney Little Mermaid's not my favorite either. You're gonna sacrifice your life and kingdom for a man you knew for 10 seconds? Calm down now, girl. Whatever. But, like... God, and Cinderella got her shoes cooked, and they were all, like, propaganda. Either it's like it worked this way, I think. It was either propaganda from the fucking king to tell you how to raise your children so they'd stop acting a fool, or, you know, lessons for the kids to learn because the Bible's boring sometimes. And then you got the favorite one, which is we're criticizing the government, but we didn't use names, so it's okay. That's how they learned symbolism and all this cool literary shit back then, was so you could talk shit about the king. Thank you, England.
Completely squeaky clean, and many of them did have themes of sexual assault in them. They weren't as explicit as this, but they were there. But within the game, you never actually need to engage with this mechanic, so by that statement, no, it's not necessary, and honestly, you could take this out and the game would still functionally be fine. But as an RPG as well, it does add a level of player choice, and it does allow you to play the most evil fucker in the world. You can play as that evil character in the fairy tales that did all those things. But honestly, I think its presence here is valid.
I mean, and are we even gonna talk about that Pied Piper man that was attracting all the children with this fucking flute? Or was he, like, bringing the goddamn Black Plague into people's villages with the fucking mice? What was Pied Piper guy up to? Who was kidnapping children with the flute? Which one did that? When's he getting a fate servant?
Validated in a weird way. I know that's really odd for me to say, but it does tie into the game's themes and everything about fan.
Did Pied Piper get a fucking Fate Grand Order servant? Because if they don't make him Ryunosuke from Fate Zero, if they don't make that like the fucking catalyst, not that the Pied Piper's god or anything, but he's got to look like Ryunosuke, you got to, because he was Pied Pipering. This game doesn't look bad. And like I said, and he said it's also a fucking choice. You don't have to... If you're gonna be a bad person, rape is something that bad people do, right? So it actually makes sense. And you don't have to play that way. You don't have to get exposed to this. They put a lot of thought into this game. I thought this was just gonna be like one of those shitpost Steam games where it's like $1 and it's like, LOL, wanna rape hot girl? But no, it's got things going on. But most disgusting, it sounds like we're supposed to be dunking on it. That's the emotion this YouTube title provokes in me. But this could also just be a title to make sure it shows up on my dashboard and gives impressions. I don't know.
Fantasy and the messed up side of having fantasies in that way. But the good thing about this game, though, is the mechanic is never presented as a good or positive thing that you do. It is always the negative thing. Whenever you use it, it's always seen as bad, not only because you lose certain characters, quests, so on and so forth, but also the sin mechanic in the game heavily punishes you for engaging with it. So it never actually makes the action of rape a good thing. I know, brave statement from me, a man. Rape is bad, of course, but I think the game does use it in a way that is okay. It isn't there for the sake of shock value. While many people will say that, I don't think it's there for that reason. I think it's there more to tie into the game's narrative themes and the world's themes as well. So it does, I think, warrant it being there in a weird way. There are plenty of other stories, games, whatever, that have these in them that are just there for shock value. But Black Souls does sort of build a case that, honestly, it kind of needs it to tell the level of story that it's going for in a way. But as I stated, you never actually have to indulge with this mechanic. So in that way...
Now, is there a chance that maybe there's a fucking fan game of Black Souls that like tries to copy this and is worse, and they just build up like, okay, this game did this thing that some would find disgusting, but they actually did it in a way that made sense and it deserves to exist on a piece of art. And then just like rug pull half an hour into the video, but here's an actual piece of shit video game that sucks. Like, that'd be cool. I just don't see the most. I mean, like I said, what's happening is disgusting. This is true, but it's also not real. It's a video game, so it just seems like a very harsh title. This game doesn't look terrible at all.
It's not really needed, but I'm going to stop rambling because honestly, I don't.
And like I said, mad props to all the people who can make really cool shit in RPG Maker. RPG Maker kind of looks simple, but there's a lot going on. Said I can attest.
Really know how to explain why until we get more towards the endings of the game. So I'm going to save that for later. So let us continue. But we can ask to become her apprentice, with her being reluctant, but she agrees as long as we fulfill a request for her to kill 3 targets: the Cowardly Lion, the Tin Woodman, and the Scarecrow. Which, damn Dorothy, okay, I didn't realize you guys were like that now. We agree to this quest, however, and now we head out to hunt them. But outside we meet a...
Wait, hold on. Let's see. Check my... Like, I could make this. That's what we should do. Fuck doing the singularities. Fuck doing the singularities and this stupid fake grand order. I'll just write my own, and they'll be much better because they'll have Sonic the Hedgehog instead of Charles Henry fucking Sanson. We can make these. We need to do an RPG Maker stream. You can make a visual novel on there, no problem.
Another individual. Sinner will. Damn it. I must do it. If I waste any more time, if I don't gather determination. Who are you? Are you of the Black Trial? Oh, so you aren't. Better off ignoring me then. You're still here. Wait, I have a good idea. Hey, you, cooperate with me. It won't be a bad deal, I promise. These children, Hansel and Gretel, they are my family. You saw them too, right? At this rate, they'll turn...
But what they gonna do with Hansel and Gretel? Is this gonna be like a Caster from Game of Thrones fucking incest plot? Place your bets.
And into demon beast soon. I've gathered souls somehow to save the children, but I'm not prepared. I want to feed souls to them, but I'm too nervous. I can't gather the courage.
Honestly, I might make a visual novel on RPG Maker just to have one, and then I can just put the gameplay in later if I want it to be something else, because that's all I'm really struggling with. I've watched all the tutorial videos. I know how to use the switches in the events. It's just I suck at math and fucking attack equals this, and what should my first boss, what should their stats be? And I tried to ask ChatGPT for help, and it makes it complicated. But I really enjoyed my time making a video game, pretending to be a programmer, a video game developer, and I'd like to do that again. It was really fun.
You understand, right? I need that medicine. With it, I'll be a fine hero. There's a girl named Elma living in Rottenburg beyond the sewers. Can I ask you buy the medicine from her? Here's the advance pay and a small reward. So Cinderwilt seems to be associated with Hansel and Gretel, being their older brother seemingly. But he seems fearful of a group called the Black Trial, and he asks us to find a girl called Elma and buy a match from her for him, some medicine. So we oblige and we note down the request and we tell him we will be back with the medicine. But from here we move towards the warehouse up north, finding the Cowardly Lion inside, and we murder him. With the Cowardly Lion murdered and the warehouse looted, we now head back out and head towards the Behemoth Ranch, where we can find the Tin Woodman and kill him as well. But also here we can find Goose, the goose that lays the golden egg. Goose goes on about being captured by the 3 little pigs and everything, and we agree to save her, and we use a master key to unlock the chains off of her. And she will now return to the Holy Forest, and she will act as a bank for us to store our souls in. So when we die, we don't lose them forever. Now we fight the Scarecrow and kill him.
Brains, give me your brains.
And head back to Dorothy and become her apprentice, and she rewards us with
does Dark Souls have fairy tale things going on, or is this just exclusive to this game? Like I said, fairy tales I think is done shittily by Disney and other properties sometimes. I'd like to see something more dark and edgy, but not like Hot Topic, oh look at me, villain, plot twist, evil Peter Pan from Once Upon a Time. Like, this actually looks very interesting, this plot.
I can't show any of that on YouTube. Yes, she has sex with us. How fun. But with this, we now obtain Dorothy as our first, as a summon, and summons like Dark Souls can be leveled up. So how do we level up a summon? Well, surely we get an item like you do in Dark Souls or Elden Ring. No, you use souls to level them up. So the souls you earn, you...
A Souls game gacha would be cool. Like, sometimes you gotta like, oh, I want to take on the boss, but I need 900 souls to roll on Jolter today. I guess the world ain't getting saved, and then like that's the punishment. Every time you play gacha, fucking villagers die. Every time you play gacha, fucking hospitals go out of business. Like that could be the lesson of the game. Yes, I need to get on RPG Maker. I got some ideas.
You have to give to them and they level up. And we have to do something called Soul Feed. So what is that? I just want you to guess. Just have a fucking guess. Just guess. What do you think you have to do with Soul Feed? Yeah, you have to fucking fuck them. Of course you do. In one way or another. And I'm...
Actually, that's not what I thought. I thought it was gonna be like, gonna hit up all the fetishes. Like, you'd be like, oh man, you gotta feed this guy 8 billion chicken McNuggets on camera.
Not going to explain what souls actually are in this game, but I'm sure you can figure out why you need to do the deed with them to soul.
Is it Coom? Is it?
Or feed them. Feed them. Like, come on, guys. Like, put 2 and 2 together. I'm not going to completely spell it out for you. Anyway, though, moving on, we head to Rottenburg and find Elma in her store and buy the cheeky little match that was requested, and we can now head back to Wilt, giving him the medicine. Have you brought the medicine?
Yeah. So, because this person made a fan game on RPG Maker, you get to make a video with 200k views and call it the most disgusting JRPG. Sounds like you don't even hate it. You just probably use the title to clickbait. That's fine. Whatever. But it gets that. But our boy Natsu gets to make a fucking gotcha plot with fucking people, fucking servants to get one over on others. That doesn't really happen all that much. The H scenes are gone, lost to time. But like, why is it okay when Japan does it? Why is it okay when they do it? In their hentai, and their doujinnis, but when we do it in English, by God, get your YouTube video fucking pearls clutched.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. You're truly a good man. Well, no point in delaying it. I'll drink it all at once. Ha! Incredible.
Do you guys think in the Fate route, Rinto Saka fucked Archer at some point for mana transfer to help heal? Did that happen? I feel like it should have happened, like that's actually what you would do, but I don't know. I'm just throwing conspiracy theories.
I feel like I can do anything. Now's not the time to dawdle. We must share the souls with the children. He now heads in with him wanting to feed souls to them. Yeah, that was his plan all along. He just wanted to fuck the two.
I mean, as cool as Archer is, I can't keep forgetting that he is fucking Shiro Emiya, so he is a loser. So like, nah, he would never. He'll kill himself before he fucking disrespects Rinto Saka by even asking for that.
Two kids. So to save the kids from this horrible fate, we kill Wilt. and killing him, Hansel and Gretel thank us, but state that they are running dangerously low on souls, and they need to be fed souls. For fuck's sake. Now this is entirely what the loop of Black Souls is. You meet a character, you do something for them, they're low on souls, and you fuck them. Yes, you have to choose. You could either choose to fuck one, the other, or both of them. I'm not going to keep going on because this was...
I mean, ain't this how real life works when you don't have money? I'm sorry, that's horrible.
It's fucking weird, I will be honest. I did not enjoy it. So let's just move on and forget about it. With Hansel and Gretel saved, we can now head out and head back to Rottenburg, and we can save a cute dog as well and confront the Iron King in the mansion.
Annoying. Will every woman turn useless so quickly? Who the hell are you? Only a fool would step into my bedroom uncalled. Your stupidity deserves death. Not to mention your...
Well, that's quite ooh.
Man, I shall trample you flat.
Well, fighting the Iron King and killing him as he has killed a few too many maids because his lust seems insatiable, we can enter the back room and find a maid, Victoria, who thanks us for saving.
I bet you, though, if I go onto the Pornhub.com, and I would never dare, but if I go to that hentai tag, and even though there's not always the best plot in Pornhub Hub, well, what the fuck do I know? But I have a feeling I've clicked on some hentai before, and then I realized I don't need this in my life. I'm not gonna lie. It doesn't do it for me, but I feel like I've seen all this in hentai. Like, it's okay when Japan does it.
Her, but guess what? She also needs souls. She states that if she does not receive souls, she will forget everything and she will go probably hollow. So let's fill her up, for fuck's sake. I can't do it anymore. We oblige with this request, giving her 1,000 souls, but she gets a bit too.
But you could say, at least this is just saying the quiet part out loud, at least... Because, like, well, the fucking harem animes, no one gets laid ever. That's the fucking point. I don't see how people get turned on by that thing. No, the guy's always a fucking buffoon who always, you know, is getting smacked and beaten by these violent, misunderstanding women who think that, like, he fell on them and grabbed their tit or whatever. I don't get it. Is that's the point? No one ever gets laid in a harem anime. Does anyone have an example of someone having sex in a harem anime? We know it didn't happen in Overlord because he's a fucking skeleton, so that's why I didn't watch that show. I said, that's a skeleton. This show isn't sexy. This isn't hashtag my anime. And I checked out of that one. Like, did an American make this game? Is that why it's fucking got more going on?
Frisky and takes 5,000, which, fuck me. Lass knows what she wants and she got it. But with Victoria doing it with us.
If someone can point me to a video essay or some kind of think piece to actually explain to me why fucking, like, I could see having like a waifu, like being into, oh, I like Ryoko, she's my type, or this person from Love Hina, they're hot. I can see that, but like you can't, do guys actually like put themselves in the headspace of the main protagonist character? Because they suck. They always suck. Shiro's kind of cool though, really, as much as I hate. But just thinking of him as a harem protag makes him fucking suck, because characters always do. Are they meant to be so bland that you put yourself in their shoes? Or is that just the joke that they're the most unnecessary character? If you took Tenchi out of fucking Tenchi, nothing would change, actually.
Probably 5 times in a row, which, Jesus Christ, stronger the man than me. We now get Victoria as a summon, and honestly, she's probably the best companion in the game, especially once you get her ultimate ability, because it is just extremely powerful. And honestly, very much worth the price of admission of 5,000 souls, because that's honestly nothing. But moving on, we can head to Fort Ivan through the door downstairs, which, yes, this is the place we started the game at. Why are we here? Well, we're here to find a very key item to save a certain someone. We obtain Jean's ashes from where she was burnt by the dragon. Now, if you didn't kill the dragon earlier on, you'll have to kill the dragon here now.
By Jean, he means the character Jeanne d'Arc. Dragons? France? How suspicious.
Now, so it's honestly better to kill the dragon at the beginning because you get the sword for it. You get my point. But with this item obtained, we can now make our way to the...
But can you fuck a dragon in this game? then we know they're copying off Fate Apocrypha for sure.
Prison cells where we started, and we can save the Hair Knight from his prison cell. You? Who are you? I thought it's that bastard came back. There are no other locked doors on the way out, right? I can finally leave. My name is Limiraj. I came from Andor. I'm here seeking the phantom treasure of this country. On the way, I teamed up with a fellow knight. Damn him. Only for him to betray me. But thanks to you, I'm saved from turning into a demon beast's fodder. His name is Adaman. You two should be wary of him. Oh, and he was clad in green armor. You'll know it's him when you see it. That shithead takes pleasure in killing. Well, I'm sure we both had to kill before. But if you kill, at least do it for the sake of the world. Don't let his silver tongue trick you. Wow, what a friendly fella. Obviously, the two knights are the tortoise and the hare, that story, and explains why there's a rivalry between the two of them. But also here we can save Izu here. Not knowing me, you are still willing to lend aid. I'm traveling knight Izu. Izu, to me, kind of reminded me a bit of Solaire. He's kind of like the friend character who's on a similar journey to you. Great character, I love him, but let's continue on. Heading back to Behemoth Ranch, we can kill the hyena, obtaining the Three Little Pigs storybook, which are kind of the main collectible in this game, and you need to collect them all to obtain one of the endings.
Not gonna lie, this game seems more hype than Kingdom Hearts. Sorry, not sorry.
But also here we can kill the Bremen group of animals, and we can obtain the hidden body ability. Probably, honestly, the best ability early on. It's essentially a stealth skill. You go invisible and you can run past all the enemies, so it completely trivializes the entire game early on. And combat isn't the best way to level up in this game. The best way to level up in this game, especially early on, is just selling all the items you obtain, because a lot of them aren't worth using early on, especially the color souls items like the red, blue, green, yellow, black, white, ashen souls. It's better to just sell them and get a shit ton of souls from them, and then level up your character to get an increase in stats all around instead of a specific stat. So avoiding combat early on especially is honestly a better use of your time, because leveling up with combat isn't exactly the best way to go around it. But now we head to Jacob's mine from Behemoth Ranch, and in the mine we do a wee bit of leveling because there is actually some pretty good enemies.
Nothing wrong with that either. That's like, okay, so with the Silent Hill games, because you have the original team do the first 4, but when like Homecoming came out and the other stupid one, Downpour, the developer kind of didn't understand. He was just like, oh man, these games are dated and bad. I gotta fix the combat. Now you can get a dagger and do sweet fucking Zelda moves. Silent Hill is great. He didn't kind of understand that was the battle mechanic is supposed to be, you're supposed to make the monsters so fucking scary that you want to avoid them. You want to be scared. The combat's bad because it doesn't encourage combat. The idea is you just want to get away, get through the levels, get through fast as possible, because that's horror. That's what happens in all the movies. You're nervous and you want to get the fuck out. It built atmosphere and horror, and then they just took that out of all the new games and said, guys, we made it a good video game, and they were bad video games. That's the daily Silent Hill fucking rant on bad Silent Hill games, but this here video game developer understands.
Enemies here, which kind of go against the point I just made about combat not being great, but the enemies here drop some very good items, so it's worth killing them, and they sell for quite a bit. But we can also find Adam in here again. But also, there is a miner here, so we can save him as he's by the bonfire by giving him some medicine and yada yada yada, and also a boss fight within the mines, which is Behemoth, who is made completely trivial by using Leaf's abilities. But after doing everything in the mine, we can now head back to the Holy Forest and meet Catherine and her 2 guards. I'm sure nothing bad will ever happen to the fair maiden in any game that is labeled Souls with knights around her. That has never happened before, and the maiden always survives every Souls game they ever appear in. That is foreshadowing. Something terrible is going to happen to her. It's very obvious. It happened in Demon Souls, it happened in Dark Souls. But anyway, talking to her and wishing her well, we head back to the Behemoth Ranch and find a rather large white bull creature and milk it, which is what you do to any mysterious creature. You just milk it straight away. Why do we want the milk? Well, if you head towards the Helzer Desert, we can find these rabbits, and if you feed the rabbits the milk, they allow you to ride them, which increase your speed a shit ton. The reason we're in the Hells of the Desert is we're here to obtain a couple of key items, mainly the Desert Rose, and to also make our way into the Garden of Snow.
How's come? Oh, once again, fucking talking about erotic fan fiction and role playing. Much better than porn, don't you know? Us women gotta have our plots and whatnot. But like, how's come with the VTuber models and like even Ruler Artoria and the waifus? It's always rabbit ears that you put on. Like those, that's their outfit, is the rabbit ears. How's come there's never no rabbit demon girl characters? Is it because of plots? Because no one wants to do plots like this? Because, like, let's be real, that is kind of all rabbits do. I thought that was a stereotype. I thought that was some, like, unfair specious thing. But no, that kind of is just their life, isn't it? They kind of just eat food and not get eaten themselves and have, like, 12 babies at a time and then keep going at it. That's what they got going on.
Which is actually quite a challenging area. It's much higher level.
God damn it, I can't believe we're doing Gooncast again.
Than you'll be at this point, especially I was. So you shouldn't be here to kill anything, just use your stealth skill and make your way to Snow White's castle and get the bonfire. But also loot Snow White's castle, as all the people in there are dead, other than that white bunny, which I wonder if that has anything to do with Alice in Wonderland. Who cares though? We quickly grab Atlantic Invitation, and with that we can now head back to the Holy Forest and quickly go to Lops to upgrade our Dragon Sword to max, as within the Snow White Castle you should obtain every upgrade item that you need. With the Drake Sword completely maxed out, you no longer need to rely on Leaf or any other companion to do the damage for you, because the Dragon Sword has one of the strongest abilities in the game, apart from another sword, that can one-shot most enemies. So the game got completely trivial now here for me. But also in the Holy Forest, I did something stupid. I accidentally sold the Desert Rose, which is a key quest item, so I prevented myself from getting a very powerful item later on. I did it completely accidentally, and I didn't mean to, and I didn't realize I sold it. So this is the point where I'm just laughing at myself, and it's annoying that I can see where I got rid of the rose and lost it. But again, it's kind of annoying there's no buyback option, or there was no locked thing for quest items, which I don't think you should really ever be able to sell in any game, because that could potentially lock you out of something that is important. But after the mistake is
Sir, did you do a misclick? We all know that's a skill issue.
I made my way to the Elixir Graveyard Town, fully utilizing the stealth skill, and made my way over to the Taint.
Of course, it's coming around that time. Sure, I got Fate. Sure, Supermarket Simulator. Whatever, what am I playing on my... I'm gonna play fucking Metaphor or something at some point, I'm sure. But, like, they don't even know. That's all I'll say. Y'all don't even know. Yu-Gi-Oh! Season's approaching. It's almost time. I get this urge to play Yu-Gi-Oh! 4 months out of the year. And when will we play Duel Links? That's what we should be asking. I could play Duel Links on Steam, but I should get a new game on the wonderful, wonderful BlueStacks. And we're gonna take on Domino City. If you want to hear someone complain about misclicks, we need me to play Yu-Gi-Oh!
Tainted Bog in order to meet the Frog Princess, one of the 4 demonic princesses, and we entered a covenant with her, just like the many factions within Dark Souls entering a covenant with them. But instead of giving them an item like humanity, we enter it with sex. Of course we do. Of course we do. Now, the Frog Princess has such powerful sex with you, your level resets completely, which I hope you didn't invest too much into your levels to get the ring she gives you from entering the Covenant, which is one of the most powerful rings in the game, which is why you want to enter the Covenant.
I can't imagine being like an actual prostitute that goes out there and has sex with strangers every day. It kind of is an RPG if you think about it, because you got to put on a different class, different character. Like you got, they are different classes, because you got the escorts, which are basically, they're prostitutes, but for rich people, so it's okay, because they get paid in Louis Vuitton bags, so that makes it not illegal. You got porn stars, which is prostitution, because they're having sex on camera, but because it's a camera on it, they're legal. They got a fucking perk, you know? And then you got the ones on the street, where it's like, you don't know whose car you're getting into, but you got to get your skill points up to get that heroin, so you can live life and be in a good mood for when you deal with who's going to beat you today. And then you got to figure out, you got to get a party going, because you need the pimp, you need the guy to come around. You got to pay him like 20%, and he'll probably really steal 70% if he's Andrew Tate or whatever. But you need him if that guy over there tries to do anything or doesn't pay you. Then you got to plan for the people who ain't going to pay you. It could make an interesting video game is all I'm saying, but whenever anybody tries to do these things, they don't take it seriously, and it's just a shitpost. But I'm like, if you think about it, you actually think about all the trials and tribulations of life. Everything's an RPG.
But with our level reset now, we quickly walked back to the Holy Forest, and I quickly leveled up again because I saved a bunch of souls for this exact reason, and we can also buy some master keys from the Prayer Master. So now with all these master keys, we now head back to the Elixir Town and reach another bonfire, but we also save Izu again from an ambush he was caught in.
Oh, splendid valor, we meet again. By your aid, I was able to advance further. For that, I'm grateful. Please accept this. The wicked fog causing people to turn into demon beasts. The one who forms it, demonic princess Cinderella. She is my mother. In memory...
You never see it coming! The original most famous fairy tale that I argue is still, like, the most relatable fairy tale because, you know, step-parent drama and rags to fucking riches. Who would have saw it coming? The real villain. Fucking, that's why Elizabeth Bathory's also got a Cinderella form. Cinderella is so powerful that it's like, not a person, it's a state of fucking being.
Memories of people, she was a wise, gentle mother. What evil could have brought her to insanity? Though I've cast away the country and escaped, now I want to meet with her, no matter what it takes. Yet to enter the Lost Empire, one must defeat the 4 demonic princesses. Most vexatious, that.
But also we can find the Hare Knight as well, just above him. Like Dark Souls, the quests are odd and you just have to speak to them to progress the quest. So with these two spoken to, we've progressed the quest to the point we need to, and we can now make our way to the Sea of Trash to face the Kraken in order to obtain another key item, the Kraken Tentacle. With the Kraken Tentacle obtained and heading back to the Holy Forest, you might notice at this point, because it depends on where it happens, Goose might have vanished. With Goose vanished, you'll have to run all over the shop to try find her, but spoiler alert, she's in the Sea of Trash in the tent that you might have spotted when you went to go kill the Kraken. And inside you'll find Goose. Basically, Goose was running a scam, being a banker, but then doing a runner with any souls that you stored within the bank. And depending on the dialogue you choose, she will either completely disappear from the game entirely, you can take her as a sex slave and rape her, which, I mean, fuck, if you want to do that, you can. Or you can choose to not forgive her, and she keeps trying to convince.
Well, it's not like if he's scoffing, because he had a little scoff in his voice there, because I was thinking before he even said anything. You can rape anybody in the game if you're like, you know, taking the crazy I'm an asshole fucking route, I'm a fucking horrible person route. You can rape every single person. So it's not like, so this character doesn't get, you know, some kind of fucking safety just because they're the main character of the day, just because the plot's on them. So it's not like it betrays the plot or anything, because that's a mechanic for every single person, right? I don't know.
You to forgive her by trying to entice you, but if you continue to, you can then express your true undying love to her, which catches her off guard and caught me.
But I will say it's lame if there's not a character where you're like, okay, I'm gonna rape this character, and then it turns out they're like a fucking demon or something that was waiting for you to do that, and then you die right then and there, game over. Like, there should always be that, just because there always should.
Off guard because the dialogue felt fucking out of nowhere, but hey ho, avians and reptiles are similar in more ways than people realize, so you can confess your true love to Goose, and she realizes that she actually does like us, and she goes back to being in the Holy Forest as the banker, and we also obtain her as a summon. But now heading to the cathedral, an interesting sight is occurring. Oh, that ain't too good, is it? With the pooch being killed very quickly by our hands, we can head to the Skeleton Maze entrance, and we have 2 objectives here, and the reason we are here. One is to save Catherine from her 2 knights who have fallen in battle and turned into demon beasts. And the other is to meet a rather friendly shaman.
A visitor here. No worries. I'm a good-natured skeleton. I'm not thinking of devouring you. Oh, no. Well, let's take it easy, yes? Hear that? Song of heroism and malice. He keeps singing every day, that guy. Taken with it, soon enough, other skeletons will join into song too. I bet, all for you, it's nothing more than a piercing noise drilling through your head, ain't it? Well, what you came for? Recently, I found the spirit of a young female knight wandering through the maze. Took her under my care, still so young, poor thing. I had a body before. I know how painful it is. If only I had her body, I could have revived her. but seems like she was burnt by dragon flame, you know? Well, with her ashes and a kraken's tentacle, maybe I'd still find a way to revive her. But, alas.
The shaman here hints that a woman's spirit has been wandering the maze.
I don't know about this shaman character, though. Who's this that, like, oh, if only things had gone in this exact situation so I had the body, I could do so much. You don't even know how good I am at reviving people, my dude. Like, you just need to, like, make sure to not let bodies disappear next time. If only the body'd been here, oh, you'd see my skills, but sucks. There's no body. Once again, if Jeanne d'Arc did that to a dragon, she's got every right to be angry. I'm a supporter of Jolter here.
Lost, but she could be revived if we obtained her ashes and a kraken tentacle. Wow, it's almost as if we got them items specifically for this thing. With us already having them because the guide explained that we needed to get them fast, we hand him the items and he starts to resurrect Jean.
Well, now I'll be calling your body back into the world of living, restoring your honor, memory, flesh, and belongings. You need to firmly crave yourself into your memory, show your raw desires to the world, and make it remember how you were alive. Jean, your name is Jean. Now, return.
With Jean being revived, she's incredibly weak, so guess what we have to do?
Oh boy, this isn't good. She don't have enough souls. She'll turn like this. Hey, do something. Feed her your souls. I already did all I could.
Yes, fucking of course, we feed our souls. Now, of course, you actually have a choice here of being a more helping person and to just save her, or to take her as a sex slave, which, why, I don't really know, but this is the second time that option's popped up. But it is an interesting point that a lot of people bring up about the rape in this game.
Before he asked, though, so is sex slave and summons two different things? Like, summons, like, do they go in your pocket like the Pokemon and they come out whenever you want summoning, while your sex slaves, you gotta take them everywhere?
Game. Is it necessary? Kind of, not really. It isn't. You can completely ignore a lot of the rape, and I never actually really engaged with it until one point in the game where I needed to, but it does allow for an interesting point about role-playing. Do I think it's a good thing in general, the action? No. But if you want to be the most evil character in the world, the game allows you to really go really evil, which is cool in a sense, and I think does deserve to be there in a role-playing sense, and allows you to get more immersed in the world in a more disgusting way. This world is disgusting, that is a fact, but it also makes the role-playing more immersive and more engaging to play with and actually think about. You can play this game, as I stated, as the most evil fucker in the world.
That's what I'm saying, the role-playing options seem amazing here, because you don't have to do any of this awful shit. You can take them as summons, and every time the sex slave thing comes up with, that's an option. There's like, I need to check next time it shows that. There's like 5 different options, it seems. I just kind of wish, well, what would happen if this wasn't Black Souls? What if it wasn't Souls and it was just like, oh, sexual fucking, like, if it was a Mojo, what if they called it Mojo? And it was just like anime harem, hot anime girls, fuck them all type plot. Would it get more lambasted? Would people talk about it more? Because it could have been its own thing. They could have sold this on Steam for $12.99, couldn't they? But it's a fan game. I don't know if this is on sale or not.
And you can take all the female companions as slaves, or you cannot. But it's still a player choice that you can make, and I think it's fine the way it is. It isn't, honestly.
But also the fucking world's cruel. Like, Game of Thrones, nothing nice was happening to the small folk in that ever. It was just like, oh, we won the war, or we're winning the war. Time to rape everybody all around us. Like, that's awful. That at least gets kept to the fucking minimum in the goddamn modern world. And if you set something in the medieval, like if you want something realistic and you're setting it in the medieval period, you probably are gonna get fucking cavemaned. Because it's not like you had paperwork to prove you're a citizen or have rights or a constitution or nothing. The local government would rather you just be pregnant so there can be a soldier for the future fucking war. Like, they don't care. Like, that's just how it was. And if that's medieval fantasy, the fantasy part of Final Fantasy is that no one's getting horribly abused today.
glorified, and it is very much positioned as a bad choice because you completely lose access to those summons if you choose to take them as slaves or rape them. But I just chose to help her, so of course we have sex with her. Whoopee. Sex count is like 6 now, I think. I can't remember. I lost count, I'll be honest. But we do the deed and Jean's memories return and she pledges her allegiance to us, with her now becoming a summon for us. How nice. So heading back to the cathedral.
Okay, so you go from sex slave and get promoted to summon, I see.
Where we just killed that funny dog, we can re-meet Catherine, who has now left the skeleton maze, and summoning Jean. It turns out the pair actually know each other, and Jean convinced Catherine that she should join us, but oh no, guess
Grocery store paused. I'm invested in this plot.
what? Before she finally joins us, she's starting to go hollow. Well, wrong game. She's starting to run out of souls and she's going to turn into a demon beast. So you know what that means? I'm not going to keep saying it. It's pretty obvious now at this point. Every time you recruit a character as a summon, you have sex with them. This is how the game goes. You do it and we save her from becoming a demon beast.
I can't say they can change that up a little. I mean, yeah, it's kind of like they say in the Fate. Yeah, there's mana transfer, that's sweet, but then you got souls and blood to get the job done on the fucking short. Like, Sakura, yeah, sure, you can have sex with, you know, her in succubus mode or whatever. She needs your mana to feed anger, mind you. But you can also just prick your finger, that'll do. That's fine, that's like the slim fast. Like, you could have other crazy things. You could sprinkle in a few more plots, I think.
By feeding her. I hate that. And now she becomes another summon for us, and she's honestly pretty good. Victoria, Leaf, and Dorothy were the ones I used the most, and mainly due to their buff, but Catherine does have some decent buffs on her, so she is worth leveling up. Anywho, moving along, we now head back to Snow White's castle and into Wonderland by following that white rabbit, in which we can find a corpse which allows us to obtain each summon's ultimate ability, which are extremely powerful, either buffs or attacks, but they're very worth getting in general because they completely level up the summons in another way that makes them even more useful. But here I did a little bit of grinding, mainly because this area I think is DLC that was added later on, because all the rabbits give 10,000 souls. So if you find a battle with 5 rabbits, you get 50,000 souls. So I did a bunch of leveling here. But also I grabbed the bonfire, so
You know what this game is much better than? Because they're just rabbits. They didn't make them hot rabbit girls or nothing. But has anyone ever fucking seen Moemon? It's just like Pokemon Fire Red, but they've just replaced all the fucking Pokemon with like, they're like still Pokemon, but they got like the face of a fucking, you know, a Lolicon character or some shit. I downloaded that game just because I was like, the ROM hacks were kind of new. Like most ROM hacks were bad and didn't work. You just had like a select few and they usually weren't finished. But this one worked. And then I always thought to myself, why do I have the fucking weird Pokemon game with the weird, like, this is dumb. And then I never played it again or thought of it again until just right the fuck now. It's this game just put its monsters in. It's still an RPG. Nothing crazy like that.
I could walk back here, but then I warped back to the mines and headed past the boss I killed a minute ago, Behemoth, and headed into the valley checkpoint, meeting another guy. And yes, I can actually voice the guy, but I should really get some female voice actresses in these videos. Basically, this fella is just here to tell us about Rapunzel. She is one of the 4 demonic.
These are the Moemon. That's all they are. They said they aren't. Well, this might be a fan one because this is DeviantArt. This was basically the gist. It's a waifu version for every fucking character. I had Fire Red and Leaf Green though in like 2005 though. It wasn't as good as this. This might not be a good representative. That was the gist.
Princesses, we knew that, so heading into Gothel's tower, we start to ascend it to confront the next demonic princess. But along the way, we are ambushed by Peter Pan, so we kill him, obviously, and continue up the tower, reaching a guardian chameleon, like the one from the story in the movie, and we kill it because it is actually a dragon in this game. But killing it and moving past it, we can meet Rapunzel. And this is the exact quest I locked myself out of. Rapunzel tried to enter a covenant with her.
I actually didn't know that Pokemon had such a fetish, such a fetish thing. I don't know why I thought better of the world than I did. It wasn't, because I was a huge Digimon fan. I like both Pokemon and Digimon, of course. But when Renamon came onto the scene, that's when things got weird on my websites and message boards. That's when things started to change. I didn't know it came for the Pokemon community.
She requests that we bring her a phantom flower, the desert rose. And at this point, I realized I sold the bloody flower. So what did I do? I just killed her. You would have to kill all the princesses eventually, so I just did it now after some great difficulty, as surprise, the
Just like when Yuna's gotta kill all the Aeons in X2.
princesses are actually one of the tougher boss fights in the game. But killing the foul woman, we move along and we head back to the Holy Forest, and we can meet Elizabeth in the Forest of Abandoned. And she has lost a ring somewhere in the forest, so we quickly run around like a lunatic to find the ring. But we can also find Dorothy at Toto's grave. Yes, the dog from the film and everything is now dead, how sad. But finding the ring, we can head back to Elizabeth and we return it to her. And now she offers us a reward, which we can either choose sex, which she heartily encourages, or we can refuse, saying that we just want her as a party member. So she agrees with that, and we actually get her as a party member without having to have sex with her. What is this? Character growth? Impossible in my game. Now, next I wanted to get another one of the party members, which was a more secret party member. But to do this, you would need to get 5 sins. Sins are obtained by doing something sinful, either killing a character that you're not meant to, or rape. And this is the part where you'd have to think about how to do that without impacting the rest of the...
Isn't this how Undertale is, though? Isn't there like a genocide mode because you killed a fucking frog or some shit? Like you're just a bad person if you kill anybody from now on? I mean, this one you've got to do a lot of bad things.
Game. Obviously, you would normally engage with one of the other characters, like one of the summons, to do this. But why are we trying to get sins? Well, we need to attract the attention of the Black Trial, who are kind of like the order of people that kill people who do sinful things. They're the so-called evil hunters. I don't know, people fear them, but we want to get their attention. So we need to, unfortunately, indulge in the game's rape mechanic. Now, who are we going to do that with? Well, funny thing is, if you try to do it with any of the party members you already recruited, they refuse and just say, we can do it any time, just feed me.
See, you know, sometimes, is like you saying, no one should be out here condoning rape. Awful. Different situation in a thing that's not real, though. You're talking fantasy and role-playing. But it's like, what does it say that it's forced this guy in a situation that not many have to deal with in your usual waifu tier list and arguments, which is, if I have to rape one of them, which one? Because he has to for the mechanic of the game. I mean, you know, IRL, not to do the whole fucking speech, but it's about power and a whole bunch of awful fucking shit. It's not just about sex and who's hot. It never fucking is. But in the video game, do you use that? Do you use that when you're trying to make your selection? Like I said, it forces you in a situation where you're going to have to think about things that you would never think in the real life. And that's why I argue the media has a right to exist. It could say something deeper. This could just be a Souls fucking fan game, though. What do I mean could say something deeper? But it could. I've also been doing some Casey Tron shit, so no one listen to anything I say.
Souls, and if you do it with any of the unrecruited party members, they are transported in the dungeon below the Holy Forest and are prevented from ever becoming party members for you or summons. So honestly, you want to avoid doing this as much as possible, because if you do this, it locks you out of kind of parts of the game and prevents certain quests, which isn't fun. But there is a type of character which we can use for this role. A character that respawns over and over again, no matter how many times we kill them, rape them, do whatever to them. And that's the fairies. Like us, the undead, the fairies actually respawn, which Leaf told us earlier.
I was just automatically thinking about the fucking Versus Seeker from fucking Fire Red Leaf Green, and then I was like, oh, respawning enemies? What is it? The fucking Rape Seeker? Just fairies. I'm not reading the plot to Lost Spelt 6 till we get there, but you know, if it happens in fairy fucking verse, did it really happen at all? And, you know, no one ever talks about the awful things fucking fairies do to people. I think they have a bad rap in fucking fairy tales, too, don't they? Don't they go around kidnapping children and shit? I just know that Tinkerbell isn't too fucking innocent.
Oh, yeah. And that is exactly what this anti-fairy is for. And I had to do this 5 times to the 3 different fairies in the Holy Forest. And man, I hated doing
I might need to see some gameplay of this game. What is that? That was just a very dramatic explosion killing that fairy, and then the victory music's like... I like that.
doing this. But obtaining my 5 sins, and no, I cannot show it, and yes, you kill them each time you have sex with them, we can now head over to the Tainted Bog, and we feel a strange, dark presence among us, almost as if someone has invaded our world. But heading...
Oh god, if I were... is there a way to make it so, like, you could have a standard game? You could put out a game on each... I don't know, maybe you can make an AI do this, where, like, every 1 in 700 games is different. Someone's getting a different gameplay, like, maybe at the beginning the AI just runs a generator, fucking random. If it got the one, you got the special version where fucking fairies die when you have sex with them because you're such a bad fucking lay. What a loser. What a fucking loser, dude. Like, the fairies can't even tolerate you. They'd rather kill themselves than anyone know they were ever fucking with you. And it's just like, and you tell that to someone else who's playing the game, and they're like, what the fuck you talking about? Like, it's just you, dude.
out and running around a bit, you'll eventually be confronted by a black condemner, Miranda. And she's actually quite a tough boss fight to beat, but beating her rather quickly, because again, I have one of the best weapons in the game. We don't kill her, but she basically yields, and she states that the defeated must obey the winner. And we are given a choice. She can either become our companion, and she'll join us in our quest, or, yeah, you get the point, a sex slave. You get the fucking point. You get it now? You get the choice, okay? So of course, we take her as a companion. Of course, I'm not gonna...
I mean, companion works. I'd be rewatching that show Firefly. I love how the classiest, most, like, highly regarded person there is just a fucking prostitute. It's just, like I said, it's like classism. It's just, she's the fucking expensive prostitute, so that makes her better than most people. In this game, just call them companions and convince everybody around you. These aren't my sex slaves. They're just super awesome people that makes me so fucking awesome because they hang out with me. Don't question whether they have a choice or not. It's about how you sell it. I wish I knew more about, like, are you in the shoes of the main character in this game, or do they have their dialogue down here? Do we know what their thoughts are in the game?
I'm gonna pick the other option because I wanted her as a companion and a summon. I ain't that weird, but Miranda is honestly a pretty good summon. She is very tanky and is actually a great unit to throw out in the middle of battle to just get some bulk when you need it. But from what I gathered, she never actually learned any sort of taunt skill, which kind of made her tankiness sometimes pointless. She's a cool character though, and I really do like her design. And she is one of the only characters that was actually created for this game, as she has no link or origin to any other fairy tale that I personally could figure out, or the community could figure out. But anyway, with Miranda now being a summon, we reduce our sins really quick so we don't keep getting ambushed by the Black Trial, because they do just ambush you randomly. We can now head out to the Gothel's Tower and head through and fight another boss, some skeleton guys, and I'll be honest, I was really strong at this point, so I literally just one-shotted them. But we now reach the empty beach, and with the Atlantic Invitation, we can now open up some stairways and head down, and we can find...
I mean, Fate, that's one thing, but let's be honest about Fate Grand Order. It's just a fucking waifu monster catcher game. We don't know what happens in the My Room. No one takes the time to click on My Room and read the fucking profiles. We don't know about that fucking power imbalance between master and servant you see here. But once again, it's just more accepted in an anime fucking harem format. Because it straight up is your monster collecting fucking women. Sure, they say there's husbandos. They say they're male characters. But then why are they never good in battle? What are you trying to say, Natsu? Ignore me.
Find the Poseidon Hotel. The hotel allows you to spend a night with your party member if the party member is over level 100. You invite them into a private room and you have a saucy scene with them. Very cool, but also you can kill them here if you want to, and spoiler alert, you're gonna need to use this eventually. Heading though out of the hotel now, we can find a building called Inside Mermaid, which we meet the...
Though I think if you're going to do sex, rape, everyone getting laid, fucking plots, whatever, said You don't have to be a non-consensual in this game. I think he said that. You can actually opt out of all this rape stuff. But I think you gotta program an STD in. Some say STDs exist to make sure that no one has too much sex with too many people. It's just nature. You just can't. Where is that why we gotta kill someone? Like I said, I'm invested in where this is going now.
Little Mermaid. So is there a big mermaid, and are we inside the... You get the point. We're inside the big mermaid.
Maybe the STD will be the final boss.
Of course, we enter a covenant with the Little Mermaid, which, yes, we have sex with her, and then we kill the Little Mermaid, attaining yet another very powerful ring.
That fucking mermaid gets nothing but L's, damn it.
With her dead now, we head back to Fort Ivan and confront Beauty LaBelle, and she states that we will never confront Cinderella, the final boss of the game, the Gwyn of this world, and we are ambushed by a platoon of archers and a knight in armor, and the knight...
Not gonna lie, it is inspiring me to boot up RPG Maker. Like, I watched, when I was doing RPG Maker, I watched all the video essays on the top games. You got the Lisa games, and then you got a whole bunch of shit games. You got Fly Me to the Moon, but you don't really play that. That's just a visual novel, kind of. But they're all breathtaking and beautiful. No one ever mentions this one. This one looks fine. It's not, like I said, you don't need crazy visuals. You don't need all this crazy aesthetic. Sometimes you just gotta... This is the scene, imagine it in your head, and that's good. Like I said, this looks solid as an actual game. Why is no one talk about, like I said, why does this one get left out of the greatest RPG Maker games? And it looks finished. That's more than a lot of them.
Knight is a very big knight. This boss fight is a direct mirror to the Tower Knight.
Yeah, I almost wish, it almost needs like a rated G mode, like a completely .exe file. It just make clear, like, well, kind of, you kind of got that with Fate Stay Night, don't you? There's the H-file ones that you gotta work hard to find that have all the hentai sex scenes. And then, like, the anime just doesn't need to talk about mana transfers. They'll dance around that all day. You don't need it.
In Demon Souls. Honestly, it was kind of cool, and I was kind of like the simple pog face pointing at screen when it happened. I can't even lie. It's cool though. It's a fun boss fight. But killing it very quickly, a bunch of cats appear from its dead body and run away. But with the knight dead, we quickly head back to Elma's shop to finally proc her quest. She has a quest which randomly pops up like whenever it happens. But with it finally popping, we now see the snake within her shop. So it means that we have to reload, because if we kill the snake, she just runs away and she dies to the Pied Piper. So we...
Whatever they're doing, like, this seems also very, SNES Final Fantasy kinda, I guess, but, like, I don't usually see this with RPG Maker games, whatever they're going with just the move-in background, but then this here kind of sticks out and pops with the generic float. It's kind of cool. Said they're doing cool things here.
We now have to head back to the sewers, find the clown guy in the sewers, kill the Pied Piper, which explains all the rats in the sewers, by the way. And now we can head back to Elma's shop, kill the snake guy, and now she can make her way to the Holy Forest. It is the most convoluted fucking quest in the world, and it makes no sense, but that is what you have to do. And I think if you kill certain enemies too early, it fucks the quest's pacing up and unscripts and bugs it out, so you have to do it in this weird order. Talking to Elma now, like, of course, like everyone, Goose, whatever, she rewards us with some sexual favor and we get her as a summon. For fuck's sake, why does every character want the character's dick? I don't get it. Bro is suffering from success. With Elma as a summon, we can now see a boat appear in the Holy Forest. So heading onto it and heading out, we find another boss, the one who observes. I'm sure there is some symbolism there about people who observe stories and everything, but killing it, we reach Red Riding Hood's house and we interact with her. And it gets to the point where we can actually
So Persona 5, like, 4, well, I mean, and then going back to Persona 4, 3 is whatever, because Tartarus, but every single dungeon has its theme based on the shadow or whose fucking brain you're in. Do you think, Persona 6, green color, they could do, like, a fairy fae Midsummer Night type fucking thing where you're, like, fighting fairy tales and shit? Because we've done the Face the Shadow. We've been on both sides of it. The shadow comes to us and just hangs out with us in P5, I guess, just comes our persona because we're willing to fight the man before we face them ourselves. It's time for some fucking fairy tale waifus, am I right? They got a gacha game to sell, for God's sakes. Is Persona 4 Rewind gonna sell any new waifus? No, because most people don't like Chie and Yukiko, and fucking Marie's annoying. Who do you got? Margaret? Fucking P4's got nothing to throw in the waifu game, quite honestly. Are they gonna make this gacha work? We'll find out later.
Purchase her as a summon. Of course, that comes with some sexual service, with, you know, whatever the fuck it is. But finally obtaining her, we now have all 10 companions obtained, which was my objective. So now we head back to Snow White's castle and...
Well, look at Natsu once again. He made a fucking pretty epic plot, really, all things considered. And had marketing and waifus going on. Gacha wasn't even a fucking thing yet, but he knew. He knew he could sell hot girls and anime. He'd done it with Tsukihime already. That fucker knew. I think whatever project you're working on, if you want to be an indie game developer, if you want to be a book writer, just, if long as you got waifus as part of the goal, you know you're gonna fucking succeed no matter what. It just seems like a life hack for business and art creativity, quite honestly. Thank you for my TED Talk.
Fulfill her request to kill the other princesses. So I quickly go kill the frog princess, and once she's dead, we can now head back to Snow White, enter a covenant with her, and then kill her, killing all 4 of the demonic princesses. So we've done all of it.
I honestly thought this was just gonna be a video, look at this cringe, awful, stupid sex game on Steam or something. This has been quite interesting. This looks like a very interesting game with a different mechanic that I will say is quite fucking brave. Quite fucking, like, is the person who made this, their name just out there? The Twitter mob ain't after them? Well, I guess the Twitter mob's got more important things to deal with. Like I said, you gotta kind of prioritize, like, real things. Fucking damn. I didn't think I'd walk away impressed with the RPG Maker fucking game here.
And yes, we had sex with all 4 of them before we killed them all. I don't get the point of it, don't ask me. But with all 4 princesses killed, we have all 4 of their rings, or I would have if I didn't fuck the Rapunzel quest up, so I had 3 rings, but you get the point. Each one gives you a very powerful ring, which all do very specific things, and basically make your character into God. But with the 4 princesses dead, we now head back to Fort Ivan to basically start our way to the final boss. But quickly we head back to the Holy Forest, and we can meet Izu there.
The Lost Empire was the most splendid country it was. Queen and knights, people of all stations, all were pure, poor, yet strong, filled with a dry warmth. I studied in many advanced countries in the south, and yet haven't even found one more charming than the Lost Empire. But why did I go this way? But why did it go this way? I cannot imagine Mother wishing this. The 4 demonic princesses lay slain by your hand. I'll go now. The Lost Empire is finally but a few steps away.
How nice from Izu. Some leveling later and obtaining a ring from Leaf, which allows us to attack twice in a single action, which is honestly way too powerful and made it so sometimes...
Seems like they're, like I said, my brain's kind of dumb when it comes to, like, talking about battle technicals and video games. But it does fucking seem like it's letting you go. He said this was a complaint, like, you get overpowered towards the end. It's one of those games. It's going for the Harvest Moon fucking dopamine strategy of, yeah, it's kind of super easy now, but that's fucking awesome. Like I said, they've got some real gamesmiths back here. Is that what they call them? That's what they should call video game developers. Video game developers, that's fucking nerdy. Call them gamesmiths. That's for the title of the people who make the good games. So not David Cage.
I would hit 4 or 6 times before an enemy can actually hit me. We can now head to the Great Wilhelm Bridge and be confronted by a rotting hell Kizer.
They've got the fucking rain effects. They had that fireball come in and the light it up, and they got a spotlight effect going here. Fucking, it said it's good game making.
The Drake we killed at the start of the game somehow has come back to life, so we kill it again, and reaching the end of the bridge, we meet the 2 knights again.
Die, you asshole! Oh, it's you. Please, aid me. He suddenly assaulted me with his blade in hand. Please, I need your help here.
With us choosing violence to kill both of them and seeing through the deception, we kill them very easily and deal with them immediately, ending their quest line, as it was very clear they were just trying to trick us into trust. You might ask, what is the point of their quest? Well, it unlocks this area, and heading through this area and into a secret area, you can find a large white dragon, which guess what? Kill it. Once you kill it, you obtain the Moonlight Greatsword. Yes, the same greatsword from all the Souls games, and it is far and away the strongest weapon in the game. So we finally replaced the Drake Blade with the Moonlight Greatsword, and we fully upgrade this fine blade.
I mean, is it really a fan game, or is it more like fan fiction of, I got this hot concept for a rape game, the rape RPG, whatever. Like I said, I'm oversimplifying it like he's doing now. But like, I'm not creative enough to come up with my own weapons and shit. And if I just call it this thing that everybody knows what it is, because a lot of people play Dark Souls, like I said, you can just use your imagination. You know what you have. Said, I really do, just more kudos. I really appreciate the games that don't need to hold your fucking hand and let you have an imagination.
And now we basically one-shot everything with its ability. But with us fully kitted out and ready to go, we now enter the Lost Empire, the final stage of the game, in which we fight quite a lot of powerful enemies, which give us a good number of souls. But slowly but surely making our way through the castle, we eventually reach Bell again, and the beast is also there. They ambush us, of course, and a boss fight ensues, but again, we are so powerful that I one-shotted both of them. And with Bell defeated, we have three choices: kill her, rape her, or let her go. Now the funny thing is, if you want to get a certain ending, you cannot let her go, because if you let her go, she is removed from the game and you can never obtain her fairy tale book. So to get one of the endings, you need to either kill her or rape her. So pick whichever one you want and just move on. You will have to kill her eventually, so it's probably best if you just kill her. But moving on from that, we now get into the Garden of Grief, and man.
So we learned that you gotta kill someone at the hotel, so do you like invite her there?
This is an interesting area, isn't it? It looks like the world itself is collapsing in on itself, like it's all a fake world made up for a story that is just starting to collapse in now. But reaching the boss of this area, the Pumpkin Carriage, and defeating it very easily again, we can enter the Path of Dreams, and we are assaulted by a certain Vanguard.
Sinner Croc, you took souls of 5 innocents.
Let's replace all the fairy tale characters with their Disney counterpart and let's take all the crazy sex shit out of this game, make it more marketable here. That's what I thought Kingdom Hearts was gonna be. I thought we'd have some crazy fucking, like, we'd be going into battle with like the actual villains, not these heartless fucking Organization 13 motherfucking shit. They said this game looks good. Looks interesting. Looks like the JRPG we've been wanting. Just a shame it's got this rep on it now.
Your soul is black with taint. It is our duty as the Black Trial to get rid of you. Resign yourself.
And this fucker is tough. If you don't kill him fast enough, he seems to just have an insta-kill move, so you need to kill him very quick. And a couple of close calls in my fight later, we enter the final hallway up to the last boss, and we can meet Izu again, and he has something rather interesting to say.
We meet again. It seems in the end, I truly couldn't do anything myself. Mother is just ahead. Please, I have but one request for you. Kill my mother. Her existence brings only suffering to the human world. And please, take this, so that where I failed, you may succeed. Please, I have but one request for you. Kill my mother. Her existence brings only suffering to the human world.
Izu reveals that his mother is Cinderella herself, and that her existence is only a detriment to humanity, and she needs to.
So if you kill the actual Cinderella, does that mean the stepmother gets the W? She was right about that fucking kid all along? What are you trying to say, game?
Die. So we oblige with this request now. Now, before you enter the final room and confront Cinderella, if you head back to the Holy Forest and enter the Room of Reminiscence, you can actually equip Izu's armor. Now, if you enter Cinderella's chamber with this armor, we get a very different scene. Of course, first we need to kill her 2 guards, but once we do that, Cinderella believes that we are in fact her own son Izu. and she rapes us, which is not as horrible. Because incest and everything, honestly, this is fucked as well. As Cinderella's first thought upon
Oh, I thought this was like a Black Souls fucking fan game. It's just Tsukihime.
seeing her son is incest, which, damn, this game really is Japanese completely. But we did that to obtain another ring from Cinderella herself, as this allows us to enter a covenant with her. But now we actually have to fight her. If you fight and lose to her, by the way, she takes you as a slave herself, which she is the only character that does this, which is kind of odd to me. Going past that and actually fighting her now and defeating her, she leaves behind a fog gate, which
I didn't pay attention to the plot because I'm trying to get through fucking shit on my personal game. But isn't that Kama? The Kama chick in Fate Grand Order, isn't she kind of exactly like this? Like I said, this seems like this could just be Fate Grand Order, this fucking game.
we can either touch it by ourselves or with another character, a character that you have made a good relationship with. Basically got
Well, that's just not true. This one looks fun to play.
over level 100. So at this point now, we are on to all the endings. Yes, I know that was actually pretty quick, but the game's actually pretty simple when you take out all the exploring out of it. So let's start with ending B, touching it ourselves, which is kind of a funny way.
I mean, I don't think this game, like I said, this game, well, I mean, it was made by Japan, so, you know, we gotta question some things. But, yeah, rape, IRL, it's awful, but, like, I'm surprised it didn't go for that. Or maybe that is what it's going for, which is this thing that you've been doing willy-nilly to everybody. Well, it could easily be done to you just because you were weaker than me. Haha, we said something about society. Did you guys know that sexual assault is bad? Like I said, we're not gonna sell that game that short. That is not what it's going for. But like I said, role reversal very quick.
Way to phrase it.
Oh, that sucks. But maybe the person who made it just, you know, they didn't have a composer on hand and didn't want to put just Persona music in it like I did.
Okay, it's a bit of an unsatisfying ending, which is clearly stating there is more to find, and it is explicitly telling us that Alice is out there somewhere and that we should try find her. But what about if we touch it with another person? So if you have a character that's over level 100 for any of the female companions, you get what in most games would be like the ending romance.
Oh, bad ending? Well, bad ending, you don't deserve music, you fucking scrub. You shouldn't even be here, so why should we have to compose a song for it? That's what every ending fucking game over screen should be. Why should I have to pay someone to make music here just because you can't fucking beat the level, loser? That's what I'm gonna write in my video game.
Scene, if you think about it, the game that I thought about immediately was like Fire Emblem Three Houses, where you can pick a character that you want to marry and then you get an ending cutscene with them that is like, oh, happy, they lived happily ever after. It's that sort of thing. But this isn't a nice game. These aren't good endings. Apparently there is variations of these endings, a good one which...
Why is this here PNG tuber wearing a fedora though? Sussy alligator. You're not... Nah, dude, his voice checks out. He's one of the good ones. He's not Toon Critic. It reminds me of Toon Critic. Just replace the alligator with the red fucking pony and it's like, haha, we found him.
Which is like a fake out ending, and the true like version of that ending, which is the bad ending. I couldn't seem to get the good ending to actually proc. I could only get the bad ones to proc no matter what items I changed on my character or whatever I did. But the bad endings in my eyes are the ones that you're meant to see. I don't think the good endings should be taken as good endings. They should be taken as sort of fake outs. But anyway, let's go over each girl, shall we, in order. First off, Miranda. You both go on a journey which leads you to fighting the remaining demon beasts in the lands, but it never seems to end, with demonic princesses rising up over the ages and you going to kill them.
Wait, is this the art of the fucking visual novel for when it's time for a dramatic scene? Is this it? I wish Fate Grand Order did this, quite honestly. I'd love that.
Over and over and over again. It seems to be a never-ending battle. But the pair, you and Miranda, fall deeply in love with each other on the battlefield, loving the moments you spend with each other, with Miranda even wanting to have a child with you. How romantic, surrounded by the blood of war. But Miranda's heart is on the battlefield, so you keep fighting even when you want to
See, that's how they get you. That's how the game's actually gonna end, is you getting fucking in trouble for the government for all the goddamn back child support you have on all these women you fucking impregnated. You lose!
Finish, but her flame for fighting never actually dies out. But like every soldier on a battlefield, if the fight goes on long enough, eventually they will fall on the battlefield. With Miranda agreeing to one last fight with a last castle they want to siege together, they push forward and Miranda pushed herself too far with her falling on this very battlefield. And you being an undead means you cannot die. You cannot join her in death, meaning now you are completely separate ever. You are left in the world without the woman whom you fell in love with the most. But she died with a smile on her face. She died doing exactly what she lived. We would live an eternity of torture knowing we couldn't save the woman that we chose to stay with. A very tragic ending and honestly horrible, but we also hear a cry of a newborn ring out at the very end, hinting that potentially there was a child as well, maybe. Honestly, horrible ending, and I actually like Miranda quite a bit, but let's move on. Next up, Elma. The pair open up a shop, selling Elma's medicines, obviously, but she goes out in secret to gather supplies.
I mean, like I said, things be harsh. Think about Game of fucking Thrones. Spoiler alert, Jon Snow is a Targaryen. How the fuck did that relationship go? They fucking, a whole war got fought. People are dying because they fucking eloped. And then you don't even get to see your child be fucking born as the mother dies in childbirth because your father decides he's gonna set people on fire this week and piss people off, and then you're tragically murdered, and then it's just bad things all happening from this fucking, you fell in love with a woman. It's like, you know, not a crazy plot. There's a reason Romeo and Juliet exist. It happens.
We get suspicious, we want to protect her and everything, but she denies it, saying that we can't come with her, she needs to do it on her own. One night, however,
Kinda looks like fucking Paul Bunyan from Fate there.
She never actually returns home, and with rumors of women being kidnapped in the night, we start to freak out, obviously. But we hear amongst the town and whispers amongst the news that the kidnapper of the women has been caught. So we go to see who it was, and
it was you! I mean, you have been going around with the option to rape all these people. I think it's who's been kidnapping all the women? Oh, I don't know, who's got a whole party of them and summons them for battle?
See the person being executed. It's fucking Elma hanging from the gallows. She was the
What should be you? That would have been a great ending.
one kidnapping and harvesting humans for her medicines, and yeah, this one comes out of fucking nowhere. It's actually insane, but it's kind of a fucked ending where you don't actually seem to 100% know if she was the person that you were with the entire time. Great fun ending, honestly, and it completely comes out of nowhere. Next up, Jean. Jean takes us to her homeland of Orleans. She gets all dressed up, we go to a ball with her, but oh no, here comes Dragonfire, completely engulfs the entire place in fire, killing everyone, of course except us, and Jean gets burned so bad that
But you know, fucking Jean is goddamn Targaryen fucking Dragonborn. That fire won't burn her.
even the ash doesn't contain Jean's soul anymore, which is insane. So we
fucking, she's not Jolter. What a fucking basic.
Can't even revive her no matter what now, which is pretty unlucky and honestly a very tragic way to die, because the ending text is kind of horrific because it is like just screaming.
This is the worst version of fucking Fate. You don't get with anybody. Every route, every romantic interest you take, it ends horribly. Wasn't there another game like, well, I mean, this is fucking what is it? What's that popular game? The fucking Doki Doki Literature Club. Isn't that the point? You can't save anybody or do anything. That game just, he must have played Fate and played too many fucking visual novel dating sims. Just like this garbage.
But this one's kind of, you know, not that bad, like Dragonfire, but the next one is fucking horrible. It's Goose's. In my eyes, this is the worst one. So our protagonist in Goose, they have a child.
Oh shit, only gets worse. I'm gonna be very interested to see what his conclusion is, because he seems to have the same feelings about the game as me.
How nice. But they struggle to find a place to live because demi-humans, half humans, half animals, are shunned, and undead are also shunned. So they're a couple who no one will want to take them in.
Alright guys, I'm being serious with y'all. When the fucking zombie shit happens, No one label anybody. No, we're not gonna have no discussion about what rights the fucking undead deserve, okay? We're not having it. They're dead and gross. It's okay to discriminate against them. We're not having this, no.
With the other girls, they are humans, so we have an easier time finding a place to live, but with Goose, there's no hope for us. But they make do with it, with Goose becoming a delivery woman, with her being able to fly to some very difficult places, and it makes her good at her job. But of
Oh no, this is gonna be the worst ending of Kiki's delivery service.
course, one day she never comes home from her job. So we start searching for her with our child with us, and eventually we come across a dead body, and it's Goose's body. It is completely shredded and completely torn up, and her skull is caved in. It's an unrecognizable sight, and it is obviously described in a way that is meant to depict something is just completely mangled beyond any sort of comprehension.
It's kind of more hardcore than Doki Doki Literature Club, because you know what you're getting there, like, after half an hour, right? You do the plot twist and it's just misery porn the whole time. This shit's kind of worse.
But now, at this point, with the child seeing their mother's body, begins to laugh. The child is interesting.
Oh, it's crazy. This still isn't even the most brutal thing I've listened to on this stream in the few fucking videos I've done. Fucking just the account of what Caligula did in real life in Rome was more disturbing.
Because it never showed
I feel like I'm numb to the world now.
emotion when Goose and you were raising it. And Goose said that once they hear the first laughter from the child, they will know that it would all be worth it and that happiness would be possible. And it's laughing at the dead mother, so obviously our character loses it. In a white rage, he strangles his own child to death, killing it. But even after killing his own child and realizing what he has done, he...
Oh my god, it's still going. Is there an interview with the person who made this game? Is there any more information? I gotta know. Who didn't give them chicken tendies that fucking day? What is this art piece trying to say?
He then starts to hear the distant laughter of other children, indicating that Goose might have been assaulted and killed by humans. So our protag now becomes
The true villain. A lot of graphical assets here, though.
someone evil. He becomes the villain of his own
I'm too stupid for plugins, so I probably can't make it that pretty.
story, and he picks up a blade and probably heads towards the closest town to enact some revenge. Can't really blame him, I'd do the exact same fucking thing. Anyway, moving on. Dorothy. By the way, I didn't actually mention, Dorothy is actually Oz from The Wizard of Oz, like the guy, and he transitioned. Pretty cool character, and actually a cool
Fucking never see it coming, am I right?
use of fairy tale. I like it. Anyway, moving on. The two of you get married and you slowly start to make your way up into the world's bureaucracy and you become kings and queens of the entire world. You rule over the entirety of it, creating a unified kingdom, with you being king and her being... Eventually, the pair of you settle down and you start to live a very normal life. But one night, Dorothy awakens in extreme pain and appears to be pregnant. But she's inflating at an alarming rate, more and more, eventually it becoming unbearable and she fucking explodes. She dies right there with you unable.
Oh my god, who would have saw inflation death coming from Dorothy, who's also the wizard? What the fuck? Oh, this game might actually be, this went from being like, aha, getting quite edgy. The rape was one thing, but we're murdering everybody in the fucking ending? Aw, dude. But now it's just come around to this is actually the best game ever made.
Able to save her. And with that, what came out of her, something maniacal was there, something smiling in a horrifying manner sat there within her. It's very clear that something within all these stories is playing and influencing the women's lives and killing them off, preventing us from having that happy ever after with them. So let's carry on and see what the other ones are like, because this is completely unnatural. The other one's kind of believable. You could imagine it happening, but this is one where you're like,
It is like Doki Doki Literature Club. You've been going around either waving your dick around, raping all these women, being like, yeah, I can do whatever the fuck I want. And just everything's turning at me and I'm so strong and I'm fucking overpowered, like nothing can stop me. Or you're the person who's like, I'm not gonna rape anybody in this vile, disgusting video game. I wish I could help them. I care about women. I would never, and don't anybody on Twitter ever say I did those things, oh God forbid, and then fucking doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if you fucking raped or didn't. Fuck you for playing this game. That's what it's saying. Everything horrible. You suffer in misery no matter what.
Something's not right with these endings, and they all seem to end in a very unusual way for the character. Now, Victoria's ending. Within the Victoria's ending, you become a lord of a area, you get a mansion, and you choose her to be your main maid. Very nice. She becomes your servant, but hey, guess what? Turns out Victoria is actually a succubi, and succubi need to be fulfilled sexually, which each night means she has to be fulfilled by...
Oh god, this one's gonna be the fucking Heaven's Feel route, so we know things are about to get brutal and fucking awful.
And you do that.
Trigger warning for fucking something, I'm sure.
But it explains that she slowly keeps getting friskier and more demanding, and she starts to get needy earlier and earlier in the day, but eventually she's coming to you all the time, which some people would like, others would call that a bit of a hindrance to their professional lives. But at one point it basically gets to the point where Victoria is killing you. Like, she is draining you completely, because succubi, they drain your life force through that method. You get that. She's slowly killing us, and it's clear from her dialogue she's mentally losing it. She is not all there, and she drops into what appears to be some sort of seizure when we deny her request. With us trying to comfort her, she then attacks us, gouging out an eye with a spoon. And now she starts to threaten us. She has gone completely crazy, and
yeah, yanderes are all fun and games till you actually get to the ending, which this game gives you.
has lost her mind. She speaks of hearing a voice, the voice of Mary Sue, the god of this world, saying that Victoria is fake and she shouldn't be there with the player character. With her losing her...
They should have done this with Dr. Roman instead of bringing fucking Merlin in. Should have been fucking Mary Sue. That's great. Everything about this game's great. It's the best game. It should have won Game of the Year award, honestly.
Mind, we decide that we're going to save her life, and she's basically begging us to kill her as well. We completely cleave her head clean off, and the last line of dialogue states that we keep her company this night as well, which indicates that we have sex with just her head, which, I don't know, necrophilia maybe?
You know what sucks about this? Let's say I got more subscribers. Let's say I did put out some good videos that got views, and I started to make it in this world, and I keep saying this about Otaku Daikun and all the cringe, like, jailbait fucking anime weeaboo shit he says, and how one day, if he gets bigger, someone's gonna use all this shit against him. I now have the whole fucking stream where I'm sitting here and I'm like, this rape JRPG, it's actually the greatest game of all time if you think about it. And the thing is, like, I think what they're going for here is great. Like, this is a work of art. This here has something to say. It's showing us that with the ending. This isn't edgelord shit. It's got something to say. Whether you could get it or not, or have your own interpretation, that's fine. Like I said, it's a work of art. Now, if the exposed video comes out about, oh, look at Demon Cringe saying the rape game is the greatest game of all time, she must really think rape is cool even though she's a woman. Fucking, like, and then you have to sit there and explain, no, if you think about it, I'm discussing the game Black Souls, and it's like no one's gonna read your fucking Wikipedia article on... So, this statement's just here. Rape in real world, bad. Rape when has no purpose in media and is to glorify awful things, bad. When it has something to say and is thought-provoking and, you know, makes you think, or I don't know, that's just your fucking kink on F-list, whatever, no judgment, no kink shaming. It's fine. There, statement made. No one cancel me.
Character seems fucked, and he genuinely did love Victoria, so I ain't gonna judge. Then again, technically, is it necrophilia because we're an undead, so we're technically dead and we're having sex with a dead, but you get the point.
See? You don't have to ask yourself that when you're playing Earthbound. Only in this game do you have to ask yourself. That's what I'm saying, it's thought-provoking. There may be not the most useful thoughts, but it delivered.
Anyway, let's move on. Next, Elizabeth. Elizabeth, she takes us as her new husband. She becomes a new demonic princess, and we completely cleave off the many heroes who took the same path that we did, but they all fall to our blade. With Elizabeth, you know, thanking us and everything. And one night when we're talking to Elizabeth, she just suddenly fucking explodes, like just out of nowhere, kind of like what happened to Alice at the very beginning of the game, which is interesting, and it is not normal. Maybe it has to do with that character that Victoria mentioned, that
I don't know where Big Lipped Alligator Moment went. I'll make sure to check out his channel and give him his like, because it's a pretty good video. But sir, what do you mean that someone just blowing up and exploding isn't normal? Have you been on DeviantArt? It's like the most common thing. It's only going to be shocking if there's only 2 inflation explosion murders here.
Mary Sue, the god or goddess of this world. Well, let's move on to Catherine. Catherine returns to her homeland, the lands of Orleans, and she returns to her holy duties, but we join her as her own personal knight. And maybe a bit more than that. No, of course not, she's a lady of God. That's very respectable, only joking. The pair do it in secret a lot, it's fine, don't care. But one night we are awoken by strange chants about a black goat and a sky bathed in red. We quickly realise something's wrong, we quickly try to find Catherine, but when we do, we find her laying on an altar and she seems to be being sacrificed by the people chanting. We fight, but ultimately we can't reach her in time, and a black abyss consumes her entirely, and an evil god is called forth from her body. That is a horrible ending, and Catherine is probably the best girl in the game, and she gets probably one of the worst endings in my eyes because she just gets fucking sacrificed. Next is Red Riding Hood's ending. We live with her in an isolated house in the woods, with her searching for something each day. She comes back though, but for years of this happening, one night she never returns, with only a letter remaining with her stating that the demonic princesses were victims too, and she's hunting for the one behind everything. And she doesn't want to involve someone that she actually does deeply.
Oh, so is this the true ending where they reach out to the truth? They didn't really, or maybe they shouldn't have killed those demonic witches or whatever. The MacGuffins, the 4 bitches that needed slayed.
Care about, as Red Riding Hood was someone that didn't show any sort of emotions, some people's perfect waifu character, but she never actually showed it to us, ever. But she does state in this letter that she did actually love us, which is kind of nice. And the last statement in this letter though is rather interesting. It's about her not dying if she doesn't cut off someone's head. Whoever this is probably the person behind everything, I'd assume, but it doesn't really make sense, and I think it might be a mistranslation, or I'm stupid, probably the latter. And finally, Leaf's ending, which has us return to the Holy Forest with her and the player character living their lives happily ever after for the rest of time. But of course, something bad happens, right? No. Yeah, Leaf is the only one that gets a good ending, and this itself should hint towards something. Of course, the B ending as well hints that there is another ending out there within the library that we saw at the beginning of the game, and it's clear the other girls' lives were influenced in some way, shape or form. I mean, for fuck's sake, Elizabeth just exploded. It's clear that Mary Sue has either directly caused their deaths or influenced them mentally or other situations into getting them killed. So our job's not finished.
Yeah, Mary Sue's obviously the god of this world, don't you know? Ooh, fucking horned dinosaur.
Finished quite just yet. Now this part is pretty monotonous, I will be honest, and it is basically me doing the rest of the playthrough for the DLC part and also the things that we need to do for the C ending. So let's quickly speed through these endings because I don't really want to go over everything because there's not really a lot here. So for the C ending, which was considered the true ending until the DLC came out and Black Souls 2 was released. So
what if I got this game and streamed it along with the Earthbound in the Fields of Mystery? Wonder how that'd be received on my channel, or if anyone would see this shit. Like I said, it seems like a good game.
We need to return to the library.
Awful endings. Like I said, I hope this is a reach out to the truth here.
In Wonderland, behind the Bandersnatch, who was one of the harder bosses in the game. Inside.
Oh yeah, he said he had to cut a fucking ton out, didn't he? Well, I guess time to make a Rumble account.
We find Alice, or a fake Alice, as the real Alice died, and this is a recreation of her. And she states that we need to fill up the library, so we do just that with all the books we found, and we can enter the next room. But in the next room, we find that there is books for characters who are our companions, and the only way to get these books is to kill them. So to do this, we have to return to the Poseidon Hotel and kill all the characters associated.
Oh, you do go back to the hotel to kill. But once again, it's just a different version of what I've seen already. In Final Fantasy X2, for some fucking reason, even though we're not a summoner anymore, we're a hot girl who wears booty shorts and has 2 guns Lara Croft style, Yuna, we have to kill all the Aeons. We have to, like, re-summon them and fucking destroy them. You do that at the end of Final Fantasy X. Actually, fuck X2. X2's irrelevant. That's how Final Fantasy X ends. You do it again later, I guess. But you gotta kill all the Aeons. Just because they're your waifus don't mean nothing. Time to go. Progression, yay!
Associated with each fairy tale. And yes, you have to kill this Alice as well to get her book as well. With all the books in place, we can now flip the lever that appears and we can now enter the final part of the game for ending C. Heading out the door, we find the world is completely corrupted and completely fucked. And we slowly see the facade of the world collapsing down within itself. Also, anyone we talk to just fucking explodes, including the dog. But for some reason, Victoria doesn't, and she prevents us from moving forward. So we have to kill her. In killing her, we then run into Leaf being attacked by the 3 fairies. So we have to fight the 3 fairies, save her, and she joins us, and then we continue moving forward in search for Mary Sue to end what is occurring in this world. But as we ascend the mountain, we run into the Black Vanguard again, and you either have to fight him if you didn't recruit Miranda, or if you did recruit Miranda, she will be there and will stop him from attacking us, getting him to back off. But continuing past this point, you will eventually reach the top of the mountain, and you will find that there is no Mary Sue there. Leaf and the protagonist confused. Leaf asks us to
You were the Mary Sue all along.
Reveal the true identity of Mary Sue, as apparently we should have figured it out by now. Entering the wrong name, we die, of course, but entering Leaf with the correct capitalizations, because if you put Leaf full caps, you still die. You get, that is right, all is revealed. Leaf was secretly the true god of this world,
Said you can't trust them fairies.
Or goddess, Mary Sue. Well, what a twist, but she revealed that she made this world in the image of some of her favorite authors, the authors who made these fairy tales, and she reveals that our true name was Grimm the entire time, with her wanting to make us the main character in one of our own stories. She wanted us to fall to her so she could fully take over the world entirely.
Yeah, fucking this is like Stephen King style writing, but with fantasy JRPG flair to it. I gotta give it fucking applause. That's great.
Entirely and be the creator of it. So technically we are also a god because we also kind of helped make this world and shape it in a way. So of course a fight ensues with Mary Sue. Eventually we defeat her with her questioning why we fight, when we know once we kill her the entire world will end. It's a 3-stage boss fight, so there's some conversation in there about that as well, and it's quite a tough boss to beat. With her being unable to realize how she actually lost to us, and that she states that we were meant to die, so we changed the destiny.
I think we can say it. No one take it out of context, but Black Souls, the most disgusting JRPG, is fucking peak. And we should be playing it instead of fucking Persona 4 Rewind.
Apparently, our character makes a rather interesting action here. With Leaf basically giving up, we decide to start making love to her passionately, leading to her dropping her guard, and yes, we have full sex with her, but during this we completely switch, with us beginning to strangle her to death while still doing the deed, eventually snapping her neck.
Well, now that's just gross. For some reason, that's the most grossed out I've been. Ew.
It's a completely fucked ending and honestly disgusting
I'm glad
in the way it plays out. And with Mary...
Well, now, like, if I can have him censor all the parts I don't want to see, then it'd be peak. Lost a little peak with that.
Sue killed, all of our companions return to us, as well as Alice, and the game fades out. A really fucking odd ending, which I will dive more into in a minute, but let's quickly get through ending D. Ending D has us travel to the subterranean land of I can't say that, and meet Baphomet, and she is the leader of the Black Trial. With us asking to join her, she requests that we complete a couple of tasks.
I kind of like fucking waifu Baphomet. That's kind of cool, actually. I approve of that. You don't see that often.
Mainly targets for us to kill. First Pinocchio, as he was actually kidnapping people that stayed at the hotel and killing them that stayed there. So we kill him, then we kill the tick-tock clock croc, my distant cousin, we killed Leonard and the prayer master. Yes, the guy that allows us to level up, so make sure you completely level up. But also you can run around killing a bunch of other mini bosses as well, which are other fairy tale characters, so it is worth doing that as well. Returning to Baphomet and allowing her to enter the Holy Forest and also enter a covenant with her, we return to a bloodbath in the Holy Forest with all of our companions being killed. And in the basement in the prison that we have, she's confronting Leaf, and the curtain falls again here, with the reveal that Leaf was actually orchestrating the entire game, which was just shown in Ending C, but it's kind of...
This game was made in Japan, but there's just this inkling feeling I have that this person enjoyed Homestuck. And it's not even related to anything, I just have this feeling, this vibe.
An alternate ending, and actually the true ending, because this leads directly into Black Souls 2. But then we enter combat with Baphomet, or the Black Goat. Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's a second one! It seems like this was a huge project and they brought out a second one, and I'm sure it took way more time than like Five Nights at Freddy's 2 or something.
It's the same god that killed Catherine in her, and the best girl was sacrificed.
Is that a fucking nipple boss?
To this god apparently.
It is, it's a bunch of nipples and mouths. It's the worst fucking orgy of all time come to life. The penis bugs from Fate Stay Night are still more disturbing.
Apparently. We defeat her, and then Leaf explodes Baphomet when she loses the battle, and then she explodes all of our companions, which again, it's revealed Leaf is actually the goddess Mary Sue, with her wanting to take us away with her and fall in love with her. But then Alice returns, clapping and saying that the character Grimm's true love is Alice herself, and we finally, in this ending, actually reunite with the original Alice. This is honestly the most fucking confusing ending, that just sort of everything happens at once very quickly. But it is meant to tie into the next game, which dives more into the relationship with Alice, I'm pretty sure. So, with all the endings quickly covered, I will go in a bit more detail. So what the actual fuck was this game trying to get across to us? At first glance,
this guy's voice reminds me of Sargon of Akkad so much. He must be one of them Britoids. But yeah, very curious to hear his conclusion here. I just thought I was going to have a video and he was going to dunk on a bad cringe Steam RPG while I played fucking Grocery Store Simulator in the back. Grocery Store Simulator hasn't moved. I've been enthralled by his retelling of this game. Very interesting game. A lot of things that makes my mind wander to bring up. It's been great. What did he think? He played it. He was the one who was there. He navigated us to our tale.
At what most people will tell you and what most other videos will say is that Black Souls is just a weird little RPG maker game, grim fairy tale aesthetic and story, messed up hentai scenes, and a whole lot of edge for the sake of edge. But you see, I'm not.
Yeah, I don't think it's edge for the sake of edge at all. It's what it's doing, its endings it's already gotten. It's proven that.
Not most people. So let's start with the protagonist himself, Grimm. His name's a dead giveaway. Sure, a reference to the brothers Grimm, but it goes a bit deeper than that. This Grimm isn't just a character like the brothers Grimm. He's more a symbol, a man consumed by stories, either ones he's read or maybe the ones he's written himself. And somewhere along the way, those stories stopped being entertainment but became a prison to him, a delusion. His entire world is a warped patchwork of corrupted fairy tales. Red Riding Hood, Sleeping Beauty, Snow White, the Frog King, all twisted into nightmarish reflections of his broken psyche. The world doesn't feel right immediately because it isn't. It's not a fantasy, it's a symptom, a hallucination, a projection of a man falling apart. And let's be real, a lot of these original fairy tales, especially the original Grimm ones, they weren't innocent either. They were cruel, brutal, and often horrifying. Women were punished or controlled in these stories, children were mutilated or eaten, monsters didn't just exist, they usually most of the time actually won in these stories at the end of the day. These stories weren't meant to be heartwarming, they were meant to disturb, to warn, and scar children to teach them a lesson. Black Souls knows that. It doesn't ignore that fact, it embraces that style of storytelling. But it's not just for shock value. It asks what happens when someone internalizes that darkness, when they treat it not as caution but as gospel. That is the lesson they take away from these stories, that the bad things are actually okay. The result is a game world dripping with madness, guilt, and rot. The heroines aren't damsels to save, they're mirrors to understand or to flee from. And the hero, he might be the most monstrous figure of them all. There's no getting around it, Black Souls is extremely uncomfortable to play through, watch, whatever. The sexual violence, abuse, and depravity aren't there just to be provocative. They're disturbing because they're supposed to be. That is the artist's intention. They show how far gone Grimm actually
is. It rape that makes this one like an edge too far for people? Because I've seen like the gameplay footage of those Lisa games. Those seem highly uncomfortable to me with the themes they're going for, and basically it's all someone hung themselves after being, you know, like sexually assaulted and feel bad, uncomfortable. I'm selling it bad because those games are like going for the same vibe as here. It's got something to say, but people are like, okay, with that one, you can stream that one, so it must be awful in this one. He said he censored a lot of shit out.
is. His mind is so twisted that even when he saves many of these women, it's done through bad means, either through violence, by killing people close to them, obsession, or, yes, most of the time, sex. But it's not erotic, it's sick. Because you're not playing a savior character, a holy knight clad in white armor. You're someone dark and depressing. You're playing a man rewriting a fantasy world to justify his own monstrosities and his own desire. He's not helping these people, he's using them. He's playing in a world that he himself created so he can fulfill his own fantasy. And the game wants you to feel that exact fact. But then there's Alice.
Oh, makes sense now, guys. He's a dejected Sword Art Online fan. That's what it is. That's what made this game. We got him.
Alice herself, from Alice in Wonderland, she is not from a grim fairy tale, and her inclusion is key in my eyes, because Black Souls isn't just about one man's trauma, it's about obsession with fiction itself. Grimm isn't a stand-in for the Brothers Grimm. He's a stand-in for any reader, writer, or creator who loses themselves in the stories that they create or are immersed in, and they start treating them fantasies like they are reality. Alice is presented to the player as the ideal, the unattainable, the dream you refuse to let go of a woman or partner. Her
The SAO is just weak as fuck because it does the anime thing where, oh, here's this character, Asuna. She don't need no man. She's best sword fighter, but also best wife who cooks and everything. Perfect and awesome. Oh, now she's just here to get tentacle molested, and she's always awesome until the plot needs her to be damsel in distress. Sure, she tried to kidnap, but we had to make fetish shit. I mean, she tried to run away, almost got away with it, so we put fetish shit here. Like, there's a fucking world. Like I said, I have more respect for this than that. It's why I get dejected fucking Sword Art Online fan ideas.
Dialogue very much.
Fucking the creator of Sword Art Online would play this and not get the point. Guaranteed he would not get the point.
Implies this when you meet her again in the library, where she says she is there just for you. It's meant to be a stereotypical presentation of a woman character in a story like this for the main hero. But the point is she isn't real. She's not even a real human character when you meet her again in the library. She's just another figment. She's another creation. But Grimm himself doesn't actually love her in the way that you probably would love another person. He almost needs her, because without her, his whole fantasy collapses in on itself. Mechanically, the game plays like a traditional RPG. You level up, you fight bosses, you get stronger, but the more you play, the more hollow the game starts to feel. The world doesn't get better as you fight on and kill more characters. The people don't get saved at all in the end. It all keeps spiraling downwards slowly but surely, making less and less sense. You think you're progressing and you are level-wise, but really you're just digging deeper and
very Silent Hill as well. The last levels are always just a descent into hell, fucking crayon drawing maps, or fucking you're nowhere. Like there's no location anymore.
Deeper into a delusion that has been
JRPG trope
created.
as well, I
Every
suppose.
victory is another layer of denial. You're not saving anything, you're just running from reality. And that's what it all boils down to me. Black Souls is a game about despair, about hiding in fiction instead of facing the world itself. Grimm couldn't cope with reality potentially, so he built up another world. But because he never healed, that world is just as cruel, just as broken as the one he left. It's his pain projected outwards. Yet beneath all the horror and sex, there's something quite...
Well, now I'm distracted because I'm thinking the first thing I streamed was the Hassan Piker drama, Denim's getting sued, and I explained why I fucking hate Denim's because she's got no commentary to offer anything. She's always wrong, and she clearly has a hard time thinking and saying things, poor girl. And like, I'm trying to think of what the fuck her reaction to this. She'd never make it. She'd never spend an hour 22 videos on 22 minutes on something not Hassan fucking related. But I'm trying to think what would her reaction to this be. Rose, this game's just wrong and he's wrong for playing it. No, she don't even have a voice like that. She'd be more entertaining. I don't even know what the fuck. She just never watched this.
Powerful. The fact that Black Souls refuses to sanitize the trauma it's trying to present and the trauma it displays, it presents everything so raw, so openly, it means something. It's saying this is what happens when you let pain itself define you, when you start to rewrite reality to reflect our own grief. And in that, maybe there is a bit of hope, because while Grimm is trapped in his own mind, we
I mean, I did watch the Trope Talk, because I've been digging watching those videos on, the fucking Grimdark thing, where why do people go like these plots where the world just fucked and everything's awful and all the characters are terrible and there's no morality, and it's because there's something about it that gives you hope. Like, these people are still living, life is still happening, and the world you live in isn't that bad. Like, they're very hope-filled in a way.
Ourselves aren't, and if we can recognize this, and we can recognize when stories help and when they hurt, we can actually potentially heal from the problems we have ourselves. Healing doesn't come from a fantasy world, it comes from facing the dark, not hiding it, but sometimes stories can help guide you in your journey for healing. One of the game's most haunting ideas is the lie sometimes we tell ourselves: if I can save just one person, if I can find the right person, I'll be okay. Throughout the game, you're offered many routes to end the game with, romantic, intimate endings with the many female characters in the game. But these themselves, they're not love stories, they're fantasies, desperate, fragile fantasies. With Red Riding Hood, you live in isolation, but something always feels off and you are eventually abandoned. Dorothy becomes a very powerful witch, you become king and queen, but she dies in childbirth. Elizabeth turns into a demonic princess, you become a bodyguard, but then she explodes. Jean, she dies in a last dance in hellfire. Catherine becomes a saint, but she is sacrificed. Goose's Root ends in exile, and then she is murdered. These aren't happy endings, even if you cut the second part out. They're lies. They're beautiful cages that Grimm has created himself. They're fantasies. Grimm isn't connecting with these women. We never really learn anything about them, but he's clinging to them. Not to the love, but to the idea of salvation, finding meaning in another person, not within yourself. And the game punishes him for doing that. It punishes us, the player, for doing that action. These aren't honestly bad endings, but they're hollow endings. They're melancholy illusions. You think you've done the right thing, you found meaning in another person, but nothing changed with you, the player. You're still broken, still running from the first objective that you were given in this game.
This vibe's also reminding me of another video I watched. Super Eye Patch Wolf had a video on fake video games. Like the art you make for a video game that doesn't exist, whether it be like a fake instruction manual. And like there is this whole instruction manual, whole game guide for a game that doesn't exist, and it was just sad, miserable, just tales. In the end is eventually like fucking taking your goddamn helmet off. Oh no, you kill yourself. It's like straight up fucking fighting Darth Vader on Dagobah shit. It's kind of like, but this person they made the game though. Here it is. Misery the game. Please Danganronpa, we gotta listen to some music and vote a motherfucker to death once in a while. We gotta turn it up. This is just misery porn. But like I said, Making a great statement.
To find Alice. You are living a lie. Black Souls makes this painfully clear that salvation through others is a poisoned idea, not because love itself is bad, but because using people to escape yourself never actually works. These endings are stories, full of roses, sure, but with more thorns than petals. Ending B, though, is the classic grind sort of story that people now, for some reason, love to talk about. You defeat the final boss, you restore the world, become a hero, but it's all surface level. Grim is still broken, the trauma is still there, just buried under the illusion of accomplishment. It's a brutal metaphor for how people use work, hobbies, productivity as coping mechanisms, hoping that if we do just enough, that we'll be okay. But you can't grind your way out of many things in life. You can save the world, and you can still feel empty. Ending D itself as well is more of a sequel tease than anything, but then there's Ending C, the most intense and disturbing ending in the entire game. Grim confronts Mary Sue, the godlike author that's pulling the strings of this fantasy world, and what follows isn't just a fight, it's a symbolic reckoning. Grim has sex with Mary Sue even as he kills her, strangling her in a violent emotional climax. It's not shock for the sake of it. It's a metaphor. Mary Sue is both creator and captor. She made this world that we are playing in and that we are stuck in, but she has also led us to have a great deal of suffering. We've had to kill so many people to reach this point, but also Leaf from our journey has been the one that is closest to us. But his final act, this union of intimacy and destruction, is a portrait for the human psyche at war with itself. Mary Sue, I don't look at as her own character. To me, she represents more the creative side of writers or storytellers. She represents a side that is more twisted, that maybe these are the things people want to talk about, their grief, their trauma, their issues in life, but they keep them out of their stories because they fear of what might make people think. They put on a fake character, i.e. Leaf and Mary Sue, two completely separate characters. But this ending itself, it's about our complicated relationship with those who shape us, with trauma, with identity, with the stories we engage ourselves with.
I mean, another video game pitch, because I said, like, anything in life could be an RPG if you think about it. I keep thinking, because there'll be fun little games. It's like, oh, make a viral YouTube video, and then you get ranked at the end like it's fucking Pokemon Snap or something. I think, like, you could do an interesting plot line, video game-wise, with, like, influencers in a plot twist like this, because it's what you do. Like, live streaming, that's different, but everyone goes for a vibe, and, like, when you edit a video, you're not gonna have the worst parts of you out there. Obviously, this whole stream's gonna be unlisted later, but fucking, like I said, and it's, like, kind of your mask, your persona, and dude, like, cyber persona, like, your personas are kind of like your online portrayal of yourself. You unlock your persona when you get canceled online. That's when you get to enter the fucking monsterverse. Be so fucking cool.
Sometimes we love the very things that break us. Sometimes liberation means facing that contradiction head on. The act itself is not peaceful, it's not redemptive, it's a scream of rage and heartbreak from someone who doesn't want to be controlled anymore, but doesn't know how to be free either. So yeah, Black Souls is uncomfortable, disturbing, messed up. Honestly, I want to forget it, but it's also a game that really does have something to say, but it's also very fucking confusing. But it's also one of the most brutally honest games I've played in a while.
I wonder how confusing it was, because he explained it pretty well, I think. I wonder if he looked it up in a guide or if the dialogue's not that wonderful. That seems like a real video game critique on how it was confusing. Kind of wish he'd elaborate a bit more.
About how stories reflect us in readers, creators, and everything, and how they can be twisted by the pain that we ourselves don't confront. I myself am guilty of this. I reflect my own problems into stories, seeing things that probably were never meant to actually be there. I'm sure with my previous videos, some of you might have seen this, because at its core, Black Souls is about this very thing. When we run from reality into the arms of fantasy, we don't escape the nightmare, we just bring it with us. Grim never understood that, but maybe we can. Hello lads and lasses, thanks for watching. I know this is a very, and I mean very different video for me to make, but I got this game recommended when I did Sayonara Uta.
Neat game, I'll say. I'll let him do his outro. I liked this video. I came in to hate for some reason. I don't know why. Because if Jay Kizer fucking bullies put me in a mood, this has been a really good video.
And it's been on my radar, and I wanted to do it before I did a Dark Souls video, which I'm planning on doing pretty soon, mainly for my 1-year channel anniversary. But I hope it came out all right. It was very confusing, and I actually thought I lost half my recording as I was making this video, but no, my computer decided to save it.
Man, though, you'd have to think if he did lose all of his video game footage from that game for editing the video, it'd be like, God wanted this to happen. Maybe I shouldn't make the video.
In a completely different file, which is good fun. But anyway, of course, thank you to all channel members, obviously, Chelsea and Tyler, Marty Morris, Game Scavenger, and, oh, look at that, not Saber. Thank you to all of you, and especially thank you to Saber, obviously, for...
Mysterious Heroine X, damn it, she fucking Patreoned this video.
Shouting out my channel for the last video, the Dead Space video, which was very kind of him, and I appreciate it a lot, genuinely. But yeah, next video, I'm planning on doing Dead Space 3, as you guys seem to like the Dead Space 2 video, and I did want to do Dead Space 3, and I kind of just want to play it because I know I have some good things to say about that game. But yeah, after that, I'm not too sure. I might do something a bit different. I was thinking of doing Dying Light, but I'm not too sure yet. Nothing's concrete, but I'm definitely doing Dead Space 3 after this video. And yes, don't worry, I will do Dead Space 1 one day. I promise that. Just give me time. I just don't want to do all the games in a row and get completely burnt out of the series, because I know that will make a worse video for me, because that happened with the Amnesia games. As I made one, I kind of got burnt out while making the second one, so I'm trying to space them out, of course. But yeah, that's enough waffling from me though. I won't keep going on and yapping. See you around, Crocodile.
Well, I said that was a very interesting game. I thought we were getting into something completely different. I thought it was just time to make fun of the cringe fucking Steam game, but nah. That was very thought-provoking. This is supposed to be morning grind. It's fucking 5:24 p.m. I got through fucking drama, whatever, who cares? People fighting on the internet. There's a goddamn rape JRPG made from someone from Japan, and it's got something to say. 350 people that dislike this, y'all just bitches who don't understand nothing. That's quite ignorant of me to say, but like, come on, like, that's probably why he didn't, because I was wondering, I was asking, where's the hook for this video? He was just going in talking about the fighting mechanics and all that right away. I'm like, where's the crazy cringe gross stuff? And that's because it has something to say. There isn't. It's not fucking your mother's hentai RPG. Yo, this is random. So, like, back in the day, they'd trade floppy disk around because the internet didn't exist and people programmed games on floppy disk, and that's how you got your name out there. That's how Tetris got out there. And I had my computer for important things like playing Math Blaster. But sometimes I'd go into the drawers and put all the floppy disk that I'd find that were my dad's floppy disk in the computer. He had fucking Flintstones porn. Like, pixel art Flintstones porn. Someone fucking programmed goddamn Flintstones porn and put it on a floppy disk, and they made sure to share it around work. Fucking DeviantArts and all this other crazy shit is not the beginning of this. This is true. Fucking Flintstones fucking porn in my goddamn house. I found it as a child. Like I said, internet fucking didn't exist. It wasn't there. My Windows 95 couldn't do that. Yeah, Elizabeth Bathory and fucking Knuckles and Banjo. So yeah, no calendar, don't you ruin it. Anyway, that was a very thought-provoking video. It'll bring much discussion. It's inspired me to I might be launching up RPG Maker later. I kind of want to make my own visual novel or make another attempt at doing some fun RPG that's just me making a game I want to fucking play. A game for the rest of us without them silly anime tropes, but yet just the cool parts of anime. That'd be cool. Yeah, no. Too fucking lucky, viewer. This bitch is getting fucking unlisted later. Thank you for hanging out, Sam. That was a cool video game, though. It was cool. Was it not? Fucking cool plot twist. Sid, the dumb rape mechanics that got explained right away. You just get so used to it that it's fucking irrelevant. But yeah, everybody, that was my defense of Jay Kizer dunking on Frogan and Denims' dumbasses, and then rounded up with the rape JRPG. What a great stream, everybody! Woo! Yeah. Oh, and there's a sequel to this game. Gonna have to look into that later. Might look up into some information on the game developer, because, like, he does sound like a character. Anyway, that's all.